Ladies and gents, hello and welcome to the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival, where the magic of words and creativity comes to life. I'm Aaron Lingdo. The Shillong Literary Festival is an incredible gathering of authors under one roof, sharing their stories, ideas and insights to inspire. Well, in attendance on day one are some of the prominent authors and thinkers like Jerry Pinto, Shobha Day, among many others. You're in for a treat of a lifetime. Let the incredible, unforgettable 3 days of the Shillong Lit Fest begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now see the arrival of our chief guest. And at the moment, he's taking an inspection of the various stalls and also talking to the various stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to see the arrival of our chief guest, Shri Comrade K. Sangma, the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, and our guest of honor, Paul Lingdo, the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya, with our other distinguished guests. After a word is power. Ladies and gentlemen, what a better way to start a festival celebrating the beauty and strength of literature than with these profound words by Margaret Atwood. Words have always been our greatest companions. They carry the weight of our emotions, our dreams, and histories. And yes, literature is the art of stringing these beautiful words together. And when placed in the hands of skilled writers or shared among literary minds and book lovers like these gathered here today, these words transform into powerful instruments of change, connection, bringing people together from diverse backgrounds and perspectives. And it is this extraordinary power of words that we are here to honor and celebrate today. Yes, this morning we gather in the heart of Shillong, India's very own literary and cultural haven. Over the next 3 days, we will immerse ourselves in the richness of storytelling, the rhythm of poetry, the spark of dialogue, and with some of the finest literary minds and voices that will come together to inspire, to challenge, and captivate us. So welcome to the Shillong Literary Festival 2024. Let's begin our story. Ladies and gentlemen, what a better way to begin this festival than celebrating and honoring the remarkable individuals who have graced us with their presence today. This festival would not be possible without their support, their vision, and inspiration from them. And as tradition demands, it is time to honor and felicitate our guests and dignitaries. We first take this moment to present a token of our appreciation that embodies the spirit of Meghalaya. Mementos that consist of carefully curated books and exquisite rindia, a traditional hand-woven fabric unique to our state. This will be first presented to our chief guest, the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma. Let's give a warm applause, please, as our guests are being felicitated. It is with deepest respect and immense pride that we present our mementos to Paul Lingdo, the Honorable Minister of Tourism to the Government of Meghalaya. A warm welcome to the Commissioner and Secretary, Tourism Department, Dr. Vijay Kumar D. Mementos to another esteemed dignitary, the Commissioner and Secretary, the Department of Arts and Culture, Mr. Frederick Roy Kharkongor. And it is a privilege to present this memento to Vikram Seth, whose words have inspired generations. This gift, symbolizing the soul of Meghalaya, is a token of our admiration for his presence here today. And this memento will be presented by the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma. I beg my pardon to the Commissioner and Secretary who I addressed earlier. He is the Principal Secretary to the Department of Arts and Culture. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to officially inaugurate this festival, I now invite Dr. Vijay Kumar D, IAS, Commissioner and Secretary to the Department of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Kumar has been a driving force behind the promotion of Meghalaya's tourism initiatives. His words will set the tone for what promises to be an inspiring event.
Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, Honorable Tourism Minister, Shri Vikram Seth, Mr. Frederick Karkungar, authors, publishers, friends from the media, students from various institutions who are gathered here, officials, young people, residents of Shillong, tourists, a very good morning to you all. And it's my proud privilege to be standing here. This is the 4th edition of the Literary Festival that was started in 2021. And it's my proud privilege to be standing here to welcome all of you to this beautiful literary festival, Shillong Literary Festival, the 4th edition. And what a glorious day. And I'd like to really start with, as we are sitting in the midst of the cherry blossoms, with a quote from the Japanese poet, Kobayashi Isa. He says, in the cherry blossom shade, there is no such thing as a stranger. I think with that theme, with that intent, we move ahead. This is as Vari introduced, this is a festival to celebrate the joy and the power of the written word. And as we all gather here together to read, to listen, to interact, to share ideas, I'm sure it will be a very enriching experience, both for all of us who are here from Shillong, from Meghalaya, and for the guests who have come from outside. As we sit here again, this is such a glorious setting. In fact, we just had the Cherry Blossom Festival. We call the music festival as the Cherry Blossom Festival on 15th and 16th of November. So several people were asking us, where are the cherry blossoms? So in fact, this is the true Cherry Blossom Festival because we are celebrating it in the midst of the cherry blossoms. As I said, we started in 2021, and every year, as you're just sitting here, it's such a magical setting, and it's a privilege, and I'm sure everyone is feeling that energy and the privilege. At this moment, I'd like to really formally welcome our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, who is the driving force and the visionary behind all these initiatives. Because today, as I keep saying, I think in Meghalaya and in Shillong, we take up a number of initiatives. We've been taking up a number of initiatives. But what makes all these initiatives sustainable, strong, and creates brand, creates all the other positive effects is consistency. I think what our Honorable Chief Minister has been insisting and pushing us to do through these years is to kind of take up a few things, select a few brands, select a few projects, and do them consistently year after year. That is when today we are doing the 4th edition. We do another couple of editions, so we should be on the national map. We should be on the international map. So I think the message of doing things well, doing things consistently, and the support and the guidance he gives to all of us, I think that's the driving force, whether it is the music festival we had, as I said, 2 days ago, whether it is the literary festival, whether it is all that we do for music, for art, for cinema. For example, Meghalaya is probably one of the only states which has a state-owned OTT platform, which is called Hello Meghalaya. So that's again something that comes from the vision of the Honorable Chief Minister, which we are doing for the musicians, for the cinema people. The literary festival is for the writers. We have a grassroots music program, which is for the young musicians. So all these, I think, sir, you are the patron of the arts, and thank you so much from our behalf, on behalf of the tourism department, on behalf of all the tourists who come to the state, and on behalf of all the citizens and the young people for taking up all these initiatives and making all this happen. Our tourism minister, Paul Lingdo, he is a poet himself. He is the Minister of Arts and Culture also, so combining the importance of both tourism and arts and culture for an event like this. I welcome you, sir, formally. Again, thank you so much for all the support you give us and for all your vision and foresight in enabling events like this. I want to formally welcome Mr. Vikram Seth. As just mentioning to him, that we all grew up reading his poetry, reading his novels. So it's a delight to see you here, sir. We are grateful, and we look forward to interacting with you and listening from you. I think everybody shares the same feeling. I also see, I can't name all the writers, but I know there are about 20 writers who have been invited, who will be taking various sessions from outside the state, about 12 writers from our own state, and about 22 moderators who are all here. I see Mr. Sanjay Hazarika, Kong Patricia Mukim, and a number of other people. I'll not be able to name everyone, but very warm welcome to you. It's a privilege and an honor to have all of you sit here, share ideas. We all know that the LitFest, I think for people who are attending the LitFest, who have attended it in the past, we all know that by evening, through the day, the ambience of this whole setting becomes very magical. I urge everyone to, again, very enthusiastically participate. So I welcome everybody, friends from the media. This time I also see our officials from Intact who are here. So we have done a beautiful listing of all the heritage homes, many of the heritage homes, at least of Shillong. So that book is also going to be released today. So welcome to you, and thanks for all the support that you give for the festival and for various events we do here. So I welcome the students especially. This is your festival, as I keep saying. So this, as always, we have partnerships. We have a very strong partnership with various local institutions. So all the students, they'd be coming in large numbers. Welcome to you all. And please benefit from the festival. There are lots of especially for the writers. We have invited a few publishers also. Please take this opportunity to interact both formally, informally, and enrich yourself from this opportunity. And to everybody, I formally welcome everybody, and again, once again, urge everyone to take this opportunity and make this festival a grand success. So I want to end with one note of a personal message from my side. We all eagerly look forward to this time of the year, we residents of Shillong, for the cherry blossoms. I mean, it's the most beautiful. Even in my own house, we are very privileged to have 3 large cherry blossom trees. But if you see, I mean, for people who are from here, we all know one thing about this year's cherry blossoms. The bloom has been very feeble. It has not been as lush as in the previous years. So we are investigating why. I mean, I think the obvious reason is the very hot summer we have and climate change. So the state government is doing a number of things we are in an ecologically fragile zone, Meghalaya. So a number of programs are being done to protect the environment. Again, our Honorable Chief Minister is very, I think, passionate about the environment cause. Among the many things, I think the state runs the country's largest payment for ecosystem services program, where we are paying the communities to protect the forest. So while the government does all these things, I think it's a reminder, this cherry blossoms and the lack of flushness in the blossoms this year is a reminder that each one of us should take this up as a mission to do something at our individual level, whatever we can, to kind of deal with this challenge. It's a global challenge, but I think every individual effort counts. To me, that's the personal message and thought I've been having over the last 3-4 days when you look at these blossoms. But nevertheless, I think it's a glorious setting. I welcome you all, and thank you so much, and wish this festival a great success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm welcoming words and for setting the tone of this festival. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what is literature without music? Well, the other half of the soul's creative expression, right? So as we come together to honor the magic of storytelling and creativity, it feels fitting to let music complement the beauty of literature, adding depth and emotion to the stories we celebrate. So it is my pleasure to introduce a harp performance by the talented students of Martin Luther Christian University. The harp, often called the voice of angels, mirrors poetry with its delicate tones and evocative resonance. So let this music set the tone of the Shillong Literary Festival 2024.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sri Saka Nancy Prabhat, and I'm going to perform 2 pieces. The first piece is a song by Ba Desmond Sun. It's Banjangai Na Pingam Kwa. And the second piece is a composition, self-composition. Thank you. and I'll be playing the second song, which is called Ublai Kurkhu Iwara. It's in Benar dialect. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was truly a breathtaking and mesmerizing performance by the Martin Luther Christian University student. And yes, we're so happy to have here with us on stage our very well celebrated author from India, Shobha De. So let's give her a warm applause, please, of welcome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute honor to introduce our next speaker, Vikram Seth, a literary giant whose words have not just told stories, but have connected deeply with readers around the world. His work resonates with rare grace that makes his storytelling unforgettable. Today, as part of this incredible literary festival, we have the rare honor of hearing him while he shares thoughts, insights, and reflections.
Thank you, Ari. Well, friends and listeners, thank you for your very, very warm welcome to Shillong and to Meghalaya in general from the Chief Minister onwards. I've been extremely well taken care of. I've only been here one day. I hope to stay a few more days and explore the beauty of this wonderful state and wonderful city. One could be forgiven. Once heard about Shillong being sort of like the Scotland of the East, and one could be forgiven seeing the cherry blossom around for thinking of it this morning as the Kyoto of the West. But Shillong really doesn't need to be compared to any other city or any other place. Well, the lilt of the harp and the flute, as we've heard, the lapping of waters as one rides in a boat or as one swims, as I did yesterday in the Krang Shui Falls, or the lilt of Kasi, give one a really wonderful atmosphere of the place. And it's been wonderful to be here, even though so far for a very short time. Yesterday, as I mentioned, I took a short tour around the environs of Shillong. Apart from the beautiful waterfalls, I also went to the most astonishing garden of monoliths. I've never seen anything like that in my life. And, you know, I've seen places like Stonehenge. It's astonishing that we don't know about that. It should be world famous, but I wouldn't say ashamed, but certainly embarrassed to say that even in India, even in what you call mainland India, people don't know about these wonderful, wonderful places that are to be found not merely in Meghalaya, but in the other parts of the northeast. I came here by chance. I was perfectly happy writing my novel when a friend sort of kidnapped me and took me off to Arunachal Pradesh for 2 weeks. Now, having been there for 2 weeks, I thought, well, I'm certainly not going to go back to Delhi without having visited a few of the other sisters. And so I thought, well, Nagaland, where I have a friend, Bano Horalu, a wonderful journalist, but no one else did I know in the northeast. I thought I'll go to Manipur. Everyone advised me against it. They said, wait a little, go to a few other places till it calms down. So I went after Nagaland, I went through Assam to Agartala and Tripura, where again I was very hospitably received. Then from there to Mizoram, and then from there across to Churachandpur, Moreh, Kangpokpi, and Imphal itself. There was no way, having seen 6 sisters, that I was not going to see the 7th one, especially given the troubles and the difficulties that are going on there. Well, it's odd to be here where everything is full of cherry blossoms and peace and singing chief ministers and to sort of, in a sense, have this curious feeling of being in 2 places at one, a place where there's a great deal of bloodshed and a place where all one can think about really is the ineptitude of driving and the beauty of the cherry blossom. I was only told last night that I'd have to speak, which of course I thought was very unfair since I hate speaking. I thought that I would lay down 2 conditions, that I should have a bottle of rice beer in one hand and a sprig of cherry blossom in the other. Unfortunately, I have so far been provided with neither, but I think I'll treat the shawl around my neck as a kind of earnest of future things to come. I discover I have a connection with Shillong, which I didn't realize till 5 minutes ago. Tagore apparently was in Shillong, and it was the basis of his inspiration for a famous novel that he wrote called Shesher Kavita, or The Last Poem. This is a poem that was read to my mother when she was pregnant with me. Luckily, that was what she was reading. Had she been reading A Suitable Boy, I would have been born with a flat head. But she was reading this book, and she was taken by the rather wimpish hero of the book, a chap called Amit. And she decided that if she had a boy, he would be called Amit, and a girl, Amita. So I was born, and in the Elgin Nursing Home certificate of birth, my name is Amit Seth. This was later vetoed by my father's side of the family, who said that the name has to begin with Vi, like Vinod or Vijay, who are the first male-born children of male-born whatever. So they said you could call him Vikrit if you like, you can call him Vinash, but it has to begin with Vi. I could have been called Vinay, like your commissioner, but in fact they finally hit upon Vikram. So thanks to Tagore, thanks to Shillong, I'm not called by 2 4-letter words, but something more sensible like Vikram said. Now, when I was in a sulk, thinking that I'd have to speak, I thought to myself, this would be the entirety of my speech. Reading and writing are both intensely private activities. So all this public tamasha is absolutely pointless, and you should, all of you, go home immediately and read a book. But please don't take my advice. That's my advice to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Sir Vikram Seth, for such a wonderful speech which has enlightened all of us as well as made this literary festival inauguration much more special. Well, ladies and gentlemen, right now it is truly a pleasure and an honor to invite our guest of honor, Paul Lingdo, the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya, to address this gathering. Paul is not just a leader, but a true custodian of Meghalaya's cultural soul. A gifted writer and a poet himself, his words have beautifully captured the heart and soul of our people. His contributions to art and literature have left an indelible mark, resonating with readers far and wide. As someone who has been truly moved by the beauty of his words in poetry and prose, I eagerly look forward to hearing the magic of his thoughts and reflections today. Let's welcome Paul Lingdo, please.
Thank you, Wari, for those profuse words of praise in your introduction. Our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Conrad K. Sangma, who has been aptly described as a patron of the arts and a leader who leads from the front. Our other esteemed officials from the government of Meghalaya, Mr. F.R. Kharkongor, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Commissioner and Secretary, officials of the Department of Tourism, writers. I especially extend a warm welcome to Mr. Vikram Seth, Ms. Shobade, Bakanpam Nongkundri, whom I just noticed has just walked in. One of the few from this land of ours who has made it big internationally. And Kong Patricia, if I keep naming everyone, it'll take a lot of time. I think all I can begin with is to say that it doesn't feel like a manic Monday this morning. When you look around, the only thing I wish to draw your attention to is the fact that there is a happy marriage between the God created and the man-made. If you look at the lush green, the cherry blossoms, the beautiful skies, the trees of various species, and then compare with what man has made, there is a gap between what man has been able to do and what the divine, what the universe, what God has been able to do. And therefore, the need for the written word, the need for literature, the need for books, the need for poetry, to try to bridge that gap, to try to capture in whatever, to the best optimum level, that which is ethereal, that which is man-made, to aspire to the heights of the divine. And there lies the challenge of being a writer. I'm happy that on stage we have both Ms. Shobade and Mr. Vikram Seth. Mr. Vikram has just shared why there is an umbilical cord that connects him to Shillong. Ms. Shobade, whatever novels I've read from her pen, have always started with the letter S. And I hope that should consider writing her next novel, beginning with Shillong. Mr. Vikram Seth has shared the fact that his mother sang a lullaby while conceiving him. Now that he has conceived a number of words in the form of books, I'm sure he will also suitably, as a suitable boy, consider writing words, torrents of words about Shillong, Meghalaya, and the inescapable beauty of this place. Friends, as he said, as Mr. Vikram has said, this is not an occasion that we would like to convert into a tamasha. It is just our effort to ensure that literature, writing, and reading does need motivation, inspiration, and the feeling that the state is also here to back up such events. Because left to themselves, the literary fraternity would crumble without lack of patronage and support, which is why we are here to fill in that gap, handhold our writers to the point that they would be in a position to say, we don't need the government, just come as we can issue you a few passes to the Chief Minister and myself to attend future events. Until that time, we will handhold you. So, without taking more time, let me remind all of you that you have come, especially those from outside the state, you have come to Meghalaya, which is home to very ancient races. The Khasis were known to have started the migration to these hills in around 1500 BC. So it's a juxtaposition of ancient races that today have become modern societies. How these ancient races have traveled this long way to become modern societies, and what these modern societies can do in terms of contributing to the ecosystem, contributing to the libraries of the world, contributing to the power of the written word, is a challenge that I would especially share with the younger friends, students who are here, because there is so much of poetry, so much of beauty, so much that can be drawn from the soil of Meghalaya to make it the soul of Meghalaya. I wish LitFest 2024 the most deserving grand success. Thank you, Kublai Mithela.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a manic Monday. It's a day for poetry to reach the heights of the divine. Those were the heartfully crafted words by our Honorable Tourism Minister of the Government of Meghalaya. So thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride and joy that I invite our chief guest, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, to address us today. Shri Conrad K. Sangma is not just a leader. He is a rare blend of vision and creativity, a statesman with a deep appreciation for the arts and music. His love for artistic expression, be it through literature, melody, or culture, has not only shaped his outlook, but also influenced his approach to governance. He once said, "The strength of Meghalaya lies in its people, its tradition, and its stories." True to these words, he has been a torchbearer of growth and progress in our state, ensuring that development goes hand in hand with preserving and celebrating our rich heritage. Today, as we celebrate the magic of ideas, we are honored to have a visionary leader who not only guides us forward, but inspires us with his unwavering commitment. Please join me in giving a warm and heartfelt welcome to Sri Conrad K. Sangma as he shares his thoughts with us.
My colleague in the cabinet, our respected minister in charge tourism, art and culture, and other departments, Paul Lingdo, our officials who are present here on the dais, Frederick, Dr. Vijay, our esteemed guests who are on the dais, Shri Vikram, Madam Shobade, all the other distinguished writers who have come here to be part of the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival, and all my dear students who are here today to be part of this beautiful inaugural program. I first of all would like to congratulate our team, especially those who have been working tirelessly through the last 4 years to give shape and continuity to this very, very important Shillong Literary Festival, which we have been trying very hard to make it into an calendar event, not just for our state and for the region, but at the national and hopefully one day, even at the international level. I also would like to take this opportunity to welcome our special guests, our writers who have come here today, whether we have writers from the national level, Shri Vikram Sethji, Madam Shobade, Mr. Jerry Pinto, or whether it is our own writers who are here, writers like K.S. Nonkandri, and all the other writers. I won't go into detail of all the names, but I really would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for sparing your time to be here today, to be part of the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival. When we started this literary festival 4 years back, we did not expect that we would be able to shape it into the kind of program and a festival that we are seeing today. Really, I must once again congratulate the team which is behind making this festival what it is, and a lot of hard work has gone into making this at this grand level. But I can definitely assure you that this is just the beginning, and we intend to make this into a much bigger festival, as well as ensuring that this becomes an event not just at the national level, but also at the international level. Just a few thoughts that, we have been talking about the literary festival, and it has got many aspects to it. It starts, of course, with the fact that it allows our writers to come together, to provide them a platform. And for many years, though Shillong had the talent, and the people here had the talent and the interest, and more importantly, the passion to write, but somehow the platform was not provided to them. We are hopeful that this literary festival would provide that platform where writers from throughout the world, throughout the country, and our own writers from our own state would be able to come together and really share their thoughts and ideas and and their passion. Another important aspect of having this literary festival is really to generate the interest of reading and ensuring that people write. And that's why we want students to be here. And it's not just about college students, it's about even young children, because the habits and the practice starts very early. So we would like to see that reading and writing becomes a very, very important part of what we are trying to do with the society and our young generation. We have a very, very large population of youth out here, even more than the percentage that is there at the national level. Meghalaya as population is even younger than the rest of the country. And hence we would like to see that this kind of a passion is developed among the children that our young generation that are there. Another area of very great importance for us, why we have been stressing on this literary festival, is that we don't have a habit, I should say, of documenting things. And whether it is just basic writing of novels, or even documenting the history of Wards Lake, or the different cultural aspects, there is a lack of support and interest in documenting all these cultural and historical aspects of our state and of our people. And we are hopeful that this would be a kind of a push to our youngsters to start writing, to document things, and to ensure that you're able to jot down things and come out with books and research. And that's something that we really want to encourage. And that's why you would be seeing that it's not just this literary festival that we're doing, but we're connecting this with what we call the research scholars. So I'm sure you're aware that we have a program called the CM's Research Scholars, where about 50 research scholars are funded by the government to research on different aspects. And through the years, I hope to increase the funding for the writers to do different kind of research and document the important aspects of our state and of our culture and of our people. So that is the thought process that has driven the literary festival. And I also want to share with you that it's not just about the literary festival. I hope that as we move forward, we would get into other fine arts also. Our youth are into so many other aspects of fine arts, whether it's the music, whether it's painting, whether it's drama. All these aspects are something that we would like to explore. So I'm hoping that in the years to come, hopefully maybe by next year, we would start to see fine arts in terms of art and painting also being part of this overall festive season, where we would want our youth to be engaged with artists from the world, and they would get a chance to share their talent and their knowledge with the people. And that's where we're trying to connect this to. And obviously, this is a big part of tourism for us. And we would like to see that how we can make it interesting for the tourist. I can see many tourists are here and who would like to see this festival. And it becomes part of their calendar, part of their activity. And obviously, it adds to the entire flavor of what we are trying to do from a tourism point of view. And that is very, very important for us. But at the end, I would like to conclude by saying that it's not just about literature. It's not just about fine arts. It's not just about tourism. But at the end of the day, it is really about our people and our state, our youth. And therefore, I want to leave you with this thought that the idea of bringing all of this together is really to allow our youth to engage, our population to engage, and to be able to really click on those passions that they have. Our children are into music, but in the many years in the past, there were no programs to support them to be able to, take out their musical talent. I remember, I was also a kind of a struggling musician, I may use the word, and I really used to enjoy playing the guitar and singing songs. We made a band, and I was about 15 years old, 16 years old. And we really used to wish that we could play in, some beautiful location for the tourist, or be playing in a cafe like we used to see in different movies and videos. And that really was something that I really wished and hoped that I would have been able to do when I was, in my teens. And as Wari has just mentioned, that those experiences that I went through, those moments that I went through, have shaped me to think and be able to provide that platform which I did not have when I was 15, 16. Because I wish I could express my different ideas and thoughts and, songwriting, or even, making music. We've made music. We actually wrote songs, but we didn't have the music studios to record. And obviously there was no platform for us to share with it. But without going into all those details, my point being that when we came into government, when we all came into government, one of my thoughts was that, look, we need to give our youngsters that opportunity. And therefore, we started a program called the Meghalaya Grassroots Music Program. And today, thousands of artists are being paid to perform in places like Wards Lake, tourist locations, cafes, and all these areas. And as I said, the larger picture of what we are trying to do here is really to be able to see that our youth are able to follow that passion, that the youth are able to be constructive in what they do. We are able to divert their energy into things that they really believe in and they have the passion. And that is where this literary festival is one part of that larger picture and the canvas that we are trying to create, not just for our youth, for our state, but for the region and the country as a whole. We would like to see our youth being very productive in what they do, so that they're able to follow the passion, the challenge, the desire that they have. And I'm hoping that this literary festival, the music events that we have, the fine arts and the painting programs that we will have next year, all the different MGMP programs, all the different sports programs will allow our youth to engage with really what they desire to do. And that's really the larger picture of what we're trying to do out here. It's not about just one festival. It's a very big canvas, and all these dots are connected to create this beautiful picture of Meghalaya, and that's what we're driving and striving to do. So I really congratulate the team once again. I congratulate our tourism minister. Again, what Vijay was saying in the beginning is partially true, that we have always believed that we should do few things but do them really well. We should be consistent with what we do. And just to share with you the fact that Paul Lingdo is today holding the Tourism and Art and Culture department is not just because we decided just like that, or I decided just like that, but because knowing that he will fit in to this entire picture of art and culture, because he himself is a person who believes in it. He himself is passionate. He's a great writer, a great musician. He's got almost all the talent that you can think of. And that is why he's the right person to lead this department. I really thank him for his passion, for his commitment towards seeing that the Cherry Blossom Festival, to seeing that this particular program and the other tourism programs are a great success. You'll be happy to know that in the coming year or so, we will be investing close to 4,000 crores in different infrastructures in development of tourism, including our Shillong ropeway. For that, the foundation stone for that, I'm expected to be laid next week? Yeah. Next week, we're laying the foundation stone for that. Just day before yesterday, we laid the foundation stone for the Skywalk in Mokodok. We'll be laying the foundation stone for a new 5-star hotel, the Lemon Tree 4-star hotel. And we're going to be finalizing 2 more hotels in the next couple of months. So on and so forth. Hey, what happened? Okay? Ambulance. Call the ambulance. The doctors. Just take her to an open space. Don't crowd around her, if we can just give her some space. And call the medics ASAP. So with these few thoughts and words, I would like to conclude my speech and once again wish this literary festival the very best. I'm sure it'll be very, very exciting. And I really encourage our young writers and especially our students to take this opportunity and embark into into writing. Don't think that you're not good enough. I really always encourage our youngsters, whether musicians or football or soccer, or any kind of sports or even writing. Don't ever think that I'm not that good. Please give it a shot. Go ahead with what you believe and what you feel for. And I'm sure that this particular festival will give you that platform to really explore those opportunities that you and the passion that you have. So with these words, wishing you all the very best, thanking all our writers who have come here today and the organizing committee for a wonderful program. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, sir, for your motivating speech, and thank you, everyone, for helping during that medical emergency. Well, sir, what struck a chord was your earnest appeal for students to read, to engage, and follow their passion in order to carry the legacy of the state forward. Equally inspiring was your call to explore other fine arts. Sir, we recognize the government's initiatives to support arts, which is a testament of your vision of building Meghalaya to greater heights. So thank you so much once again for your inspiring speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this inaugural session, I now invite Shri Cyril V.D. Dengdo, IAS, Director of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Kongwari. Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, Honorable Tourism Minister, Paul Lingdo, distinguished authors, Mr. Vikram Seth and Ms. Shobha De, Principal Secretary Arts and Culture, Shri F.R. Kharkungor, Commissioner and Secretary Tourism, Dr. Vijay Kumar, all the other distinguished authors, dignitaries, government officials, invitees, students, and my dear friends. As we inaugurate the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya. This 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival stands as a testament to our continued aspiration to celebrate the arts, literature, and culture. We express our gratitude to Shri Conrad K. Sangma, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, for joining us as a chief guest this morning. Thank you very much, sir, for clearly articulating your vision for this festival, including the need for our young authors and writers and our youth to document and write about the richness of our culture, our place, our history, and the people of our state. Sir, your vision and steadfast commitment to promote Meghalaya's youth, Meghalaya's tourism, Meghalaya's culture really inspires us all, and your support for initiatives like this is really invaluable. To Paul Lingdo, Honorable Minister of Tourism, who himself is a poet, a songwriter, a singer, a lyricist, and our guest of honor today, thank you, sir, for championing the preservation of Meghalaya's identity and cultural richness through both your words and action. Your inspiring speech and address today and your encouragement propels us forward as we strive to make this festival a source of pride for the people of our state. A heartfelt thanks goes to Mr. Vikram Seth and Ms. Shobha De. Your presence at this year's festival is truly an honor, sir and madam. Your words, your books, your poetry, and your work have really transcended borders, and we are honored to have you here and enrich this Shillong Literary Festival, and the audience will be eagerly awaiting your sessions. To Mr. Vikram Seth, thank you for those magical words and for agreeing to speak to us and to our audience, although last moment. I'd also like to thank all the distinguished authors, speakers, moderators who have come from far and near, from outside the state of Meghalaya, from within the state. Thank you for sharing your valuable time to be here with us today and for the next 3 days. We are truly grateful to all of you, and this event would not be a success without your presence. I'd also like to thank all the curators who have come forward this year to curate this 4th edition. We have had a large curation team this year to make it truly inclusive. Firstly, to Malvika Banerjee from Kolkata for getting us this distinguished authors, particularly Mr. Seth and Ms. Shobha De. Thank you, Malvika. To Professor J. Pradhani, head of the Department of English, and the entire English department of NEHU for your curation of this festival. And also to the faculty from Martin Luther Christian University. Thank you for all of you for helping out your hand and lending us your hand to curate this beautiful festival. I'd also like to thank all the other collaborators who have collaborated with us to make this festival truly meaningful, for ensuring that our children who come here not only enjoy the sessions but also take up the important task of learning to read. The team from the Forgotten Folklore Project for taking our folklore and our oral tradition forward. To the team from Intact, Dr. Madeline Tham and Dr. Ramona Sangma for your curation of the exhibition space and for bringing out the book on our heritage listing. To all the team from Doordarshan, All India Radio for covering this festival, all the other friends from media, both national, both local, both print and electronic, thank you for taking the Shillong Literary Festival to a much wider and bigger audience. To all the government officials, to Shri Frederick Harkongor, Principal Secretary Art and Culture, sir, for your presence, and to all the other officials for your presence and for your support. To our leader in the tourism department, Dr. Vijay Kumar, our Commissioner and Secretary, for really inspiring us and ensuring that we take this festival to greater heights. And to the entire team from the tourism department and the Meghalayan Age Limited, all of you, thank you very much. Without your effort, this festival would not have been really possible. Lastly, and not the least, to the singers who sang, from Martin Luther Christian University, the harp, the person who played the harp, and the other teams. My gratitude also goes out to all the schools, the colleges, the universities, all the youth who are here. This festival is for you all. Your participation truly enriches this festival with energy and creativity. Last but not the least, I want to thank each one of you, all the tourists who have made time out to come here to be part of this festival, and each one of you, our dear audience. Your presence here brings life to the festival. It is your enthusiasm and participation that makes this festival a continued success. Thank you one and all, and I hope that all of you enjoy what promises to be a wonderful 3 days of the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival. With these words, I conclude. Kublai Shibun, Mitela, and Jai Hind.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for your vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've noticed, we also have Ma'am Shobha De on stage. So, Ma'am will be very happy if perhaps we can hear a few words from you as well.
Namaste and thank you very much. This is very impromptu, which sometimes I think is the best way to talk to friends, to fellow writers, all the people in the audience, the coordinators, the curators. But I have to say how lucky is the state of Meghalaya to have a chief minister who is so multi-talented, so today, so cool, so hip, who just connects with the young. And the young are our future. So a person who gets it, who takes such enormous pride in the cultural identity of his state, who shows exceptional commitment and vision, or everything that he announced today is so inspiring. Because honestly, for me, when I was invited by Malabika to come to Shillong, my husband and I jumped at it because we've been here just once before, a long, long time ago. And the time of the year is gorgeous. And like Vikram rightly said, it's the Kyoto of the West and certainly not the Scotland of the East. What a beautiful way to put it. That was number one, to visit the state. But also, on a very personal note, it was to spend time with Vikram. He is so elusive. We barely get to connect, but when we do, it is always magic. And it's just pure joy talking to someone as erudite, He just has poetry in every fiber of his being, and what he says with a sense of humor and a smile which is naughty at the same time provocative. I'm sure students here are delighted to get the chance, Vikram, to listen to you later today. And for me, when we're talking about the letter S, well, there's of course Shillong, there is serenity, there is song, and there are smiles. So thank you, Shillong. Thank you, everybody at the Lit Fest for having us over. This has got to be the prettiest Lit Fest I've ever attended. So thank you again.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am, for ending the inaugural session of the Shillong Literary Festival on such a high note. Surely we will carry those words to heart. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we've come to... Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we've come to the end of the inaugural session. We request everyone to kindly come forward for a group photo. Yes.
Photographers should come on.
Yes, the photographers, can you kindly come for a group photo? We request everyone to kindly stand on... Yeah. If you can kindly stand from your seats, we'll have a nice group photo to be taken. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in a while we will have the Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Tourism Minister and other dignitaries move to the intact store or the intact stall, and there will be the launching of the listing document. This listing document is a collaborative project between MAL, Intact, the Indian National Trust for Arts, Culture and Heritage Meghalaya chapter. So we request everyone to also be part of this launch, which will happen in the Intact stall. After the launch of the stall, we request everyone to kindly be seated, as refreshments will be served at your respective seats. There will be a short break before we begin the sessions.
the petrol can around this caravan and watch the flames take all you own. There's a girl who understands like the back of her two hands. She's all you need to know. Cause you search for years but you lose everything you find. There's braille for the deaf and a signpost for the blind. There's heaven for the cruel but the devil waits for the kind. Track you through the grass, and you ache just to smell her clothes and her cooking down on the stove. You see her face in everyone you pass. darling. I'll turn the lights back on now. We're watching, watching as the credits all roll down. Crying, crying. You know we're playing to a full house. No heroes, villains, one to blame. While wilted roses fill the stage, and the thrill is gone. Our debut was a masterpiece, but in the end, for you and me, on this show, it can't go on. We used to have it all, but now's our curtain call. So hold for the applause. Oh, 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 oh. And wave out to the crowd and take our final bow. Oh, it's our time to go, but at least we stole the show. 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 At least we stole the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sessions will start in a few minutes from now. So while we serve the refreshments for everybody, we request everyone to also be seated, as perhaps we'll be starting in just a few minutes from now. Gentlemen, we will be starting the session in 2 minutes from now, and to anchor for the rest of the sessions, it will be Ms. Sasambha Litan and Mr. Joel Kindia.
Thank you, Wari. Hi, good morning, everyone. Our first session this morning is a discussion that explores a tragic love story in the backdrop of the ancient world of Khasi chiefs, warriors, lovers, and queens, an exploration of greed and justice, and the fragile connection of humanity to the earth through a retelling of Manik Raitong and Liang Macau, blending in myth with contemporary questions. In discussion this morning, we have none other than Ba Kinpham Singh Nongkanri, an award-winning poet and writer, writing in Khasi and English. His latest works include Distaste of the Earth, Funeral Nights, and Around the Hearth. Amongst his many accolades, Ba Kinpham has been awarded the Northeast Poetry Award and most recently the Shakti Bhat Prize. Ba Kinpham teaches literature at the Northeastern Hill University in Shillong. And moderating the session, we have Kanishka Gupta, a leading literary agent and one of the founder of South Asia's leading literary agencies, who has represented an award-winning portfolio of authors spanning Booker-nominated and Wyndham Campbell Prize-winning authors. Please welcome Kinpham Singh Nongkanri and Kanishka Gupta to the dais. Sir, welcome
Hello.
to the dais. You may now take over. Yeah.
Good afternoon, all. While this session is called Folklore as Fiction, the Haunting World of the Distaste of Earth, I'm also viewing it as a celebration of Kimpham's achievements. This has been a marquee year from him. His 1,100-page epic novel of Funeral Nights got published in the UK by a major independent literary press and other stories. And very recently, Kimpham's became the first writer writing in English to win the Shakti Bhat Lifetime Achievement Award in its new format. Shakti Bhat used to be given to best debut writers, but now it's a Lifetime Achievement Award. So congratulations, Kimpham's. I would also like to place his novel, The Distaste of Earth, in the context of his body of work. So maybe we can start about, how, folklore and Khasi history forms a major part of your writing. And I also wanted to talk to you about interpreting, folklore for contemporary times and contemporary readers, be it in Funeral Nights or Distaste of Earth.
Thank you so much, Kanishka. And a very pleasant morning, or is it afternoon, to everyone. I hope you can hear me. Your question, Kanishka, asking me about my using folklore as the basis for my novels and writings. Actually, this is only partly true of Funeral Nights, because Funeral Nights is something that many critics have found difficult to say what exactly it is. That's why Jerry Pinto said it is the Moby Dick of Meghalaya. Very difficult to classify it as a genre. While folklore is part of it, it contains many other elements. If you read Kao Xingjian's Soul Mountain, you will understand, what I'm trying to do in it. As in Soul Mountain, in Soul Mountain, you find treatises, you find essays, you find songs, you find poetry, you find travelogues, you find all short stories, anecdotes. All these things are also in Funeral Nights. And it is more rooted in the present. it is rooted in the past, certainly, but it is even more rooted in the present. But of course, you are right about the distaste of the earth. The distaste of the earth was inspired by the perennial love story between Manik Raitong, whom we call the Orpheus of the Khasis, and Liang Macau, the Mahade, loosely can be translated as the queen, although officially the king's mother is the queen in the Khasi system of governance, which is monarchical in form and republican in nature. So it is or was inspired by this love story. But then, as I keep telling my readers and people who question me, the book is not about their love story. The book is an existential exploration of a life, Manik Raitong's of a life that is Manik Raitong's life, haunted by miseries and death throughout his young life, and he was haunted by miseries and death. So the love story is just a small part of the book. It comes towards the very end of the book. I was more intrigued by the story of Manik Raitong than the love affair that he had with Liang Macau, the Mahade or the queen. Who was he? Who was he? Why was he all alone in this world? What had happened to him? What had happened to his family? What had happened to his entire clan? Why was he all alone in the world? And then, what is it, that made him towards the end of his life behave like a pauper, going about in sackcloth and ashes? What is it? So it was then that I recreated this fictional world of kings and queens, princes and princesses, warriors and plunderers. Because I wanted to explore a life haunted by death and suffering throughout, a world where man is a despot and God is ostensibly absent.
Has this story been fictionalized in like books in Khasi or even in any English language book? This Manik Raitong story.
Yeah, there have been stories written about it, retellings, including my own, which was a short story included in Around the Hearth. There was a film, there was a comic book based on the story, but it's all about. But they have always been about the love story between Manik Raitong and Liang Macau. This is the only book that has rather made the love story, though profound and moving, incidental to the existential exploration.
I wanted to talk about the pata or the local bar, which forms the heart and the crux of the book. In fact, this book can equally be called a book featuring conversations, and socialization around the pata. So I wanted to, and you also mentioned that this is a place which exists on the fringes of the society, which is outside the world of societal rules, clan rules, family obligations. So what is the relationship between, the external and the central in this novel and in the Khasi community too?
The pata or the drinking place, the local bar. This used to be a very popular establishment in the past. It used to be the gathering place of people, and because of that, it was a storehouse of knowledge, opinions, and information. All kinds of people go to the pata, share information, voice their opinions. So it becomes a very important socializing space. But at the same time, it was looked down upon by the respectable section of the society. And the people running a pata are people, that no one would want to invite home for a dinner party or something like that. So in that sense, and the people who run a pata, we're constantly in touch with the people from the lower section of the society with habitual drunks and so on. Although there were also respectable people who went to drink there. Things have become very different. Though we still have patas and drinking places, especially in the rural areas, they have become, their reputation has suffered even more now. But in the book, this pata, the pata actually plays a pivotal role because the tragedy that happens in the capital town of Nongba comes to be known through the people inhabiting the pata. Both the pata owner, the drunks, and some of the respectable customers. So you see, the people running a pata live on the fringe or the fringes of society. They are not considered respectable. But many people who come to drink at the pata are not essentially drunks or essentially from the lower sections of the society. Many respectable people also come there. So there is a meeting place between the lower ends and the higher ends of the society and a pata. There is a kind of symbiotic relationship between this, between the fringes of the society and the centers of the centers of the society. And this can be, and this is a very important, a very important relationship, in any society. Even if you think, even if you take India even if you take it as a metaphor of India, we are on the fringes of society, on the peripheries, not on the fringes of society, but certainly on the peripheries. So there should be a symbiotic relationship between us and the center. All of us should not be, all of us, the peripheries, people from the periphery should not be, should not be discounted altogether, and all of them should not be attempted to be drowned in the so-called mainstream. For a society or for a country to thrive, there has to be a symbiotic relationship.
So I wanted to talk about the many kind of families that are featured in the Distaste of Earth. There's the biological families, adoptive families, clans, alliances of love, alliances of marriage, alliances of drunks, lying down, luxuriating in the grass. So is the concept of marriage viewed differently by the community, and how have you, kind of showed it in your book? And I would also like you to read out a passage from that section that we had discussed.
So, are you asking me, what my idea of family is, or
also
marriage?
In the book also.
Okay. See, biological family is very important, no doubt about it. But sometimes you may be unhappy in a biological family. You may not be understood. The works that you do may not be read, may not be the work that you do. For example, if you are a writer, may not be read, may not be appreciated. Although a biological family is very important, there is a different kind of family that I portray in the book. A community of like thinking and like feeling spirits. And I find this community of like thinking and like feeling spirits, especially in the community of drunks that frequent the patha of Lincoln. And they have their own set of beliefs and principles. Let me just read an excerpt from this, to show you what I mean by this family. And this kind of family is or can even be can be even more happy than a biological family. So this is a character by the name of Sappho. Sappho means someone with bloated cheeks, because he is a habitual drunk. So that is not difficult to understand. So Sappho is reacting to one of his friends saying, "Why aren't you happy? ... I'm saying ... because he is actually cursing. All right. "Why aren't you happy? ... Sappho demanded. "If you aren't, you can always leave. The way is wide, the will is free, as they say. But I, for one, am quite happy, okay? Why should I be thought? We may be idlers, triflers, and good-for-nothing drunks to the rest of the world, but aren't they also to be derided? Aren't they hoarders and schemers and warriors? They worry about the smallest things, whereas we don't have any responsibilities. Who's happier, bros? We live from day to day, run errands and do odd jobs when we have to, so we can buy what we need. Or if things are bad sometimes, we simply mooch for our food and drinks, and we never fail to get something for our troubles. We are good at what we do, and we are good at what we do, and we do what we like, doing best. We drink. And people make us their tasters. We are the best and most reliable tasters around. There will always be drinks for us. People say we will sicken and die before our time. What is the meaning of die before our time? Who is dying before his time, bros? We don't even have to fight because we are considered unfit. We don't go to the plains to raid and plunder, so we don't put our lives at risk unnecessarily. Isn't that right, bros?" His friends chuckled and murmured their agreement. Continuing, Sappho said, "Death is death, isn't it, bros? It comes when it comes. And if it comes because of over drinking, you don't suffer at all. But if you die of one of those horrible illnesses, bampong, cancer, then you have had it. Oh, the pain, bros, the pain is terrible. I have seen it. But the point is that all this talk about us being good for nothing is just a matter of attitude. Can't you see, bros? It's just another way of life, different from ours. That's all. Why should we let them define our lives for us? Hatadong, bloody ass. That's exactly the point I was trying to make for when this idiot of a boy interrupted me. Lit finally chimed in. If you are happy with us and you don't want to go back to that life of toil and obligations, why should you not give her a divorce? Give it to her and be damned, man. Look at us, how carefree we are. We don't even have a house to worry about. When it's wet and cold, we sleep in sheds and whatnot, with a small fire by our side. But when the weather is fine, we sleep where we want, on lawns and hills and valleys. But as you said, we are happy. Let your wife be happy too. What is it to you? Give her the damn divorce, man. So this is just to show you that we have one kind of family which is very, very happy indeed.
So, this brings me to the next question that while Distaste of Earth is a very serious literary novel, it's also very funny in parts. So I just wanted to ask you about the role of humor for you in this novel and the history you were writing about, the period you were writing about. How have...
See, this is... this book can be described as no other way but as a tragic tale. I have a friend who is a writer and a scholar. When she read this book, when she was finishing reading this book, she wrote to me. She said, "So vivid, so poetic, so profoundly moving. I'm crying as I read. I'm crying even now as I am finishing the novel." So it is that kind of a book, all right. But when I was writing the book, I remembered the words of John Dryden. He talked about the importance of comic relief in tragedy. So the role of humor here is partly to provide comic relief to the tragedy. But I cannot do that with the main protagonist. There is no chance of introducing humor into their lives because they are people who as I said, who are haunted by suffering and death throughout their lives. So, so the humor is confined to the minor characters, especially the drunks. And but this is not something forced. The humor among the minor characters, especially the drunks, this is not something forced. It is natural, inspired by people I have known. I have lived with drunks for the most part of my life. And many of them, many of them were my best friends. Some have passed on, some are still there. They are a happy-go-lucky lot, very witty, very humorous, large-hearted, large-minded, and never judgmental. So that's why you will find a lot of humor in the book, but it's mostly among the minor characters.
The story of Manik Raiton is part of the oral tradition retold through oral narration. And I'm sure it must be very musical and rhythmic, but I see the same quality in your writing in this book. So how does music, orality, and oral tradition find its way into your writing? Is it because of the fact that you write a lot of poetry too?
Yeah, as I said before, I have come across some retellings of the love story between Manik Raitong and Lieng Macau. But I never liked any of them. Forget about them being musical and choral. I never liked any of them because they were merely skeletons. Something that would make a mockery of such a wonderful story. So that's why I decided to write, to retell the story in my own way, and I included it, as I said, in Around the Hearth. So you wouldn't find, if you think that the stage of the earth is musical and choral, it is because because of the poetry in me, I suppose. Because I would like to consider myself as first and foremost a poet, and I'm never satisfied. Even when I write prose, I'm never satisfied unless I write the kind of prose that this friend of mine described as vivid and poetic and metaphorical.
I wanted to talk to you about the second section of the novel, which will come as a big surprise to the readers, because it features fables told by animals on questions of morality and existence, and it's a very interesting seek from the first section of the story. How did you think about this? And I remember because we were having a lot of discussions, editorial discussions about this.
Yeah, so there is a section in the book, a large section in the book, which is called Animal Stories. And the unique thing about this section is that it forms a book within a book. It can stand alone as a book. Even if you remove it, you can publish it on its own. It's full of animal stories. And the animal stories are all tales of woe by the animals, tales of woe at the hands of man. It's a very anti-anthropocentric section. You talked about the influence of folklore on my writings. I always consider, I'll come to your question, I always consider our myths. I always say that in every one of our myths is embedded the wisdom of the race. And that every legend speaks with symbolic overtones. And when a writer, you think about all the famous writers who have dealt with mythological and folkloric matters. You think of all of them, why are they dealing with folklore? Why are they inspired by folklore? Because they are looking for this wisdom. They're looking for these symbolic overtones. They're looking at folklore as an overriding, an enduring metaphor. So this is what I'm doing in this particular section of the book, part 2 of the book. There's a very obscure legend in Khasi folklore about a man, an empath, a person who can talk to animals. And so I made use of that legend because I find a metaphorical significance in it. I find it an anti-anthropocentric meaning, and I made use of it in part 2 of the novel. And it is in part 2 of the novel that the protagonist received a kind of healing with the help not of man, not of God, but of the animals. If I have some time, maybe I'll just read a message, the last message by one of the animal characters. Let me have a look at this. It's a bit difficult, with the mic. Okay. Yeah. Please hold on. Hold on, please. Okay. This is a character called Moina, or in Khasi we say Moina. And this is his final advice to the protagonist Manik Raitong. At the end of the Council of Diverse Creatures, where Manik talked to the animals and listened to their tales of woe at the hands of man. So this is towards the end, and Moina is asked by Tiger, the chairperson, to come and wind up the session, the Council of Diverse Creatures. And Moina, this is what Moina did. Moina flew to a branch near Kla the tiger and said, Kublai Shibun Umla, I had organized this Council of Diverse Creatures chiefly for 2 reasons. I came upon Umnik the other day just as he was raving about the unfortunate circumstances of his life. He was literally reeling under the torments of cruel fate. I would even say that he was losing his mind, and constantly buffeted as he was by his dark misery. He was mad with grief and mad with rage. I felt pity for him, but I also realized that his suffering has a common source. His tormentor is the same as ours, and the existential threat he faces is the same we are facing. I urged him to seek the help of the animals. He was surprised, but I insisted. If he cannot seek help from God or from man, I said, why not from the animals? Umnik did not realize what kind of help I wanted him to seek. We cannot help him escape the tyranny of God, nor can we help him fight against the tyranny of man. From the various stories, we have seen how all of us have been the victims of man since the beginning of time, and doubtless it will be so till the end is upon us. I wanted Umnik to learn a lesson from us. The animals. The spirit of solidarity he had hoped for was not the only thing I had in mind. It is true, we can find common ground in stories of shared discontent. It is true, we can dilute our sorrow in the lake of collective sorrows. But I wanted Umnik to learn something else, freedom. You say, Umnik, black is my despair and bitter are my thoughts. That is understandable, for how do we lighten or sweeten our days when calamitous fate whips us with one misfortune after another? But at the same time, how should we react to the onslaught of dark destiny? Should we whimper and cower in a corner like our Kintyap in the Lang Warku story, waiting for the lashes to fall? Freedom for Kintyap came with rebellion, which transformed our situation. But it is different for you, Omnik. You were paralyzed with despair and embittered by dark moods. The red haze of anger against man might have freed you from your death wish, but genuine freedom lies in cutting yourself adrift, disconnected from the sources of wretchedness, a fluffy down in the wind of fortune. You say, I have lost my parents, my brothers, my sisters, and all the members of my clan. I'm alone in the world now, the most wretched person on earth. What can I look forward to now? Dark is the moment, dark is the morrow. Yet you live. While you live, things may yet happen that make you smile. Not all the creatures of the forest live in groups or in pairs. Many are alone, and yet they lead normal lives. They eat and sleep, they rise and sing. You say, my heart aches thinking about the dead ones. It is as empty as the sky. Labasa the leopard lives alone. When hungry he hunts, having eaten he sleeps. What is so terrible about being alone? On yoke, Omnik, those who went were meant to go. Fate is neither cruel nor kind, it just is. Carry on. You don't know what life has in store for you at the next bend of the path. It may be something terrible. It may also be something most beautiful. You burned with anger, thirsted for revenge, and blasphemed against man and God. But freedom lies in unyoking yourself from all the things that cause you pain and anger. Assam and his warriors brought about the death of your sister. Unyoke yourself from your sister. It is a destiny to go that way, a destiny not to keep you company. You may say I am unduly fatalistic, but doesn't fatalism lead to calm acceptance? Isn't that a good thing? Why fret about something you can do nothing about? And Assam will get his just deserts. But if he doesn't, sense those who cause great torment to others rarely get their just deserts. What of it? Unyoke yourself from him. In cutting him adrift, you will also cut your anger and hatred, your true enemies adrift. I'll skip a few lines. You have all the wealth in the world in front of you. Fruits, berries, taro, yam, cassava, and so many other things. Be a real creature of the forest. Imruing, bamruing, di-ring. Live for the present. Eat on the spot. Drink on the spot. What need you worry about the rest of the day or anything else? Be a bird, be an animal. Why should you burden yourself with needless worries and responsibilities? Do what you love without amassing things you do not need. Have what you need, but why should you want more than you need? So it goes on like that. I wouldn't read the whole thing, but that gives you an idea about the healing process that the protagonist receives from his interaction with the animals in a dreamlike state. Thank you.
So, I have a very pertinent question. When you're writing about a community that exists in a different language, from the language you are writing in, there's a process of translation involved. So I would like to know how did that process of translation, come about for you, and did that influence the kind of narratorial choices you took, for this novel?
Okay, that is a very interesting question. Whether I write poetry or drama or short stories or novels, I always think in Khasi. The process of writing for me is a process of translating my thoughts from Khasi into English. In fact, Kartika, the publisher of Westland, was the first to discover this quality in my poetry. She said, I met her in Kovalam when she came to me, after reading my poetry, after hearing me reading my poetry, she came to me and she said, Kinfarm, I must publish your poetry. That was quite incredible for me. That's how I became a HarperCollins writer. At that time, she was the publisher of HarperCollins. She said, do you know why I want to publish your poetry? Because there's a uniqueness in your poetry, a unique storytelling voice in your poetry. But not only that, I feel when I listen to your poetry in English, I feel as if I'm listening to a work of translation. That's because I translate my thoughts from Khasi into English. And this process of translating my thoughts from Khasi into English does not influence my choices of subjects, but it certainly influences my style. So that's how it becomes. Even though I write in English, it becomes like a work of translation. It becomes the mark of my personal style.
And also because you write in both the languages, how do you choose what to write in which language? And my second question is, do you think your Khasi and non-Khasi readers will approach your work differently and take away different experiences from it?
See, actually I don't choose, what to write in Khasi and what not to write in Khasi because of anything intrinsically literary, but because of practical reasons. In poetry, I write poetry in both Khasi and English. I write drama in both Khasi and English. I have published more drama in Khasi than in English. So whatever I write in Khasi, I write in English. But when it comes to fiction, I have to take a practical, sensible decision to write in English. Maybe later, I will write the same works of fiction in Khasi, but for now, I don't think I can do that. I mean, can you imagine me publishing a work like Funeral Nights in Khasi? Who would publish a book of 1,000 plus pages? Who would buy? Who would fund me for a work of this kind? I would be bankrupt by the book.
I wanted to talk to you about what you feel about these major awards and publications that have come your way. As a writer who comes from represents a literary history that has been underrepresented, do you see it adding any value to your books, or do you feel that they are mere token gestures?
What do you mean, the awards?
Yeah, all the awards and also the UK publication.
Okay. I received a letter, from the state government offering me an award as one of the tribal achievers in the field of literature, and I saw a list of, other achievers in the letter, and most of these achievers, are young people. So I was thinking that if I accept this award, I would be the only awardee with a white head. So, these people have achieved so young. Does it mean that it has taken me so many years to achieve something that the state government is going to recognize? But that is not the case, actually. That is not the case. I received my first award from the government of Tripura, the first Northeast Award, Poetry Award. Then the second award from the government of Madhya Pradesh, the Veer Shankar Shah, Raghunath Shah National Award for Tribal Literature. I was fairly young when I received these awards. So in that sense, I had also achieved something when I was fairly young. It was only in the state, that I have been recognized so late. But I'm very thankful for this government because at least it has recognized that I have done something useful for Khasi literature. And it is not, and because of it, I'm not being recognized posthumously. I remember,
He was convinced that he's not going to win any prizes. We had this conversation 2 years ago at the fest only.
Yeah. I mean, the worst thing that could happen to an author is to be recognized posthumously. We have a national bard by the name of Sosutham. Now, we are giving holidays on his every year on his death anniversary. But when he was alive, nobody would read his books. Nobody would buy his books. And he used to go around door to door to peddle his book like a peddler peddling his ware. That's very sad. So I'm very thankful, at least, now that I would be recognized when I'm still able to enjoy it. So you are right, but I'm very happy, to be first awarded by the government of Tripura, then the government of Madhya Pradesh, then by IIAS Shimla, which awarded me the Tagore Fellowship, which is a very prestigious fellowship. Then later I was awarded by Sparrow. I received the Sparrow Literary Awards in 2022. And also by the Bangalore Review. So I'm very happy to be first recognized by them because it shows that my writings in Khasi and English have transcended what is merely local, what is merely specific, and are being enjoyed and being enjoyed and valued by people from the rest of the country. Thank you.
So, Kimpham, can you tell us about your new projects, your next novel? Also, maybe talk about the seminal anthology that you're working on that will be out next year. It will be launched at the Lit Fest in Nagaland.
Yeah. Recently, there was a feature in Hindustan Times, and it talks about how I write at a frenetic pace. I'm doing several things at once. I'm working on two anthologies. One is the anthology of short stories from the Northeast. This will be published by Penguin in February next year, and it will be released in a book fair in Nagaland. I'm also working on an anthology of poetry, then 2 books in Khasi. I'm also working on a collection of short stories in English and my new novel in English. That's because why am I doing all these things at once? Why am I working so frenetically? It is because I feel that time is running out for me.
60.
Well, 60, then you can start counting the years,
So we can take 2 questions from the audience.
It was good. Session was good.
Hello, Sir Confirm. Hello, Sir Kanishka. Sir Confirm, I've been a fan of your poetry collection, Yearning of Seeds. So, of what I had observed, your narratives often aspire, in an extended sense, to bridge the Khasi folklore with the modern contemporary literary space. So, sir, how, I would want to know, in your process of writing, how do you negotiate this interplay between the collective memory that you often use, because most of it's based on the folk tales and the folklores of the Khasi community. So how do you interplay between the collective memory embedded in these traditional stories and to your own personal individualistic style of writing, and how it is relevant, or how do you think it is relevant to the modern contemporary space of literature? Thank you.
Thank you. You know, in one of the articles on Northeast poetry, I describe Northeast poetry as very rooted. It is rooted in the land. It is rooted in the people's culture. It is rooted in the past, and it is rooted in the times. So my own poetry is exactly like that. It is rooted in the past, in the land, in the people's culture, in the past and the times. And for me, the present is the most important thing. It is the most important thing because the present may be beautiful, but it is also very ugly. It is full of dilemmas and dangers of all kinds. If you read Funeral Nights, I talk quite a lot about these dangers and dilemmas, not only faced by us as a community, but faced by the entire world. So I go back to the past. Looking for this relevant, abiding metaphor. I make use of the past. I make use of collective memory as a metaphor for the present. For instance, in The Distaste of the Earth, I talk about the world of Manik Raitong, where man is a despot, where God is ostensibly absent. Now, this world is not only mythic and legendary, it is also very much contemporary. And I just draw your attention to what is happening in Gaza. Where is God for those people? You only see colonial tyranny, racism and fascism, unleashing the most horrible crimes known to humanity. So that's how, the past becomes an abiding metaphor for the present for me. Thank you.
We'll take one last question from Mary.
Thanks, Kanish. Thank you, Ba, for that conversation, and thank you, Kanish, for gearing a very engaging conversations. I think so many perspectives presented there. I have many questions for you, Ba, but I'm just going to point it down to two. I'm wondering what your thoughts are, because you talked about the underrepresentation, I think, Kanish, one of your questions, of language, stories from this state and other platforms. What are your thoughts on the ecosystem of that creates writing and that sort of promotes or encourages writing outside of the academic spaces in the state, in the city? And the second question is, what are your thoughts on the ways in which folk is interpreted in children's literature to a point where I feel that maybe at some point we might actually forget all the layers and nuances of our folk into just very simplistic tellings for children. Can you share some of your thoughts on that?
There are many questions there. I have a personal ecosystem, that inspires me in my writings. You have to be, I believe, you have to be very unhappy. If I had been happy, I would not have written all those poems all those stories, all these novels and dramas. I believe in that. You know, if I had been happy, I would not have been so creative. You know, this happiness can be at the personal, this unhappiness can be at the personal level, or it can be at the societal level. For instance, you know, why did I write the book that has been described as one of the best modern epics by a writer from India? Not my words, the words of a critic. Why? Because I was inspired by what's happening around me, by the present and what is happening around me. I mean, you look at life, you look at what's happening in society. Divide between Khasi and Giantess. When we are one, there's a huge divide between the matrilineal and the matrilineal society and the people who want to turn the matrilineal society into patrilineal society. There's a big divide between based on religion. You know, there's a big divide based on religion. There's a big divide based on communal identities, and these are very, very dangerous trends. They are very depressing trends, and they also so they all inspired me, you know, to take up these issues, to write about them, and there is also another kind of inspiration, you know, the misrepresentation of my community by both outsiders and insiders. That also has been one of the sources of inspiration for me. But in writing about your community, you have to write in such a way that, you know, that your book is read and enjoyed by people who don't belong to your community. That's why I came up, you know, I came up with this idea of using stories upon stories to talk about my community. And that's how, through these stories, my book has transcended what is merely specific and local. And when it comes to simplifying folklore as children's literature, there is a great danger in that, because you, as I said, you know, there is every legend speaks with symbolic overtones, and there is profound wisdom embedded in every myth. So when you turn, for example, when you turn sacred, the Khasi sacred myths, where we have some of the most profound religious philosophy, you turn that into children's stories. It makes a mockery of of their sanctity. But yet at the same time, you can also think of these children's stories as the first step towards reacquainting the society with their own oral literature. You know, in the past, especially during the time of the Welsh missionaries, we were discouraged from looking at our folklore, from knowing our folklore. We were discouraged to consider our myths and legends and songs and poetry. We were discouraged to look at them, to read them, to listen to them as something pagan and irreligious. But things have changed dramatically now, and the younger generations, I'm very happy to say, are much more aware of their own literary heritage. Thank you.
I think we've run out of time, but thank you, Kim Pham, for such profound and incisive and honest responses and for that very powerful reading. Let's have a huge round of applause for him.
Thank you, thank you.
We'll also be having a small token of appreciation for our guests on the days. Please, let's have one more round of applause. Yeah. Since we're running a little behind schedule, if there are any more additional questions, perhaps they can be raised at the book signing, where we will be having the author there'll be a book signing at one of the tents that have been set up. Once again, a sincere thank you to Bark and Palm and Kanishka for their ephemeral yet very compelling discussion on the hauntings of folklore, the profoundness of poetry, and the follies of anthropocentrism, and most importantly, the importance of comic relief in tragedies, beautifully told through a retelling of Manik Raitong and Liang Macau. Thank you once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to our second session titled For the Love of Travel, which is an exploration of journeys that go beyond the physical realm, soul-stirring landscapes of stories, adventure, and human connection. We are joined by Sabir Hussain, a passionate adventurer and author of 2 acclaimed motorcycle travelogues, Battlefield and Paradise, chronicling his solo journey to Ladakh. Adventure across Northeast India. A former journalist turned travel writer, Sabir combines his love for the written word and his affinity for the Himalayas in stories that capture resilience and human spirit. In conversation with him is David Latplang, a seasoned journalist with over 2 decades of experience in media and communications. A former president of the Shillong Press Club and national executive member of the Indian Journalists Union, Latplang has been a guiding force in shaping the narratives of Northeast India through impactful journalism and media integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a warm welcome to Sabir Hussain and David Latplang. Kindly note that this session is slated to be for 40 minutes. Gentlemen, I now leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you, host. Hello, check. Thank you, host. Hi, Sabir.
Hi.
Okay. So we got this Bud Esmond. He's one hell of a guy. Bud Esmond, I hope you're still here. Thank you so much for your inputs on giving the richness and the culture of our Khasis and so much more. And now it's a little bit more about fun because I'm a journalist, so is he. He decided not to be a journalist anymore until he decided to take a Royal Enfield. Sabir Hussain is a very senior journalist who has worked with the Hindustan Times and with many media houses, and he's done a lot of crazy stuff. He's good at the desk, and he's also good at the bike. So when he was 48 years old, he decided to take a trip to Ladakh. And that's when he first wrote his book, Paradise and Battlefields.
Battlefields and Paradise. Other way,
Absolutely.
Battlefields and Paradise.
And then he's from the Northeast, he's from Guwahati, and then he came back, rode another bike, and it's beautiful, into the East. And I don't know for what reason, but you made chapter 10 very long.
Yeah, that's all about Meghalaya, and I had a lovely time riding through Meghalaya, through different places. I mean,
Okay.
wonderful.
So let's just do this, because there are a lot of lovely young people here. I can see them. There are keen writers too, a little bit interested. Now, Abha is there. And tell me, how did you get into, how did you want to do motorcycling?
Well, motorcycling had always been a passion, but somehow for many years I did not find the opportunity to go on rides. Then sometime in 1998 in Delhi, I was out of the blue. There's a motorcycle club called the Pathfinders. So they were planning a ride to Ladakh, and they were one man short. So someone suggested my name, and they came over and asked me. So and I just jumped at the opportunity. So I became a part of the club. I stayed with them till 2008. Went to Ladakh about 8 times with them. But then, and that's how it stuck. So while Ladakh was great to ride through Kashmir, sometimes through Manali. But I had always wanted to do the Northeast because I am from it and from this side. And I think the challenges of riding across the Northeast are a little different than riding through Kashmir or Ladakh. So that's how I never quite looked back
So when
after
you
1998.
How did you choose the motorcycle? How did you choose the Royal Enfield? Because there are a lot of guys here, like Royal Enfield is a very popular thing.
Royal Enfield because, when I was riding to Ladakh, I had a Suzuki. I had a smaller bike. I rode it to death. I rode it for about 12 years or something, then before I scrapped it. So when I started the Northeast ride, which had been on my mind for a very long time, I did not have a motorcycle at that time, and I wasn't willing to invest a couple of lakhs to buy a Royal Enfield Himalayan to go on the ride. So I asked the Royal Enfield corporate communication boss if he could lend me a bike for 3 months. I didn't quite expect it, but I was really surprised when he said, of course we can lend you one.
Awesome.
They were very kind enough to ship the bike from Chennai to Delhi, where I picked it up. I put it in the train to Siliguri. And then I came to Siliguri, picked up the bike, and then I started the ride.
Okay, so from Siliguri. So then you traversed the whole of Northeast.
Much of it. I started from Sikkim, then came down to travel through Assam, and then Arunachal. I had to make 3 trips because in one pass they won't let you travel the whole state. I came back, then I did Meghalaya, then went to Silchar, crossed over to Manipur, spent a few days there, then rode across to Nagaland. And then rode back to Guwahati.
Okay, so cool. So when you went to Ladakh, did you plan to write a book about it, or was just a ride and then the whole thing about writing a book as a journalist came into being?
No, it happened like when I was part of Pathfinders. I mean, the rides were very hectic. Like we had because it was a large group and people had problems with leaves. So somebody had, say some people could spend just about 10 days on the ride. So our stoppages were very calibrated. Like one day here, point A, one day, point B, one day. So it was more about riding than interacting with local people or imbibing local cultures and interacting with locals. So that didn't really, although I wanted to write about it, but I didn't really have enough matter that I could really write about, because I honestly didn't have that much of interaction. So when I finally left that group in 2008 and I decided to go solo in 2013, was that when I found I have the extremely enriching experience. And I did not take normally if you go to Ladakh from Delhi, you take the Jammu-Srinagar highway and then go. So I decided to take an alternative route, which is through the Mughal road, from Rajouri to Shopia and then Srinagar and then Leh and all. So that, and then onwards to Turtuk, which is the last Indian village in the extreme north. So that trip was so enriching. I thought, why not write about it? But even then, before I sat for that trip, how Battlefields in Paradise came to be written was also quite interesting. In the sense, I was sometime in April of 2013. I was driving my wife to her office. So suddenly, a schoolboy on a bicycle, he is riding down on the wrong side of the road, and then he crosses diagonally, almost comes in front of my car. So I swerved not to hit him. And I just told my wife, this is what happens when common sense takes leave. So she said, that's such a wonderful phrase you used to describe something. So why don't you write a book? I said, the book I want to write, you won't let me write, because I have to go solo and you are against me writing solo. So then on the spur of the moment, she said, no, you go, I won't stop you. So which is how I went.
And then,
decided.
So when you got into Ladakh, did you feel that you were going to write about it, or it just came off the trip, and at the end of it, then you decided that, okay.
No, not at the end of it. I think I made the decision somewhere in the middle of it. When I was traveling from Srinagar to Leh, and I got caught in a massive, in torrential rain. I was drenched to the skin. I was shivering like a leaf in a tree, and then I took shelter in a small hotel where the tea shop owner was very kind enough to serve me some really warm, hot meals. Then he took off my gloves and says, let me dry it for you. So he put it on he had a huge stove run by fire, fueled by firewood. He dried my gloves. He gave me my dry gloves back in the rain and all. So, and I thought the hospitality, a totally unknown person, helping me out so much. And then it has happened. Along the route, I have met some such people. So then I thought, okay, I better write about it.
So essentially, when you were 48 when you decided to take that trip, and so you went to Ladakh, and what you met there, and you were a journalist then. Was it really what's happening on the ground? Was it real, or was our reportage not really nice enough?
I did find differences, not as much in Ladakh as in Kashmir, because when I was planning the trip, I was warned, don't go. Many of my well-wishers said, don't go. It's a dangerous place to go, and certainly not alone. If something happens to you, it will be very difficult for your family and all. But then I thought, no, let me find out firsthand. I'm a journalist myself. There are other journalists who are reporting from Kashmir and all. So I went, and I did find a difference in the sense that things were not as bad as I thought when I was reading the newspaper reports or watching television. It's not that somebody was just waiting to ambush you or kidnap you. No, there was nothing like that. There was security. I got frisked at a lot of checkpoints. But that was that. And then during the Northeast ride, when I was the day I crossed over to Myanmar for a short while, and on the way back, I stopped at a restaurant in Moreh. So I had lunch. Then I chatted up the restaurant owner when I went to pay him. And he told me something 6 years ago, which now looks like he had so much of foresight. He said, you know, I asked him about, because there's heavy security deployment in Moreh. So I was asking about security deployment. He said, you know, insurgency is not as much a problem in Manipur as the question of ethnic undercurrents. And he told me, and I've written in my book, he told me so, I mean, as if he saw the future. He said, you know, once trouble starts, army flag marches won't calm down the situation. The government needs to do something before it blows up. And 6 years on, I mean, whatever he said sounds so true now.
It's happening.
What struck me was that 6 years ago, we wouldn't have read much in newspapers or heard in any other news that Manipur is sitting on a powder keg of sorts. Most media reports were talking about the massive infrastructure drive going on in Manipur, roads, bridges, railheads, and all those are good. We need development, but it beats me that how did we as journalists 6 years ago missed these warning signs that something, some big trouble could happen.
Bad was happening. So, if you look at it, Manipur, obviously, Meghalaya, since you focused a lot, what did you see about Meghalaya?
Frankly, I loved Meghalaya. Starting from the ride from Guwahati, and I did mention in the book that I think it's one of the best. At least in 2018, it was one of the best roads to ride. I mean, it's a motorcyclist's delight. You twist and turn, and enough open stretches to speed up and all those things. I loved the hospitality everywhere that I went. It started with the guest house owner in Sora, and frankly, I didn't know Cherrapunji was largely called Sora now, so I kept looking for, when I was entering Shillong, I was looking for signages for Cherrapunji. I did not see any. I kept seeing Sora, so I finally stopped somewhere and asked. She said, oh, Cherrapunji's name has changed to Sora. So that's how I find out. Now, this guest house where I stayed, I mean, I'll never forget his hospitality in the sense, the day I was leaving, I had to leave early morning for Dauki. So this young man who was running the guest house, he told me that he would be leaving at night because he wasn't staying in the guest house. He has a house nearby, so he just goes and sleeps the night there. So I was making the payment. That time he didn't have UPI, so, and he didn't have change. He said, I can't pay you back 200 rupees, whatever was the difference. So he let me go off without paying 800 rupees because I told him that 1 month later I'm coming back with my wife and kid, which I did. So, I mean, he was a total stranger. He trusted me. He said, okay, when you come back next time, you make the payment. I did that, but I can't imagine somebody else it happening in some other parts of the country who would let me go without paying him 800 rupees.
So that was one of your best experiences.
Yeah. Then I also had this long meeting with Lou Majo in Shillong. I had asked him for 20 minutes. I ended up speaking to him for 90 minutes. Enthralling. I mean, I just loved that conversation. It just went on and on and on. I mean, he also didn't realize time was running out. It was a great time. I had a lovely time riding to Dauki, then to Phnom Penh.
So tell me something. You're 52. Now.
was when I started. That road in 2018, I was
So,
53.
is motorcycling actually on a Royal Enfield, isn't it a bit of a challenge for like a person of that
my age?
Yeah.
Depends. I mean, if you are physically fit, that shouldn't be a problem. But there have been times when I wish I was younger, particularly in 2018 during the ride from. I was traveling from Teju to Wallong in Arunachal. I was headed for India's two easternmost villages, Kibitu and Kaho. Now, much of the road from Wallong to from Teju to Wallong was atrocious. I mean, there was virtually no road for much of the distance, and it was just rocks, more rocks, and water crossings, and they had scrapped out the mountains to build a new road or widen the road. Red soil, slippery, watery. And then, Royal Enfield had a very good tag for the Himalayan. It said, built for all roads, built for no roads. So that tag really, the bike really lived up to that tag, carried me through. But I did end up riding at night, which I really hate. So in those kind of situations, I really wished I was younger. But I mean, and stretches from Imphal to Kohima, stretches of that highway was also terrible. And then from Kohima to Okha, they were laying new roads. So it was just full of rocks and more rocks as far as you can see. So, yeah, it was...
So, Sabir, like as a journalist, then you're riding a bike, you're traveling the country, you're seeing most of the country in its completely pristine sense. Any of it that we reported as journalists, was it real, that's happening on the ground that you see? Like for instance, Ladakh, Kashmir, whatever was reported in mainstream media, was it really happening or was it just a facade?
No, it was largely happening, but what happened was sometimes like I said about Manipur, where we missed warning signs of reporting. I mean, I think we should have, as journalists, people should have reported. Then there's a danger ahead, which we missed. But largely what happens was reportage of what has happened is more or less okay. I mean, what has happened, you can't change it. But to put things in perspective, or what it could mean in the future, what ramifications such kind of events would have, I think that point has largely been missed, whether it was in Kashmir or in the Northeast. Like I'll tell you one thing, in Nagaland I met a group of people in Okha. I just finished lunch, I was going out towards Mokokchung. That's casual conversation, which very aware youngsters, and they were pretty miffed that the government's, the center's push for an agreement with the NSCN hasn't yet, come to a final stage. And they were very aware. They said, see, if this government is just trying to mollify Nagas with this kind of thing, sort of carrot and stick policy, or not even a carrot and stick policy. It's like trying to put up a pretense that it wants peace, but hasn't been able to stitch together a final agreement. He said, no, that could be dangerous. And if you see, I mean, I think last week, there's this interview of NSCN chief, Muiva, saying, is it Muiva? Yeah, I think it was Muiva. Was saying, who's warning that NSCN could break the ceasefire once again.
Yeah, that was last week. So tell me something, Sabir. lot of young kids here. And I don't know for what reason, but Royal Enfield is quite a favorite here in Shillong.
Yeah, I've seen
I can see all of them Royal Enfields,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
different types of variants.
Yes.
How difficult is it to ride and then ride a journey and write about the journey?
That bike is a very user-friendly bike, so and modern Royal Enfields are much better than what they used to make, say, 15, 20 years ago. Very good quality build. They take you through thick and thin. That's the hardware part of it. Now, when you write a book about travel, I mean, what happens is you have a blueprint. You have something in your mind. Okay, I will travel from point A to B, and then to C and D. I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll meet so-and-so, and then I'll write. You don't have to think about, not like fiction that you have to conjure up a plot to keep readers hooked. So by the time you finish a write, you already have the experience, you have to write. But what happens is, even if you plan a ride and you plan your itinerary of what you would want to ride, sometimes say you have planned to meet somebody in a particular place, a local person of importance. So when you reach that place, he may not be there, he or she may not be there for some whatever reasons. You may want to visit a place, and then you find out at the last moment that you were not allowed to visit. It happened with me when I was in Arunachal Pradesh. I crossed Jairampur. I was heading to see the Pangsu. I was heading to the Pangsu Pass in the India-Myanmar border. So I had to take a pass from Jairampur, in Jairampur, from either the army or the I think there's this SDO there. But the Assam Rifles told me, if the civil officer gives you one, we'll give you one. Then I went to check with him. So he says, sorry, there's a change in protocol. We have orders from the center that outsiders are not allowed now to go to Pangsu. So that was a big disappointment. So that is those things you have to keep in mind, somebody, if you are planning to write a travel book.
Yeah, so does this become a bit of a challenge for you when you're trying to figure out and how to conceptualize and put it into words? And then these challenges, how much did they actually impede you?
Depends on at what stage you face these challenges. In my case, like this Pangsu Pass thing happened when I was in the middle of the trip. So then I had enough, because I still had enough distance to cover. I still had enough places to see. So I could make up for that, for missing Pangsu and not able to see the other side of Myanmar on that side. So I made for that shortcoming or my misfortune by doing the trip to More and then crossing over to Myanmar. So if I was lucky in that way, otherwise I think you have to make the best with what you've got to write about.
And when you finished your trip, what was your bestest takeaway that you had from Ladakh as well as from here? Then as a journalist, because you were a journalist when you started, you were a journalist when you took that ride, you were a journalist when you said, I'll go to Ladakh before I touch 50. So obviously you took that ride and the story unfolded, but what were your takeaways when you came to the Northeast into the East?
See, David, my takeaways have been the wonderful memories that I have made and that wonderful adventures I have had. I mean, it's like a different feeling when you suddenly find yourself get caught in either in torrential rain in a place like Sonamarg, it's bitterly cold, or you get caught in a snowstorm climbing Khardungla Pass, or you get trapped in some other place in Ladakh because of in Kashmir because of a landslide, and you are stranded until help arrives in the form of an outmover from the Border Road Organization to clear the mess before you can travel. And then the friendships that you forge, that you make. And I've discovered one thing, that if you're on a motorcycle, you make friends more easily than if you're in a car. So,
Anyone here who likes to ride motorcycles? There's no riders.
So there's one there.
Oh,
Is there? So so the memories the memories are the best takeaways. You know, I met during Northeast ride, I met Tenzing Hillary's son in Darjeeling. Such a humble soul. He is an Everestier himself. The memories of meeting him, or meeting a steam train driver in Darjeeling. I met a 1962 veteran in Tawang. I went to Kiguama village in outside Kohima. I looked up the house where the Japanese general, commander, General Sato, during the Second World War stayed in the house. It is still there, still stands as it was. It's changed hands a few times. So this kind of memories, you know, they're going to last a lifetime, and no one can take them away from me. I mean, and the fact that I achieved what I wanted to do, whether it was on the right side of 50 or the wrong side of 50, I did what I wanted to do. So I have no regrets in my old age. That I won't have that regret in my old age, that I wanted to do something and I didn't do when I had the time.
Absolutely awesome. Are there any journalist students here, or writers, or anybody? If you would like to talk to Sabir. Sabir has been a very dear friend. He was with the Hindustan Times and we worked together. And he's traveled and he's used his passion for motorcycling to actually discover and to actually render knowledge. Because when I read chapter 10 of Sabir's book,
Into the East.
It was kind of Into the East. It was kind of interesting. What he saw and what he described, it was just like you and me. It's not a journalistic parlance or anything. It's just you and me. If you guys want to read, or if there are anyone who wish to ask anything about his experience, especially the writer.
To ask that.
Anyone?
Hello? Yeah, it's just a general question because you've been traveling solo and especially in the Northeast, there's a lot of language barrier, right? So how did you face that and how did you navigate through that?
Frankly, I didn't find a language barrier. I mean, I speak Assamese. I understand a little bit of Bengali. I can speak a little bit of Bengali. So Hindi, English, of course, carried me through. I mean, you won't believe the kind of language issues I had was with people you wouldn't expect. I mean, I was stopped at a checkpost in Arunachal Pradesh. They were the Maratha light infantry people. The funny thing was, my motorcycle had a Tamil Nadu number plate, and this soldier from the Marathi Light Infantry, he was a Tamil. So the moment he saw my motorcycle, he started speaking to me in Tamil. Finally, I had to tell him, chill, bro, I'm not Tamil, I can't speak. So then the day I was riding into Shillong from Guwahati, I parked the bike outside the lake. What's that lake? Barapani. So the moment I stopped the bike, there were 2 other bikes behind me, much younger people, 3 people on 2 bikes. Though they come in and they go ahead and park somewhere else. So suddenly the youngest of the lot, they comes running to me. He says, sir, are you from Chennai? I said, no. Then I told him, you must be from Chennai. He said, yeah. So I saw your number plate, so I thought you must be from Chennai. So that's how, and of all places, in Imphal, I stopped to ask for a direction. Another Emeti person, he also asked me, are you from Chennai? He starts talking in Tamil. I said, how do you know Tamil? He said, no, I worked in Chennai for a few years. So I saw your number plate. I thought you were a Tamil. So that's how. I didn't have problem with it. Otherwise, speaking to locals around here. And no.
Hi, Sabir.
Hi.
Nabina here. I'm your
Yeah.
former colleague
Yes.
from the Sentinel.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so good to see you up on the
You
stage
too.
and talking about your book. When I knew you back then, and I keep telling my friends that I never thought that Sabir Hussain will be the biker type. I don't know what is the biker type, but at that time, you were talking about journalism students. At that time, I was a journalism intern, right? A very young person working for the Sentinel, and you were already there as a reporter. So now that I see this transformation, I'm curious, what made you love this whole idea of travel? See, biker type I'm bringing in not just as a stereotype, that at a certain age, people or men like to, do it, as we see in so many countries around the world. But what brought you to the love of travel and document it? So what would you tell journalism students here? Consider me as the person from the past asking you. So just curious.
Navina, I had always loved traveling, but what really fired my imagination was, I think sometime in the late 80s, I was either in the last year of college or I had just passed or I must have just gotten into Sentinel. I read Vikram Seth's book, From Heaven Lake. I don't know if you have read it. It's a fabulous overland trip from China to Kathmandu before he takes the flight to Delhi. So that fired my imagination, So I always thought, okay, someday I'll also write a travel book. But frankly, at that time, I had no idea where I would travel, from where to where, and what would I write about actually. So, and then when I became a journalist, of course, the idea of writing a book went into cold storage for quite some time because you know how it was like in journalism, and too hectic always. Then when I shifted to Delhi, it was even worse. A pressure cooker of an atmosphere in Press Trust of India or other places where I worked. So what happened, like I said earlier, I told David earlier, there was this motorcycle club which was looking for a person to fill up their group. So which is when it happened. I had always wanted to travel on a motorcycle. So when the opportunity came, I sort of grabbed it with both hands, and then I decided, okay, I went with Pathfinders for quite a few years, and then I decided, okay, it's better to ride solo, so you can stop wherever you want, you can see whatever you want to see, talk to whoever you want without having to wait for, worry about the rest of the gang or delaying the rest of the gang for writing. And as a writer, when I as a traveler and a writer, I make it a point that when I travel, I don't see myself as a tourist. I see myself as a traveler who I don't expect 5-star treatment everywhere where I stay. Not that I afford 5-star hotels, but I prefer to stay in more humble accommodation, in homestays. Like I told you about the Cherrapunji experience, I had wonderful homestay. In Kohima also I had wonderful relationships. But I try to imbibe the local culture, the local, the spirits of the people and all those things. Spend time with the people, so that sort of enriches your experience a lot, and they help you make memories. I mean, something, I could tell my grandchildren, okay, I did this, I met so and so someday when they all grow up.
Sure.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please sit down, ma'am. Don't have to stand.
Okay, no problem, sir. I want to ask you one question because you are telling about traveling, etc. So I also very much fond of traveling. I have already traveled lots of countries in the world, but I want to know how will you define a traveler and tourist?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
See, I mean, I don't mean to offend anybody who calls himself or herself a tourist. I mean, I've been a tourist also a few times. But what happens is, when you are a tourist, you have an itinerary. You will go today you will see this and that and that and that. And you are in a rush to rush from point A to point B to point C. And end of the day, maybe by a bonfire by the hotel where you will be staying. And all things. It's a little different when you are a traveler. You can choose to do whatever you want with your time. Like in my case, the day I went to visit a veteran of the 1962 war in Tawang, I had to hunt for him. I overshot his house. Then somebody guided me back to his house and all. So I had planned to meet him for a short time, then come back to Tawang. He was living a little outside. I mean, he was living near the monastery, and I was staying in the town. So that meeting stretched quite a lot, and I had gone to see him late afternoon. By the time I left, it was evening. So because I saw myself as a traveler at that time, I didn't have to go to somewhere else, and I had set myself, okay, this is the man I need to talk to know his experiences of what it was like in 1962 under an occupation army, of what life was like, and when the Chinese moved into Tawang. Such a rich conversation I had with him. If you were a tourist, maybe you wouldn't have been able to spend that much of time because you would have something else to see up later in the day. So that's how I make the distinction.
Are there any further questions from the audience?
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I wanted to ask a question that what would you be the advice, what would you give advice to us youngsters, especially the female? Like, suppose I love traveling a lot, then what would you give advice for me to travel solo, or what are the precautions, or...
On a motorcycle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm really happy you asked me this question.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll just tell you what. Just follow your dreams. Ride safe. Stick to your... and preferably try not to ride after sunset, because it can get very tricky at sometimes if you get caught in a place where you are far from any kind of civilization. Or maybe what happens is if you are in the outback, your nearest help will be maybe quite at some distance away. So try to make your journey from point A to point B, always between sunrise and sunset. Ride safely, be kind, be generous to others, respect local customs, and don't get mad at trivial thing if things go wrong with the locals, because who knows, they may be going through worse than you are. But yeah, if you follow your dreams, you will follow your heart, you will really enjoy your ride, and sometimes I can tell you from my experience that the sound of the motorcycle exhaust is the sweetest sound you will hear. And for me personally, long distance motorcycle has worked as a therapy. So I hope when you do it, it will work for you too.
This will be the last question for this session.
Good morning, sir. Another question that I had in mind was when you talked about your travels, how do you differentiate between writing as a journalist and writing for a book? Because there was one book that I read, The Motorcycle Diaries. I'm sure you've heard of the book by Che Guevara. So when I read the book, it felt like he was writing a book, but then his experience were very much from a journalist's point of view. I'm not really sure how he went about doing the book, but then from your experiences, how do you differentiate between writing as a journalist and writing for a book?
No, I don't focus much on being a journalist when I write a book. When I have written these two books, I use my journalistic knowledge to make the book more interesting with nuggets of information that normal people may not have. Like when I wrote wrote Battlefields and Paradise, I mentioned things like I was crossing Jozila Pass, and I mentioned that Jozila Pass was the site of the world's highest tank battle in 1948 when we drove out Pakistani intruders. I mean, not everybody would know about it. So things like that. And a place like Turtuk, which we wrested from Pakistan in 1971, many people would think it had always been a part of India, and that we didn't have to fight to take it back. So this kind of things. I mean, I try to put my journalistic instincts on the back burner. I write about my experiences. I use, as far as journalism is concerned, I use my knowledge to supplement when I'm writing about, when I mention ground situation in a particular area vis-a-vis what is being reported in the media and all those things. That's how I do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for our speakers? That was quite an exciting rendezvous. Thank you, Mr. Sabir and Ba David, for taking us on a journey.
Welcome.
Wherein the road was a very thrilling voyage into the heart of storytelling. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present the mementos to you.
Thank you.
Our speakers will now proceed to the book signing tent. If anyone has additional questions, you may ask them at the book signing. Once again, their words have illuminated the transformative power of travel, transcending borders and touching lives. We will now have a 2-minute interval before we proceed to our next session. Thank you.
cry, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, know tomorrow's a new day. Tonight I'm moving like just let go, just let go, just let go. Tonight I'm dancing like just let go, just let go, just let go.
See the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I wanna spend some time with you. Just
and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we will be resuming shortly. If all of you can please proceed to your respective seats. We are just getting ready and we'll be welcoming the guests shortly to the stage. Thank you.
Fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. Darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you, just the two of us.
Hello, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I request you all to kindly return to your respective seats. We will be beginning the session now. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now immerse ourselves in a session that captures the essence of Meghalaya's rich oral traditions. The book in focus is titled Hayupyam Kabay, which is a lyrical Pnar phrase that beautifully translates to on mother's lap, evoking the warmth and intimacy of a mother's embrace. It is a compilation of 25 lullabies in varied dialects from the Khasi Jaintia Hills, with illustrations for each song and musical notations for each tune. Funded by Samvad and published by Martin Luther Christian University Press, the book blends tradition and accessibility, aiming to revive and pass down these cherished folk songs. The author, Amabel Susni, is one of Meghalaya's most talented singers and founder of Mokuri, a folk band committed to preserving and promoting Meghalaya's musical heritage. Currently, she works as a music educator at Hillcrest Higher Secondary School and is also pursuing her PhD at Martin Luther Christian University. She has received numerous accolades, including the Samvad Fellowship by Tata Steel Foundation, the Young Talented Artist Award by the Ministry of Culture, and the Inspiring Artist Award by the Meghalaya Grassroots Music Project. She is joined by Daryl Lingdo, a multifaceted artist, singer, multi-instrumentalist, and producer known for blending indigenous and modern music. With years of experience in Malaysia and Singapore, he has worked on acclaimed projects like the GT Experiment and Vital Signals. As a frontman of Blue Temptation and collaborator with various reputed bands, Daryl's work reflects a deep commitment to musical storytelling. Together, Amabel and Daryl will take us on a journey celebrating the power of musical literature as a bridge between generations, nurturing cultural roots and intimate bonds. Let's have a round of applause for Amabel Susnyi and Daryl Dingdo. I now leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was such a wonderful introduction. I feel so honored. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we start this session, I'd just like to introduce ourselves one more time. It's not every day that musicians and singers get to be on stage and not have to sing. You know, it's a very, very nice honor, but it's also a very scary one. Because let's say throughout a 1 hour set of songs that we usually do, we play, probably we only get to talk for like 5 minutes or less throughout the entire 1 hour. So getting to only talk with a little bit of singing is like a little bit of, you know, it's a bit of a change, a welcomed change, but it's a change nonetheless. So I hope you all will bear with us. If you have any questions, please do feel free to put your hands up during the entire conversation. If you feel, let's say, you can't understand what is being said, or you feel like you want to know more about what is being talked about, please feel free to raise your hand and we'll get to you. All right. And Amabel, obviously, her list of accolades and accomplishments speak for themselves. And I have a very, very deep respect for her, not only as a colleague, but also because she has, she is pursuing the knowledge of music in all its forms and what that means. And she's doing a really deep dive, especially with the music from here, for our local indigenous music, you know, because these are songs and these are lullabies that can only be passed on, that have only been passed on through, they've been passed on orally. Right, so it's been grandmothers to mothers, mothers to daughters, daughters, so forth. You know, so, and if somebody along that chain, along that line, forgets or just doesn't take the time or the care to really, you know, remember or really pass it down again, then it gets lost. And that's culture that is being lost. And I have a deep respect for her for trying to keep all of that alive. And also because she is pursuing music as an educator, she's doing it like not just because she loves it, but because she has this yearning to find out more and to do more with it and to probably help a lot more people with her art, with her talent. So yeah, so I would like to introduce the book, ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful, beautiful book of lullabies. And I was beating my head over, okay, how do I introduce this book? What do I say? I'm a singer. I could sing, but then I'm like, no, that wouldn't work. And then, as I was reading it, I was reading the whatever Amabel wrote herself, and I was like, you know what? I should just read this because it's precise. It says exactly what came from her, you know, what she was thinking, what went into this thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, Khasi lullabies mostly exist in oral form and as scattered remnants among the tribes. There is little documentation of the lyrics and music notations. This project aimed to revive this tradition by providing mothers and families with text and audio recordings so that this important part of family life can continue. Many Khasi families are using the Khasi language less in favor of the dominant languages used at school and work. While the lyrics of the lullabies are in Khasi dialects, there are English translations for parents to understand and explain the meaning to their children. This book is a compilation of 25 songs collected from different places in the Khasi and Jancha hills of Meghalaya, translated from various Khasi dialects to English and notated using the Western music notation system. This bilingual book has song lyrics, illustrations for each song, and musical notations for each tune. The book aims to contribute to society as a teaching aid for schools and institutions for children to learn these songs of intimate attachment, which serve as a comforting bond between the child and the mother. With this book, we hope future generations will inherit the rich cultural heritage of folk songs by passing the music down from one generation to the next. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ha Yupiam Kabay, On Mother's Lap, A Jingruai Kin Oitia, by Amabel Susni. All right, see, that was like, wow. I couldn't have like framed things better myself. Anyways, so Amabel, good to be here with you.
Good to see you too,
See,
Darrell.
both of us are like nervous because we don't do this. But anyways, we're all going to help her through it, right? Yes, we are, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so tell us a little bit about growing up. Growing up here, the musical culture in the Khasi Hills is a rich one. It's a very rich one. I can personally like attest to like being high. The first memories I had was my mother cooking, like singing songs, humming old-timey tunes, and her rocking me to sleep, singing all of these songs. So tell us a little bit about your childhood. Like when did all of that start making sense to you? Like, there's music there. This is happening, tunes and stuff.
Okay, before I tell you the story, I'd like to thank you for that wonderful introduction about me. I wish I could say the same to you as well, if I had the time. Anyways, I am a very simple human being. I speak very simple English. I wish this conversation right now is in Panar, so I can express myself, very clearly, and whatever thoughts that I have in my mind. But anyways, I'll try my best.
The money come there.
And I'm really very nervous. Since morning, I woke up early in the morning and I couldn't, I can't stop thinking about this day. And it's truly an honor being in front of you, everyone. And thank you so much for this opportunity. And before I begin with your question, I'd like to sing because I need to calm a little bit down. Please allow me. This song that I'll be singing is a song that was sung to me by my grandmother when I was a child, and when she was still, fit and healthy that time. My grandmother passed away in the year 2014, and so she sang a song called Khonwa Maya, and before, at night, while she lulled me to sleep. So the next day in the morning, we have to go to the field, like a paddy field, and join my family members and everyone to work in the field. So the night before that, she sang this song to me, and this song is called Khonwa Maya. Just to brief about this song, Konwaya Wamaya means beloved child. It's in Pana dialect. And it talks about, it says, beloved child, my beloved child, it's time for you to sleep. When morning comes, we'll climb the grassy mounds and gaze the splendor of nature, the hills, the trees, the green pastures, the flying flocks on the sky. If by now you are not in bed, you cannot witness these. Along the way, the many flowers, the fruits and crops to pick, to lunch inside a tattered hut and fishing in from the field. Sleep now, be a good girl for night to quickly pass. When morning comes, we'll climb the grassy mounds and gaze the splendor of nature. And the song goes like this. She didn't sing like I did, by the way. It's very authentic with the style of her singing and all that, but I'll try my best to follow her footstep. All right, the song goes like this. Konwa maya akon yonga dato ipor uthia istep ukai chalung ulai yo yo imyat berthai kilum kideng ki plang yer ngam hasun waher kisim lam thia phi khon ini waro usakhite wamyo chalum ulai sentu bonjat kisok kijhur ukhet hatrap uchong porbam wasngi do kemna hali thia no katu hamsi salon yo smart imit uche dang step ukai chalum ulai yo yo imyat berthai. Thank you, that was the song. Thank you, Daryl. And speaking about your question,
I totally forgot about the question once you started singing. Sorry. But anyways, yeah.
yeah, so everything, begins from the time when my grandmother was still alive, as I mentioned, and looking after me when my parents were not at home. She played a significant role in nurturing my love for singing. So I vividly remember her, singing traditional lullabies and folk songs, which sparked my curiosity and fascination with melodies. And growing up, music was always present in our household. Both my parents, they sing, and my grandmother, and I've heard so much about my grandfather as well. He sings a lot. And I recall spending so much time, growing up in a Christian family. I recall spending so much time in learning the Khasi hymn from the Khasi hymn book. And as I grew older, my interest in music evolved, and I began taking singing lessons. And all these helps me develop my an appreciation for the art. And my musical journey was further shaped by experiences, right from singing in church, singing in community and school programs, participating in all those, and all those early experiences laid the foundation for my passion for singing. Yes.
Right. So church, basically, because I think it's the same with most of us here, especially in Shillong or in Meghalaya. Most of us started singing in church. I mean, it's the same with me. Like, we had special numbers, they'd call them, and then so you had to do that. And then that further developed into the church choir. If you were good enough, or then you were allowed to join the choir, and then So church is a very, very good thing. I also think being a Christian state, I think church has played a big role in, like, bringing up that passion for music in a lot of youngsters, and a lot of youth around. When I was growing up, anyways, like, I don't know about now. Maybe it's the same. I hope it's the same. But yeah, when I was growing up, that was the case. So would you say that was the time when you really started taking music seriously, like as a career? When you think, this could be something I could like do as as a life thing, as a career, to make money or to whatever. Was that when it started?
So yeah, I was able to draw inspiration from that as well. But taking music seriously, it was a pivotal moment in my life. For me, it began when I first participated in one of the competitions held in Jaintia Hills called The Voice of Jaintia, if you've ever heard of that. Yeah. So being among the talented contestants at that time, inspired me profoundly. And although I didn't reach the finals, finishing in the top 20, was a significant accomplishment at that time. And witnessing fellow contestants perform with so much passion opened my eyes and, opened my eyes to music as a viable career path. And their dedication and talent showed me that music could provide a livelihood. And following that experience, I started singing for various Jaintia films and participating in various programs in the community, in Jawai, and, in earning incomes from studio recordings as well. So all these opportunities, it solidified my resolve to pursue music seriously. And the exposure and inspiration I gained from the competition I mentioned, it transformed my hobby into a career aspiration. And that experience continued to drive my passion for singing. Yes. Right.
So when you started like doing sessions and you started gigging and stuff like that, was being a teacher, a music teacher, something that you also looked at as like, because for me, I think being an educator, especially like in your field, like being a music educator is something, to me, it's something daunting, because I know I can do the things that I do, but I don't know if I can like teach someone else to do the things that I can do. It's a real thing. It's a real it's a real scare. So was that when you also like started, when it started creeping into your mind, okay, maybe I should give back a little bit, teaching and stuff like that, or did that come later?
Okay, so that one, I grew up in a family of teachers. My mother, she's a teacher, and my uncle, he passed away last year. He was a teacher as well. And even my grandfather, he died when I was not even born, but I've heard so much about him, his history, that he was really a great teacher. So, growing up in a family of teachers instilled in me a desire to teach. Yes. So both my uncle and my mother, like I said, are teachers, and I've heard so much about my grandfather. And initially I thought, when I got into the job, initially I thought like teaching will be very easy. It's an easy job to do. It's a straightforward job. But, I was thinking you just need to follow the book, give assignments and homework or classwork, and then just need to grade the students. But, reality proved me more challenging. So engaging with students required creativity, patience, and flexibility. And despite the challenges, I've grown to love my job as a teacher, as it allows me to share my passion with my students. And I've also come to realize that teaching music is not just about imparting knowledge. It's about inspiring creativity, building confidence, and fostering a lifelong appreciation for music as well. Yes.
Right. That's true, because these are very vulnerable people in terms of they'll listen to something that, let's say, like you, an accomplished musician, educator, like they're bound to believe you and do whatever, you tell them to. So I think that's one of the scary things. And also patience, because I think we as musicians ourselves, we're so passionate about this that, sometimes we forget that, not everyone is as passionate, or not everyone is as easy to, pick up these things, and it gets a little bit, whoa, okay, maybe I should chill a little, in teaching. That's true. I guess you were groomed to teach, from a very young age by your entire family. Nice. Okay. In case you all don't know, Amabel is also one of the vocalists for an acclaimed band here from Shillong called Fourth Element. And
I was.
Yeah, you were. Yeah. So they've gone around. They've played various jazz festivals around the world, and so the one of the more accomplished bands. So what can you say is like the biggest thing? Do you like gigging more, like the performance aspect of the music, or does teaching give you like that? Which one gives you a little bit more of a rush or a high?
I think singing. Yes.
Okay.
Because, like I said, I thought teaching would be easy, but it's not easy. Sometimes, my students gave me the hardest time in the world. But singing, you just need to learn the song and sing your heart out. And you can express according to the songs that you sing. And I feel like I deliver better when I sing. Yes.
Right. So coming to that, right? Coming to the book, what made you decide? Okay, you know what? Because you could have written. You're an accomplished music. You've gone to music school. You know all of this. Like, what made you choose lullabies as the subject of the book? Why not like a performance? Like, a book showcasing like, performance and the ways to do it, the different ways, the different kinds of other things that involve music. Why lullabies in particular?
So I just to mention, I also have a band called Mokhuri. It's a traditional folk band, as mentioned by Kongleton in the start. So I think my musical journey, it inspired me to come up with this book on lullabies. And my fascination with traditional lullabies, it stems from my childhood memories, like I mentioned earlier. My parents and grandmother, would sing all these soothing songs, melodies to lull me to sleep. And those moments, it created an unbreakable bond, filling me with peace and calm. And as I grow older, I realized the significance of preserving this oral traditions. And with technology's rise, children now, as we can see, they spend more time accessing digital content indoor rather than, playing outside. And this shift threatens the passing down of traditional lullabies, folk songs, children's play songs, oral stories, from generation to generation. And I feel like if we don't take action, these cultural treasures will become extinct. Yes. And the timeless tradition of singing lullabies will disappear as well. So I chose to write about lullabies to document and preserve our cultural heritage, ensure the continuation of oral tradition, because all these are cultural treasures, and, share the emotional connection and bonding experience through lullabies, and to celebrate the beauty of traditional music as well. So by recording and sharing these songs, I hope to keep our traditional legacy alive and inspire future generation maybe to cherish and pass down our traditional lullabies.
Right. Yeah, I think you're like a superhero in a way. You know what I mean? Like, you see, there's this thing that's happening where even it's happening in my own home as well. Like my nephews, none of them speak English. Or speak Hasi. Sorry, they all speak in English. It's not that they don't know how to speak in Khasi, they just don't want to speak in Khasi. And that's a very scary thing. It's a very, very scary thing because that's the only way to identify us as Khasis, the language. Because we don't dress up in a traditional way every day and go out. Like, that's how you can identify a person wherever he's from. You identify a Nagamese person because he speaks Nagamese, right? Identify an Assamese because he speaks the language. Now, if we can't speak our own language, then we'll just be lost. We'll just be strays. Like, where do we belong? Who are we? I think that's the question that I think every young person should ask themselves. Who are we? Who are we? Not in terms, yes, my name is, and I live there, my age is this. No. Who are we? Where do we stand? Where are our roots planted? Right? Because our growth is the same as how a tree grows. It's the same thing, right? We need roots. If we don't plant our roots, we can't really grow properly, right? We'll just be like this everywhere. And as an indigenous people, that cannot happen because we are only part of a percentage of indigenous people around the world. And there is nobody else like us. Even though we share similar traditions and with different other cultures, there's nobody else like us. And if we don't keep that alive, then I think it's a dangerous thing, like you were saying, right? So coming to like challenges that we face, right? What was the biggest challenge for you in compiling this book of lullabies? Because you had to go and meet different people from different villages and, different cultures even. So what was the most challenging for you?
So the most challenging part for me is that, at first, when I think about lullabies, I thought it'll be easy to achieve, to collect 25 songs. I never thought it'll be very difficult. But, when I got into the work and going into the field, I realized that it's not easy at all. Because approaching parents who don't understand the importance of this oral tradition, and also meeting people who don't even sing the lullabies anymore, it's really very difficult. And there was also a point where I met few people, and they promised to provide all the documents to me. But when we meet, they were able to sing only a line or two of the lullabies, and some of them don't even remember the lyrics. And to come up with a book, you cannot just collect just a line or two of the song. It should look proper, right? So that was the most difficult part of the project. Yes.
So how did you go about solving those problems? Like you said,
yes.
Like some only remember two lines or a line or something. So how did you solve that problem?
So I was able to solve the problem by seeking help from some of the folk artists, folk musicians, and I also learned that parents sing different words of the lullabies. The tune can be the same, but the words, it depends on the situation. If it's a sad situation, different words, different lyrics will come out. And if it's a happy situation also, different lyrics and different, based on that situation. So that's how I was able to solve, I was able to shape some of the songs and in such a way. So it's easy to sing and easy to follow. Yes.
Right. Nice. Because, as you were mentioning, our culture is that these lullabies, they also serve as a way of imparting generational lessons and morals from mother to child, and stuff like that, like just how to act, how to grow up to be a respectable person, or how to respect others, how to look at nature, to seek something that's deeper within us. And these, I saw a lot of these patterns in your book as well. Like for example, like in the lullaby Ijonga, right? Ijonga, like the last verse says something like, Let's see. Yeah, Ijonga. So the last verse in Khasi, I'll say it in Khasi first because it's very poetic, it's very nice, and then I'll translate it to English. So the last verse says, Man kasngi pikala snotho yamaryang, simbaneng saudong ki her, snap ki survathyang, pisngau lingo pikmen la kirong, piru khon, shat penang roi ki surlajang. You know, so in English that means as you grow, you know the world around you. Listen to the birds sweetly chirping. In amazement, you will see their many colors. My child, you also sing and dance to your own tunes. So this is, it's a very nice way of saying, like, find your identity, son. Like, don't just listen to, like, you know, don't just follow the crowd. As I have this saying that I always like to say to people, only dead fishes go with the flow. When somebody says, just go with the flow, bro, I say, no. Only dead fishes go with the flow. If you're still alive, you swim, right? You find something else. So stuff like that. It imparts knowledge. It imparts wisdom. Like, it also asks you to, like, look at nature, because we're all growing together. We're all growing simultaneously, right? You can see examples from nature about stuff deep within yourself, right? And also in the song Usyar, right? Usyar, it teaches discipline, right? It teaches you to sleep early, to wake up early, right? And then during the day, when you're awake, to go out and work and toil and do all of the things that will bring you a good life, right? And with this particular song, Usyar, also in our indigenous faith, you know, Usyar is the one that brought the world out of darkness, you know. So it's also that there's a godly thing that's happening with these songs as well from Mother, you know, teaching you, because discipline is next to godliness, right? You can't be disciplined and be like spiritual or be stuff like that, right? So all of these things, I think, like you were saying, it's a very good thing, because this is our culture, this is what it is, and it teaches through these lullabies, and you know, that's how kids grow up, because nowadays kids don't grow up with these types of lessons or morals. Like you were saying, like everyone is on, like, listening to something from the West or some other lullabies from the West that don't necessarily teach kids the same thing, but they teach them other things which are also needed. But then these, I think, are more important, right, in terms of how you grow up and how you perceive the world and how you perceive people and each other, right? And yeah, so again, talk about, like, a little bit of the influences of Western media, right? And how these kids are not like listening to most of our traditional lullabies, right? But they're listening to other things that are more, like, dominant nowadays, right? And yeah, so just what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on that?
So if we look at foreign influence, streaming sites have brought, you know, so much influence. I agree, but I also see this as an opportunity for cultural exchange. So our traditional songs and stories can teach people about heritage, show how different cultures share common human experiences. For example, the lullabies as well. I believe the entire world are singing lullabies to their children at one point of time. So, you know, by sharing our culture-based lullabies, we can promote understanding and empathy, preserve our traditions in the digital age, and enrich global music and storytelling. And, you know, today's youth are drifting away from their cultural heritage due to various factors, I'd say. Globalization and digitalization, like I mentioned, have made international, you know, content easier, accessible, often overshadowing local traditions and culture. And changing lifestyle also led to busy schedule that leaves very little time for our cultural practices, and also lack of exposure to our cultural heritage in schools, in homes, and and even more concerning is the decline of our native language as well. So language that we once spoken fluently, like you mentioned earlier, at home is now rarely spoken. Yeah, and English has become the dominant language in many households, as we can see. And this creates a barrier, I would say, between generations. Elders who are often, the keepers of cultural heritage struggles to communicate with younger family members who prefer to speak in English. Yes. So to counter this trend, I think a simple action can be taken, can be done, like speaking our mother tongue at homes and singing traditional songs like lullabies, and sharing stories and cooking traditional meals. All these, I believe, can help pass down the cultural values. Yes.
Right. And yeah, so coming back to the book, there are certain things that I also noticed, like you were saying earlier, how when you couldn't get the song, some of the songs, only 2 lines and stuff like that. So because they're all different, right, depending from one household to the other, one culture to the other. And I noticed also in some of your lullabies, because I remember clearly growing up, there were 2 kinds of lullabies that Khasi mothers would sing to their infants. One was a very nice, sweet, rocking, gentle, like, I love you, my dear child. Like the first song that Amabel sang when we started the discussion. It's very gentle, it's soothing. It says, my beloved child, time to sleep, I love you, whatever. And then there's another kind that is not so gentle. Some that, speak of, go to sleep, my child, or the big bad wolf will come and eat you and take you away. Or, it's a thing. So if, I don't know how many of you remember, but that's how, these lullabies would go. If it was a day when you were being naughty, it was the harsh kind of lullaby that would come to rock you to sleep. If it was a day when mother was feeling very nice also and you weren't being such a nuisance, she would rock you to sleep peacefully with one of these soothing songs. Right? So, yeah. So how important do you think, teaching traditional songs, right? In schools, or let's say in schools and colleges, even in preschools, kids, how important do you think it is? And do you think there is a way where we can get these things in the curriculums for schools, for most schools, to curb this this thing where they've forgotten, to curb this thing where their language won't be forgotten or their traditions won't be forgotten?
So, to me, personally, lullabies are more than just soothing songs, and they are, like I mentioned, cultural treasures, and are, a very important part of our cultural identity as well. So they contain stories, wisdom, and traditions that have been passed down through generations, and their loss would be a significant cultural tragedy, I'd say. And, it's open to everyone. This book, anyone can buy it, anyone can sing, anyone can, parents, young parents, I would urge each and every one of you to please buy this book in order to preserve our cultural, rich cultural heritage. Please buy this book and sing the songs to your children. You can also, you don't need to worry about the notations that are on the book. You can play the song from your mobile phones as well. For each and every page, there is a QR code, as you can see, and you can just scan the QR code and make your children listen to this song, or maybe you can also help teach your children. And I also, as I've already mentioned in the book as well, that this book can also be used in schools and institutions, so that way we can promote our traditional cultural heritage. of lullabies, singing lullabies, yes.
So anyone who is in the education sector, ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to please. I think it's high time because we are also seeing a decline, and it's very clear, it's very prevalent in Shillong, as it is probably everywhere else in India. We need something that is really solid, that really works, so that we don't lose, like you said, these cultural treasures, and so that our kids, our future generations know our culture, and they don't have to go and look for an older person or their grandfathers, their grandmothers, to ask them about their own identity, about their own culture. You know, I think it starts when, like, you know, they're young. That's the best way to teach people, right? When they're kids, when they're infants. Like, you teach them small things, like how most of us have been taught. Like, I would say I wouldn't be the person that I am today if it wasn't for my grandmother and my mother and my sisters, you know, making sure that I keep that part of my identity alive, that culture alive, you know. So, and now it's also up to me, for myself, to keep it alive, you know, to keep on, not just to keep it alive, but also to spread it to other people who may also be looking for a way to do the same, right? And I don't know if this is like a setting up from the universe, or if this is just some divine thing, but I am honored and I am so happy to be here, like having this, specifically this panel discussion about lullabies, because I'm also an expecting father. So I've been very afraid of, like, you know, just thinking about how my son or my daughter grew up in this world, and how I can, you know, do the best that I can so that stuff like this does not happen, like, you know. So, ladies and gentlemen, you should all get a copy. Even if you, like Amabel said, even if you don't speak Khasi, there are English translations, and there are also Western notations. So she has transcribed everything to Western notations. So if you want to play them on your instrument, you want to sing them, if you know how to read music, to sight read music, then you can easily sing them without having to scan the QR code. So Amabel, thank you so much. If there are any questions, anyone, we don't have a lot of time for questions, maybe 2 questions. If anyone has any. Any questions? No hands? One question.
Can you hear me? Yes. Firstly, congratulations, Amabel and Daryl.
Thank you.
We have been talking about the reach of the vernaculars, or you may say the other languages other than Hindi and English, because English has become official lingua franca, and franca lingua, and Hindi is in the spoken world. It is not easy, because you can see the crowd over here as to how much of the crowd of local dialect is over here. So it's not that easy, but at the same time, we have to encourage and conduct such programs at the lower level. So this is my suggestion, that if we want to penetrate into the mass, then it will be better that we further continue such programs at even lower levels. So that's what I wanted to convey. But congratulations.
Thank you so much. That's a very good point that you made, sir. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Question? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, it's not a question as such. I came in a little later. I'm so excited about this book, and thank you, Amabel, for writing
Thank
it. I wanted to ask, I don't know if you have done this already, but could you maybe read a little bit of it, if you haven't? Your favorite part of the book? A lullaby.
Can you read? Would you like her to sing it instead, because she has an amazing voice?
Yes, please. That
All
would
right.
be lovely. We didn't hear enough of you, I feel, at this session.
So there's another lullaby which is very close to my heart. It is not collected from my place, but it's collected from Ribohoi district. It's called Yam Wat Yam, which means do not cry. And it's a lullaby sung by an elder sibling babysitting her younger sibling, and while the parents were out in the field. And the song goes like this. Yam wat yam ere sepun kabay nang lay shot do lun yo wan lam ka hai shibun yam wat yam ere se nya upa nang leiti so la yo ya bam I barakena. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amabel Susni. Hayupyam Kabay is the book if you want to get it.
And also it's only 600 rupees. You can get it from one of the stalls over here by Martin Luther Christian University Press. And there will also be some percentage of discount if you'd like to buy it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good rest of the weekend.
What an insightful and fun session that was. As a fellow Pnar, I have to say, this now sok video jing klam or jing roik and oi young p. I am sure the audience will also agree with me when I say that the performance of her lullaby transported each of us to another dimension altogether. Let's have another round of applause for Amabel and Daryl. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present our talented speakers with a few mementos. Thank you for weaving a beautiful tapestry of sound and tradition that brought the rich oral heritage of Meghalaya to life. Your artistry has not only shared the lullabies of the past, but has also given them a new voice for the future. Thank you. Our speakers will now proceed to the book signing area, and we will be having our next session shortly. Thank you.
None of us know. Let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. I'll always be open. When you step in the room, but you're not that kind of person I assume. If you don't know, they don't know, and none of them know. Let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. So many things I can see. See that I'm here, I'm getting the feeling you want me to disappear. What do we do? Where do we go? What do we know when we're all alone? I'm trying to catch you in the middle of the night, yeah. Trying to reach you, but your face told me you're doing fine, yeah. So let me go, let you stand go, and let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. say something?
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting with the next session. If we can all please take our respective seats. It just came to my realization that after a very insightful session on melodies, now we'll be having a very interesting session, but in the world of thrillers. And I'm particularly interested in this one as well. And for our next session this afternoon, it explores a thrilling tale of underworld crime and corruption. But first of all, can I please have Mr. Rupam Kapoor as well as Ma'am Richa Kulkarni to please proceed to the stage. Yeah. For this session this afternoon, it will be a discussion for the next 30 minutes on the underworld crime of corruption, on the underworld with regards to crime and corruption, set in the gritty world of customs enforcement and smuggling. Through a compelling lens, it examines not only the fight against organized crime, but also the moral dilemmas faced by those on the front lines, told through the eyes of a young customs officer. For this session, we are graced by Rupam Kapoor, who is an author and a senior officer in customs and indirect taxes in the Indian Revenue Services. With a strong academic background in English literature, having completed his graduation and post-graduation at Delhi University, Mr. Rupam Kapoor combines his literary passion with a career in the civil service. And in conversation, we are joined by a young civil servant, a former Indian Revenue Service officer of the 2021 batch, and presently an IAS officer of the 2023 Assam Meghalaya cadre, streamlining this discussion on the world of facts, fictions, and thrillers. Let us have a round of applause for Mr. Rupam Kapoor and Ms. Richa Kulkarni. The floor is yours, sir, for the next half an hour. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. I hope all of you are enjoying the session so far as much as I have. As our host said, it has been a very interesting journey. We had a travelogue, then we had a very lyrical discussion on indigenous lullabies, and now we are on to a crime thriller. So once more, I would like to welcome Rupam sir to Shillong and to this session. Right. So, sir has already been introduced. I would just like to add that sir is also a postgraduate in English literature from Hindu College, University of Delhi. And he's worked in a diverse range of positions in the course of his career, of course, particularly in anti-smuggling formations and tax enforcement wings. Sir retired this year, and Hour of the Hounds is his debut novel, and I'm sure more are soon to come. Now, the novel, of course, is set in the early 1990s, as was introduced, based on the exploits of Prakash, a rookie customs officer who sets out to dismantle the world of smuggling, particularly drug smuggling, in the underworld, and in doing so, challenges the biggest dawn of the underworld. Now, what happens after that in this novel, which is set on the western coastline of India, where Sir has spent a lot of time working, is that he ventures deeper and deeper into this world of crime and smuggling. And as he sets out to discover the complex relations and interests that inhabit this world, and as he understands the complexity of the ecosystem that he is trying to dismantle, so does the reader. We'll discuss specific aspects of the book in a few minutes, but now we'll move on to our questions. So, firstly, sir, I think Facts and Fiction is a very apt title for this book, because while reading, the main question that the reader is left with is how much is fact and how much is fiction. Because, of course, Sir has been very ideally placed with an unprecedented level of access for any writer to have to the reality of these situations. So is the fact enhancing the fiction, or is it the other way around, sir?
Thank you, Richa, for the introduction. Thank you for the introduction. And as Richa said, what an interesting shift from a travelogue to lullabies and now to the world of chase. And I think the audience would really, really be challenged to have that shift of mood. But before I start answering your question on fact and fiction, I think I need to put a disclaimer. Whatever I say may not be the truth, may be the truth, but mainly because the protagonist has 2 girlfriends. And if I say it's all fact, then my wife is sitting out here. And it's going to be a very challenging session after this session itself to answer what exactly is the truth. But coming on a more serious note, Richard, when an author goes to tell a story, his primary aim is what Coleridge sometimes said for poetry, but it stands good for any author, which says that when you're reading a book, there should be a willing suspension of disbelief. Now, that willing suspension of disbelief essentially says that an author, when he's telling a story, the reader should believe in it. He should say, yeah, it's a credible story. It's a story which can be believed in. And while there have been authors who have, mainly sci-fi authors, of course, but sci-fi we don't believe in. But we have a range of authors who came up with absolutely imaginative stories from which at times challenged belief and still made you believe in them. Or you were totally engrossed in them. And they were those kind of thriller authors we had, the Ludlums of the world, or even a lot of them. Alistair MacLean. You read his book and you said, yeah, this is possible. Although at times you say, is it really credible? And when as a bureaucrat you write, and particularly when you have been pursuing a career which is not primarily literary, how do you go about it? How do you go about it? Because you can only write. You can't research as well. I think one of the leading bureaucrats who is now out with his 4th book recently said in an interview that I researched for my book across the country. I had Google. But I'm very sure that getting to the facts which you know make that story more credible. So to answer, part of it is certainly true, may not be, but these are the stories which we picked up when we were younger and we were working on the coast, on the western coast, with the 6 of us who right from Bhuj going down till Mangalore. And we used to compare stories. We used to compare our activities. We used to compare what's happening on the coast. So they may not be stories. These are stories which have become legends in the Department of Customs. They have been carrying. But then stories standing by itself are only that. Those are facts without the embellishments. And unless you embellish it, what the authors or what the English literature or the teachers tell you to tell an interesting story is that somehow or the other you have to flesh out the characters, flesh out the characters, F-L-E-S-H out. You have to give them a certain character, you have to give them certain idiosyncrasies, you have to give them certain approach. How does he approach life? And for me, that was what makes a book intense. That is how intense author's feelings, the protagonist or the other participants in the novel, their intensity is. So yes, the 4 main movements of the book, which starts on the western coast in Dapoli, and then it goes across to partly in Jamnagar, it goes to Mumbai. Those events were certainly all true. May not be in totality as they were told, but they have all been embellished. They have all been embellished because, what we also call the new generation, that is a creative nonfiction. The creative nonfiction is, unless you may be telling a nonfiction, you may be telling a story, you may be telling fact, but unless you are able to embellish that fact, you can't tell a story which is interesting to the people. This is what has been done in this book. Certain facts have been taken. They have been embellished in a major way, particularly to ensure that they don't become just a narrative. I'll tell you a small one on this story, just to When I first started writing this book back in 2000, the stories were there. But day in and day out, as you would be doing now, we were reading files and making annotations and notings. And I wrote about 70 pages of it. And very proudly, I went and gave it to one of my seniors, read it and tell me how good it is. And his wife came back. She says, it looks like a note sheet of a government office. And that is where I realized, what am I doing? I have to change that particular aspect. And then it took that another 20 years to come out with this. Thank you.
Right, sir. So if anybody would like to understand some of the true events as well as what sir called the embellishments in the story, I would strongly advise you to pick up the book, Hour of the Hounds. And a personal advice is to pay special attention to the cover art. A lot of thought has gone into it, as sir was telling me sometime before. So, sir, moving on to another aspect of the book, I think one unusual and very unique choice that you made was to have a lot of literary references in the book. If I may call it that, there are a lot of literary Easter eggs that are just peppered throughout the narrative. And it's not necessarily what one expects in thrillers. One looks to a thriller generally to have a fast-moving plot and to just go from page to page and see what's happening. But there is a very visible influence of the literary movement, particularly of the Romantic poets, in your novel. So what prompted that choice, sir?
That was that was a twister, Richard. That came as a surprise. That means you have really read, Richard really read through the book with the intensity with which it was written. I would go back to the last session. You know, Artist, the song when it came out was so intense. And that was literature combined with music, which came out. When we go to dance forms, we always say, I'm not a dancer myself, but whatever I read of it, that there are only 28 mudras or 13 mudras or 108 mudras. And these mudras are then combined together in various forms to come up with a particular sequence. The sequence may change. In fact, when we were kids in college, we used to say that everything which was worth written has already been written. You can only possibly twist it and present it in a slightly different manner. It is something like that. There have been great authors before us. There have been great writers before us. And when you are doing your English literature, when you are reading about them, some of them have left a lasting impact on you. You talked of the Romantic poets. You know, Prakash, the protagonist in the book, is leading his life with a passion and intensity. And that is what attracts other people to him. Right. Passion, intensity, and the dominance of spirit, which is essentially the concept behind this book. That how can passion, intensity, and the dominant spirit overcome the odds which you may face, runs through the book, as you rightly said. And at times, I just felt that the authors who have come before me, particularly the poets, although there were prose also, I didn't use that one, but one of the lasting influences was, this in Gone with the Wind, Vivian Leigh says that unless you have lost your reputation, you never realize what a burden it was, or what freedom really is. Right 60 years after that, or 50 years after that, Chris Christopher sang a song saying, freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. Now, two different authors saying that same thing in two different styles, but with the same intensity. Who am I to overcome or to change that masterpiece which has been only created? I think it's right way if I have to express a particular feeling, and Prakash has intense feelings. If you go through the book, Prakash's life is governed by certain principles which he has imbibed through his school, through his college, through his readings. And then he's trying to live them out. And when he's living them out at a point of crisis, or a point of when a relationship is at its inflection, he finds it easy, or I rather found it easy, to express it through some things which had already been said before. Because they had been said so beautifully that I could not have anyway improved it. And just thought that the things which had really taken me across, probably lasted in memory for more than 50 years, others should also enjoy the same things which I had enjoyed with the same intensity with which I had enjoyed. That was the idea behind this. I hope it didn't stick out like a sore thumb, and it carried on the story as it was supposed to carry on and continued in that same mode.
Right. Absolutely. I think it was an unusual choice and a very fortunate one for the reader. And I believe it is said that all writers first and foremost have to be readers. So I'm sure that at least on that criterion you have done very well, sir. So another major theme of the book is that the narrative is pushed forward by these 6 diverse characters who slowly come together and work to accomplishing a common goal, even when their individual interests and individual necessities are not necessarily equally aligned with that goal. So it leads to a very interesting question of why people come together in that way. And so I would like you, sir, to specifically maybe talk about that, but also talk about people coming together in general to achieve goals, whether it is in any field of life.
Thanks. Okay. So, for the people, I think majority of the audience would not have read the book so far. It was basically on the western coast that it was based, and it has got 6 diverse characters. A young civil servant, who's the civil servant's kind of a mentor, who is his junior in the service, but who is a senior in the school. A girlfriend who comes from a royal background and still sticks around from a boy who has just come from a boys' school into the libertine atmosphere of Delhi University of the 80s. A police officer who's ready to break rules to achieve, quote unquote, I won't say a right thing, but objective. And 2 juniors who are ready to sacrifice their lives for the protagonist, that's Prakash. This question, in fact, has come up before, and that's again surprises me because this came up because there was a discussion going on between one of the writers who was trying to adapt this book for the OTT. And he asked me a simple question, sir, how do you say, what is the motivation which brings these six people together? Because they're all from diverse backgrounds. And we kept on exploring this particular aspect. What brings people together? Is it their value system, which they have imbibed over the years from their childhood? And the value system with, again, quote-unquote, morality? Is it a loyalty which is bred out of a faith in each other? Is it a common objective which brings them together? Or is it really an inner feeling, what some may call inner compass? That inner compass which is not just limited to the values, but goes beyond the values into a deep-rooted culture which prevails in an organization, in individuals, or in the growth particular areas. In my book, I think, we have explored this relationships in depth, and whether it is, I don't know whether it lasted to be a thriller or not, but these 6 people, when they got together, they had one common objective. That is to bring down the biggest underworld don who was dominating the western coast in that particular era. But that was an objective. That objective does not bring diverse people together and then motivate them to break rules. There has to be something beyond. And I think that beyond is their faith in each other that what we are aiming for is something which is right. That faith towards that belief towards right is something which brings them together. And I personally believe that when I was writing, somewhere back in the background was their original background which they came from. Like Kabir says, we are together because we cleared an exam together. Maybe yes. Somebody came up and said, no, we are together because they are loyalty. But then I think the key part which was there was stated by Shabnam somewhere in the end, where she says, I'm with Prakash because he lives his life with a passion, with an intensity, with a belief. He will fall, he will come back again. And when you die 1,000 deaths every day, and then you resurrect yourself, I think you have lived your life. I think all of them got together because they were trying to live life with a passion and intensity, which I think we all look for. That is what my take. I don't know what your take on that particularly will come from.
I think that's a very profound explanation of what brings people together.
I know, but whether it works in thriller, I don't know.
I think it does. I think it does.
Yeah, the intensity which you think of in a thriller, thriller is supposed to be a caper, but it's supposed to move from event to event. I did write a slightly different one where I tried to bring in a complex relationship into a thriller. It's for the reader to really judge whether it works or not works.
Right. In my opinion, it does, and I'm sure the definition of thriller is, to some slight extent, being redefined. And I'm sure in your subsequent books, we'll see more and more of this theme being explored. Continuing that thread of Prakash, sir. So this character, the protagonist, is several times it's mentioned that he's inexperienced, he's a rookie. His seniors call him stubborn. One word that comes up very often is nincompoop. And yet he succeeds. And I think primarily because the right people want to help him at the right time, and there's something about him which makes people want to help him. So how did you conceptualize this kind of protagonist, sir, who is shown as very flawed, as heroic as he might believe himself to be? The narrative is very clear that he has his flaws and all of the things I mentioned. And yet somehow he manages, when it's really important, to capture help and assistance from the right people. So how has this come about?
Yeah, I think he was an anti-hero. I totally agree with you. Prakash is someone who is not really, who is just out of college. And he had certain very strong principles which he had imbibed in his college and school before that. And when you are, as an individual, as I told in the beginning, this story was conceived back in 2000. I was 10 years into the service then, and everything was an adventure for me. I was out there on the sea alone. I would go to a place and find that one of my officers working singly with the next point of where there was, we never used to get bread where we were posted. If you would get bread in a week, once in a week, that would be great. My officer was about 40 kilometers away from the next place where you could buy atta even, and that kind of a thing. They were all living alone. And they were all living, they were all out there in a belief that no, what we have been given a duty, we will do that duty. And for Prakash, it was an adventure. Instead of being this thing, it was an adventure because every time he stepped out, he felt, what am I doing? He said somewhere, he writes a letter to his girlfriend, you know, what I'm doing is something what James Bond does, except that I don't get the girls. And yes, I'm sticking to the old, and you don't get cigarettes also over there. Prakash became the anti-hero because he was lost. Most of us. In fact, for all its criticism and its faults, as a bureaucrat, I would say that the life which a young bureaucrat faces is one of the most challenging things which is ever experienced by an individual. Most of the bureaucrats who come out, They come out as youngsters straight out of college, and then thrust into a decision-making capacity which would affect a large number of people. When you look into that particular aspect, at times either you can be very confident that and believe that I'm right, but I think any person who believes that he's always right is more of a fool than anybody else. So it is something you will have to, you need explore. And when you are exploring, you may turn indecisive. That is what happened with Prakash. Prakash, when he was trying to look into it, what am I supposed to do? He would run left, he would turn right, he would go straight, without knowing whether it was a right decision which he was taking at that particular point of time. He was lucky. Like most of us who will end our careers well, were lucky because you will have great mentors. And that is what happened with him. He had 5 people around him. 3 people around him. So Prakash is often the weakling because he would postpone taking a decision. And that becomes the anti-hero of the thriller novel. Because the anti-hero, who is not supposed to be the hero in a thriller novel, is supposed to be running here, catching this guy, taking a decision, shoot somebody else, take him into this thing and emerge victorious. Prakash emerges victorious not because of his actions. Prakash probably emerges victorious because, as I said in the beginning, of his value systems. Those value systems brought people to him and told and guided people and led people to tell him, okay, you are doing something or you're not doing something. But even if you're not doing something, if you do it this way, possibly you will succeed. You remember one of the lines in the beginning says, among the things which you have done, not done, and plan to do, lies something that lies the mistake which you have done, and which led to this particular conclusion. Now that's as confusing as what happens over here. As confusing because, yes, the things we do, the things we don't do. But finally, we have some great people who would form a team and leads you through. That team may be ready to break rules. That teams may be able to guide you. My take is Prakash is the anti-hero with an absolutely great set of value system which draws people to him and leads them to help him out at every stage.
I hope all of us were...
I think that was the most confusing answer which I possibly came up with, but that is my book. When we started, I was talking to this thing, and most of the books which we come across. Sorry to interrupt, Richa. To continue on that particular aspect, I am a big fan of an author called Dick Francis. He's the guy who wrote about 30 mystery novels. Then they are beaten up. And he picks himself up and follows the track till the time the whole thing is unraveled. This is precisely what happens in the book, because for the people who have not read, Prakash is beaten at every stage. But he was lucky. Beaten at every stage by the antagonist. It's still a thriller. And it's only in the last 50 pages that he actually forms that team which brings the antagonist down. And that is where her question comes from. Why is Prakash failing again and again? The underdog coming back. Does he remain an underdog, or he really becomes the hero at all at any stage?
Yes, I think it's this very anti-hero nature of his that makes him a very appealing character. And even as the reader is progressing along the narrative and maybe seeing him make a decision that your feeling might not be best, he's going to pay for this later, you cannot help but always root for him. So in that way, a very, very good and believable protagonist. So just moving on to a more general aspect of the novel, sir. What do you think is the current scenario and the future of crime writing in India? Because I read a few articles a while ago that maybe crime writing has not succeeded as much here as it has in the West, where there's more of an established tradition. But also I think that is changing. So what is your opinion on this?
Wow. Yes. No. Yes and no. I'll say yes, crime fiction or crime thriller or thriller genre as such. In India, it's the most challenging in English. You know, when we were young, we had Colonel Ranjit, Suren Monpathak, you guys you wouldn't have heard of, who were writing Hindi. And they were writing extremely good thrillers. Every railway station, every railway journey we would go on, we'll pick up a Colonel Ranjit or we'll pick up a Suren Monpathak. And then if you were probably from a literature background, you would pick up The Godfather. And but then came the OTT and also came the movies where a hero in a thriller, the thriller movie, where a hero would bash up 20 people at one go. His one smash would possibly overturn a car. And that is still the willing suspension of disbelief. People believe in that. But sometime, I think, last decade, Indian crime fiction, Indian thriller, various forms, psychological thriller, crime thriller, even the legal thriller, the financial thrillers, came of their age. We had authors who were writing, and I'm mainly talking of English, I'm not talking of the Hindi or the vernacular thrillers. There were writers who came up who would write about banking scams. There were writers who would come up, who wrote psychological thrillers. Something like I Hear You, which is a psychological thriller par excellence per se. There were writers who came up on who were writing about crime fiction, crime thrillers. But then a more interesting development, which I was asked of in one of the earlier Lit Fest which I participated, is the new generation of bureaucrats coming up and writing crime thrillers. I'm not the first, I'm not the last on this. But in this particular one, what is happening is some of them are being adapted for OTT. These are, we have now even the established people who are writing based on facts. What I talked earlier as a non-fiction novel, which was based on certain events in the lives of certain people, certain officers, or even say, I'll take Hussain Jaidi, for example. Hussain Jaidi would take up a whole charge sheets and convert it into a novel. On a similar basis, he now moved on, he came out with his first novel, which is a fictional novel. The crime thrillers per se, I think, is picking up in a big way in India. The feeling of whatever be the two reasons, the two primary reasons we used to believe in for the thrillers, that is either the losing ourselves into the excitement or the catharsis feeling, either the two. In both the cases, the readers are picking up, except that we still have a challenge where the publisher normally asks you, yeah, I want a 65,000 word crime thriller. If you cross 65,000 words crime thriller, the publisher says nobody is going to read it. We are hoping, at least I am hoping, I write 90,000 word novels, and I don't believe to bring them down to 65,000 words. I do believe that the reader is getting discerning enough in India to pick up books which are more in the John Le Carre genre as much as in the Alistair MacLean genre which is running. So that's by this thing I think the Indian thriller has really picked up on the psychological front. On the psychological thrillers, we have really good writers at this stage. And the crime fiction is now picking up again in this particular decade.
Thank you, sir. I hope in the future we see Prakash maybe come to Shillong for one of his postings and see what he can do here. Although it's hard to imagine that such a a city as pretty and vibrant as it is, especially today, can have a dark underbelly. But who knows what you can come up with.
I know, Richa. This thing is Northeast is with this extreme vibrance, extremely vibrant culture, extremely vibrant nature, the most challenging terrain, I think, which is there bordering 3 countries, right. Has its own challenges and its own underworld, which can be the crime thriller, which can be explored. But I don't know how come so far nobody has come out writing on this particular aspect. Although in The Family Man, I believe the OTT thriller, yes. The next one was coming to the Northeast, okay. if I remember correctly.
Okay. I think due to the paucity of time, we'll have to wrap up our session. Maybe we can take one question. Anybody has one?
If there are any questions, perhaps we can ask one question, and for any additional questions,
we can take them outside.
They can be raised at the book signing.
So first of all, a big salute to you, because I'm a government employee myself, and I can truly relate to how you said that, initially someone told you that it looks like a note sheet. So we all get caught up in the mundane routine of affairs. So if you could give some tip to how, being in service as well, we can pursue writing, that would be really helpful, sir.
Yeah, writing has to be a passion. It is something which is I move in the circle of writers, and whereas Gulzar Sahab I met sometime in 1996, 97, and he just said a simple thing: if you believe you have a story to tell, get up at 4 in the morning, sit on your table by 4:30. There will be days where you will not produce even a page. But there will be days when you will produce 5 pages and you would come up so satisfied. Treat it as a job between 4:30 and 7:30 in the morning before you leave for the office. And that's your second job which is there. That 3 hours, it takes you about half an hour, 45 minutes. In my case, at least, it took me, I don't know what about the others, half an hour, 45 minutes to simply blank out. Unless you blank out the office from your writing, you will never be able to take office out of your writing. And that 45 minutes, beyond that, it's a couple of hours you get. There are days when the creative juices really flow well. I have had days, 6-7 days, where I have not produced half a page. And then one day, suddenly, I'll produce 5, 6, 7 pages. I think you have to treat it as a second job, as a second passion. That's something which gets you on the table at 4:30 in the morning. That's the only thing I can suggest. That's my personal experience. Other authors may have a different experience on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And as mentioned, if there are any additional questions, they can be taken up at the book signing. But firstly, as a token of our appreciation, we would like to felicitate our speaker with a memento for the Shillong Literary Festival. And with that, we have come to the end of this session. It was truly insightful, sir, especially on what you were talking about on the aspects of crafting the world of creative non-fiction, especially for an author, as you mentioned, who came from a career that was inherently non-literary, but how you've been able to capture your experience over the years into the work that you've done. Thank you so much. May you have a pleasant literary festival ahead. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now delve into a fascinating session that traces the historical roots and modern transformations of Assam through the lens of its rich and complex past. Titled Writing Northeast India, a Historical Perspective on Modern Assam, this session invites us to explore the intricate interplay of history, ecology, politics, and society that has shaped the region. We are joined by Dr. Arupjyoti Saikia, a renowned historian and professor at IIT Guwahati, with fellowships at Yale, Cambridge, and SOAS. His acclaimed works include Forests and Ecological History of Assam, A Century of Protest, and The Unquiet River. His research, honored with awards like the Shrikant Dutt Book Prize, vividly narrates Assam's history, intertwining its environmental, political, and cultural legacies. In conversation with him is Dr. Kaustubh Kumar Deka, a doctoral candidate from Jawaharlal Nehru University, whose research focuses on the dynamics of student movements in Assam. With an extensive background in ethnographic fieldwork and policy analysis, he brings a nuanced perspective on the region's evolving identity. Together, they will unpack Assam's historical trajectory, offering insights into how its past informs its present and future. This promises to be an enlightening exploration of the unique place of Northeast in India's narrative. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Arup Jyoti Saikia and Dr. Kaustubh Kumar Deka to the stage. Gentlemen, I now leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your introductions, and a very good afternoon to all of you. So after some really interesting sessions on starting from folklore, some bit of music, and also the last session on thriller, now we are in a very interesting spot. And both of us, for sure, me, I don't know about Professor Khoikia, but we definitely feel like a bit of an outsider here, being two people from social science, because, you know, the whole domain that talks about literature is very interesting, that how history is placed here. After all, I remember here the famous saying by the American critic and writer Henry James, who said that it takes a great deal of history to produce a little bit of literature. So, I mean, those type of contexts, of course, there, and also we go by the iconic British historian E.H. Carr, who talks about history as the long struggle of men and a continuous dialogue of the past with the present. So I think this is the context that definitely calls for a very nuanced and rigorous engagement with history also in forums such as this, because history in our region especially, it has a special significance. It is the very premise on which our even literary imaginations and other forms of social imaginations are placed. So from that vantage point, I think it is a very absolutely apt guest that we have here, Professor Khoikia, whose work, some of which our presenters already discussed with you all. But his most recent book, which has, I think, come out about a year ago now, last year, August, it came out, that is The Quest for Modern Assam, a political history, which is being rightly hailed as a magisterial work, a comprehensive history, which has been praised by a lot by critics and also adored by readers alike. And in this comprehensive book, of which we will discuss more, Professor Khoikia takes us to a very, very long, comprehensive journey. But before we get into some of the details of the book, what I would like to ask you is that, I mean, since we are talking about so many different dimensions of understanding Northeast India also in today's previous discussions has thrown up many interesting dimensions, how do we place our sense of history in this larger context? Because as we know, Northeast India as a category, either of imagination or policy making or as a lived reality, is an outcome of a contentious history. It comes through a lot of disruptions as well as a lot of assertions. In your book, the first chapter, that is, if I remember, An Empire in Disarray. So you definitely take it as a very interesting point of departure, perhaps. So how do you inaugurate, or how do you get into this journey as a historian, as someone who wants to bring historiography into this understanding?
Right. First, let me acknowledge my gratitude to the organizers, because to be a historian and amidst the literary people, it is not an easy job. And thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Kostov, for framing those questions. I think while we study this region, it is really a difficult task. What kind of history we will write, for whom we would be writing, and what should be the point of departure. And I'm sure the students in Meghalaya, or students in Nagaland, or in Mizoram, or Manipur, or Tripura, or say in Arunachal, or in Assam, everybody would look forward to think of a different kind of lineage and different kind of trajectory. Most of our historical writings are largely dominated by the political discourse, right? We largely tend to think about the political developments that had taken place probably in the last few decades or probably in the last few centuries, right? My take is, my preference would be always over a long time period. I like to be at the august company of the geologist, for instance, who like to think about long time, maybe 1,000 years, or maybe more longer. And it is not an easy job to visualize probably what my forefathers say some 1,000 years before, how they were thinking, how they were negotiating, probably a cold wintry night, in the absence of light, in the absence of all kinds of modern technologies, and how they were progressing and thinking and making life, right? To visualize the history of these regions or where we were located, history is obviously about the past, right? It is truly a difficult task. The kind of history that we will write, for whom we would be writing. And personally, I feel that historians must learn the art of a novelist or a short storyteller. Because we must write to a reader, wider reader, and try to comprehend and visualize that situations. Say, 1,000 years before, or say 500 years before. What kind of, for example, plants were here? What kind of timbers were here? What kind of monsoon patterns were here? Right? These questions need answer, and to visualize them, it is truly a difficult task. The history writing for the northeastern India are not yet well informed in that directions. We largely talk about the political developments of the last, say, 50 years, or last 70 years, 80 years. This is what we largely think about. But those political developments do come and do go away. The serious imprints of, say, the long economic developments, or say the larger environmental developments, which will have serious impact on this region's economy, polity, and the future, these are hardly talked about. The classic examples would be that of the earthquakes. The greatest earthquake that this region has produced, or say this region had suffered, is that of the 1897 earthquake, where this particular location where we are sitting now, it underwent dramatic transformations. But these are largely aesthetical transformations that that earthquake of 1897 had produced. But that earthquake of 1897, probably few other earthquakes, which are probably gigantic earthquakes, which had tormented the earth, tormented the mountains, tormented the rivers, tormented the non-humans, they needed to be understood. And this requires a long and comprehensive understanding. I'll summarize my answer. Our historical understanding of these regions would be successful in two ways. If we take a larger geographical framework, it would be unwise to study only Brahmaputra Valley or even say the plateau of Meghalaya. We need to bring everything combined. We need to see that this region is located between Bay of Bengal and the rising Himalayas or the Patkais into the east. That time period needs to be considered seriously, and we need to talk to many kind of archives. It cannot be one set of archive. It cannot be mere folklore. It cannot be mere colonial archive. It has to be a comprehensive archive. Probably we will be able to tell a larger story, and this requires institutional, individual, and societal engagement. And everybody has to come together to think about that. This is how I would like to locate my region's history.
Let me take you up on the point, 2 points particularly. One about that how history is a kind of a craft of storytelling, right? I mean, on that point, you also mentioned about different types of archive. What I would like to know more from you is that this issue of, the trans-border nature or the spatiality, which is very fluid, which used to be very fluid. In your work, perhaps you talk about colonialism and the transformative experience of the two great wars, especially the Second World War, as acts of disruptions or point of disruption. Now, how do we recover those kind of lost aspects? One indication in your book, which is of course a very voluminous book, which runs into almost 900 pages, out of which about maybe 200 to 300 of them are only different references and sources, archival sources that you mentioned. Can you tell us more about the different explorations of archives that we see that can address that issue of that aspect of transboundary aspects? Because if I remember right, it was the historian Sugata Bose who said a very interesting thing in another context, that the most of the frontiers that colonialism talked about is in fact no frontier at all. They were very heart of many continuums. They were in fact highways, the highways which were transformed into frontiers through the violent experience of colonialism. So how do we get back to those, the sense of connectivity and those, those arterial notions that we had? So what type of archives will help us in that?
I would like to give my answers in two parts. First, the kind of archives that this region's historians or academicians should engage with, and the kind of connections. I begin with the connections. The most fitting example would be the living bridge from Meghalaya, the rubber, Ficus elastica. I'm sure many of us are familiar with the story of Ficus elastica or the living bridge. The gum or the resin that the Ficus elastica produced, it was hugely in demand in England, in other Western European economies since the mid-19th century, the gum and the resin. It was increasingly used in the increasingly expansive automobile industry, especially in London, from 1860. So right from the 1820s onward, 1830s, the Ficus elastica gum, which was found largely in the Khasi Hills, Patkais, and the modern Arunachal Pradesh, this gum was collected by the local people and it was made into a commodity. It was sold to merchants in the mid-19th century, especially the Marwari merchants, who would collect it diligently, and they would essentially gather it as a sellable commodity for the European market. It was a very complex, a very serious process, because you have to negotiate with the local collectors. For example, the Garu community, they had serious interest and expertise in the collection of this resin. Once this was collected, this would go via complex transport network to Bengal, reach either the Chittagong port or that of the Calcutta port, From there, they should make their onward journey via Bay of Bengal, Indian Ocean, and further journey to the European market. It produced huge wealth. Some of the mid-19th century profit for the local entrepreneurs, both Assamese, Marwari, and others, and also Europeans, it came from the trade in this Ficus elastica. So was the limestone in the Khasi Hills. So was the timbers, the elephants, everything was collected, it was sourced, and it would be analyzed. Now the question is, all those transactions should be noted, discussed, and it will be recorded in various archives. It would not be in one set of archive, not only in Shillong, it would be different places. The best or one of the final set of where these transactions or where these materials are going from, say, Khasi Hills, Naga Hills, or when I'm using the word Khasi Hills, apology because I'm using the 19th century connotations, and that or modern Arunachal Pradesh, all those commodities and their final uses will be recorded in various automobile factories of the British societies, British economies. Those needs to be now discovered and find out, right? Those uses, right? Or the Calcutta port, or the Assam Bengal Railway headquarters in Chittagong, right? Where all these records are mentioned and they are catalogued. Now, as a historian of these regions, we have to travel step by steps, right? We need to move to Burma, we need to move to China, we need to move to Calcutta, we need to move to Germany, where some automobile factories were also collecting the Ficus elastica from these regions, and also the British companies. So different kind of archives located at different locations. As you use the word, trans-border mobilities of these commodities were very important. This is one aspect to the part one of my answer. The second would be, it is only a temporary kind of archive. We need to read 3 different layers of archive. I would say the huge botanical archive or the huge geological or zoological archive. For example, the arrival of this cherry plant, when it arrived, how it disrupted the local ecology, how it brought in new insects, right? That kind of archive also needs to be understood, and that it is only possible if we are constantly in dialogues with the other professionals like botanists, geologists, climatologists, or paleoanthropologists, right? All these varieties of archive we need to be in touch with. Our society is also oral society, right? Extraordinary power of absence of the written word, right? That needs to be also understood and comprehended carefully. But not merely by saying that we need to just mention. It needs to be understood with the help of the modern linguistic science, modern the paleoanthropologists, right? All needs to come in to support our cause. And finally, the literary archives, right? The sense and sensibilities of these regions are very carefully captured by our powerful literary traditions, and this festival is a symptomatic of that. And finally, all the official archives. I think this is how we need to. Finally, these archives are not located within India. They are in Burma, they are in Chile, they are in China, they are in other places of the world. They need to be understood comprehensively.
About your point about the need of more cross-disciplinary kind of dialogue across discipline, that reminds me of one small example. In one of my recent travel to the upper Himalayas, which is above in Arunachal border near Dong Valley, above Dong Valley, there was this very beautiful anecdote story that I came across. the Mishimi tribe, that is the Digaru Mishimi who stays there, they have this belief that there is a glacial lake where they go now and then, and it's in a disputed place. It's in a very militarized border. And they have a belief that that is a place for a lot of very precious flowers which grows only there. But that local belief is that if anybody plucks those flowers, there is immediate thunder lightning and the lake roars in protest. There is a sound that comes from the lake. So that is a very beautiful example of that ecological kind of a knowledge, or how indigenous belief is kind of protecting that ecology. But then again, there is also the element of geopolitics and militarization there. So you know, how those type of, I mean, that also can be certain kind of an archive when you mention oral history or oral belief or folklore, all this type of thing. But then again, how these are also now in a way party to the dynamics of geopolitics that is there, and how these places are off limit for many researchers, and how the knowledge is transmitting out despite all this militarization, but there is still lots of fluidity that is there. So that these are, in the sense, perhaps if I get you right, what you're saying is that the archive in Northeast India is still being explored, right? It is an unfolding archive, and our sense of archive is still kind of, you know, we are processing through that. Right? If that is how I get you. So maybe can we also bring this, and maybe let me add a little bit something more here before you come to that. I was reading this new type of work, say there is a new coinage of a term, like beyond Anthropocene, now people are saying there is this plantation. Right? The plantation is giving rise to new forms of, you know, history and new type of economy, especially Anna Ching, Donna Haraway, they are coining this term. So can we also see that as a new form of historical inquiry, to see the history of plantations, how it is creating new forms of economy, new forms of imagination?
My sense is, I'll come straight to your last part of your question. The plantation story of this region is still half understood. This is largely understood through the lens of labor economics, the labor exploitations. But my sense is, and I'm fortunate to give the answer to this question, because we have not really explored the plantation archive. There are many layers of plantation archive. There is not only one. When I'm saying plantation, I'm largely talking about the tea plantation story. For example, there is also Ficus elastica plantations. There is also the sal plantations, sal robusta. There is also teak plantations. There is also this pine plantations here in Shillong, right? This was a majestic story of the late 19th century, right? Many such developments have taken place. But coming back to the questions of tea plantations, right? This was partially understood, especially the first few decades of the tea plantation, which began in the early 19th, late 1830s to the when it began, right? That story is still understood. The primary reason is our understanding of that plantation story was largely based on bureaucratic records, not the company records, not the records of the finance, right, which was at the core of this entire plantation story. The large corpus of the Assam Company records, Assam Company was the big tea company which was responsible for beginning the career of tea in the Brahmaputra Valley in Assam, right? They began their career in 1839 and they continued to be there. In 1962, they have transferred all their records, all kind of records, especially the handwritten records of the 1830s, 40s, 50s, 60s, in running into thousands and thousands of pages to a local archive in London, not the British Library. This runs into volumes and volumes of records. And these records tells many layers of stories and challenges that this tea company had faced. I give you some example. For instance, in the initial days, the Assam Company failed to produce good tea. They were really an example of great failure in producing very successful tea at par with the Chinese tea that was produced at the time. However, the local Khamti populations, Shingpho populations, they have produced very good quality tea, very high quality tea. And the Assam company, what it did, it basically repackaged the tea produced by the Khamti and the Shingpho populations. I'm talking about the 1830s, close to 200 years before, and sell it. And they sold this entire package material as their own product. What it did, actually, it denied the authority, their entrepreneurship, right, their culture of productions to the indigenous communities, right? Also, the various kind of negotiations that local communities did with the Assam company, because Assam company was the only tea company which existed till 1859, 2 years before the Sepoy Mutiny. Large numbers of people, they actually struggled to get a job there. They wanted to get a job because they thought this is a better price. Many local people, they actually struggle to work, to get a job, and a lot of migration. This is not the tea garden migration that we normally know, right? Our normal story is that the Chantali speaking populations arrived here. That is not the story. Even the followers of Islam, they started arriving in by 1840s in the tea plantations to work. But they were not given preferences because they were not good in the hoeing practices. Hoe is very important. Those archives are still unexplored. I think our institutions in Northeast, our students, our generations, our younger generations, they must take up the responsibility of reading, finding, and comprehending this archive to write our history in a different way.
Since you mentioned the Khamtis, I remember here that for the audience, Khamti people are mostly based in Namsai district in and around, and Namsai is Chokham, Namsai, these places are very interesting for two very significant colonial expeditions. One was while different European countries and powers, they were trying to get the source of the Brahmaputra. So there are expeditions were based out of Chokham. The other lesser known expedition was the attempt for the Christian missions to get into Tibet. So that is interesting because, that part we don't realize this, like we talked about this transboundary connection and spatial connections. How places like Chokham was connected to Tibet and continues to be connected, in fact. Even now there are lots of schools that teach us Pali and other languages, and there's a very subtle Tibet connection to all that. So that is fascinating, that how despite of centuries of different expositions, different cultural integration and other dynamics, that peculiarity persists. And in fact, because I come from Dibrugarh, which is very near to Namsai, in our local joke is that when you go from Dibrugarh, you enter Namsai, it's like there's a bridge. There's a Dihing River bridge. It's like if you cross the bridge, it's like you are going from South Asia to Southeast Asia. Because there is immediately a different marked change in attire, in everything, in architectural design and everything. So these nuances and differences increasingly, and that will be maybe one of our final discussion, is that what type of new history I think that you see that is emerging, that is trying to capture this very kind of uniqueness, or maybe decentering the notion of history from some kind of dominant trope or dominant lens. How these type of things are being brought out, and the so-called margins and so-called borders, how they are being mainstreamized, and what are the new forms of history that you see that are coming up, or what do you think should be some new parameters that should be adopted by a set of new history writers from the region or from outside the region talking about Northeast India?
I may not have a very concrete and a clear answer, but let me try. What are the new ways that the historians of these regions are trying to understand? One of the major issues is the questions of the long history of the infrastructures. For instance, the regions has a very complex network of communications. I'm sure those of us who are familiar with the mountain pathways, roadways, smaller passages, these are very peculiar to these regions, right? And this produced linkages, connections with many kind of geographies, connecting it to Sylhet, connecting to both Bay of Bengal, Burma, China, to Gwalpara, to Tibet, Bhutan, right? This is a source of mobility. What the British had done, they had essentially created new arteries, new infrastructures of transportations, right? Partly they succeeded in erasing the existing arteries, existing connections, but they created new infrastructures. So two of the biggest infrastructure they created in the late 19th century was the railway infrastructure. The Assam-Bengal Railway, which was one of the biggest investment of the colonial government in terms of capital investment and also profit. Then the Eastern Bengal Railway, the steamer companies, all these things were created. Anyway, many of those were also severely disrupted during the time of partitions. In fact, partition came essentially as a force of disruption of this transport network, especially the Meghalaya. Meghalaya suffered heavily due to the partitions, right? So this is one part I think many historians are looking at, the questions of frontier making, right? How the frontiers were seen, visualized. I think another third point is the history of the language. I'm not talking of the history of the language in the 20th century, but the long history of the languages, especially the Himalayan languages, as they call it now, or the Indo-Tibetan, the Austric languages, the long history of the last 2,000 years, especially based on genetic studies and others. Historians are increasingly relying on that. Also environmental history. My own experience is the river. But I think the other trees also require attention and deserve notice. The story of the elephant, for example, they are increasingly being studied. I see the Northeast now provide several dimensions, especially the border studies. Your own work is essentially on the borders, infrastructures. Then the questions of where you are located, right? I think these are new ways that this region's history, I think we have successfully come out of our initial exposure to the history of ethnicity, history of, say, religion and other things. We are going in new directions, and I'm sure we'll be able to give a new directions to the global history.
I mean, as much as we would have liked to carry on this fascinating conversation, which is as fascinating as the region itself, but the organizers are giving me a signal that we perhaps have to wrap up soon, but I still bargained at least time for one question. If anybody has one pertinent question or comment, please feel free. The mic there.
Thanks for that, Kaustav and Rupjyoti. One thing which I think emerges very clearly both from your own writing as well as how you've addressed issues here is that you're a historian of the region. You're not just a historian of Assam, you're somebody who's read your books and having reviewed the last one. It is, while Assam may be central to the work that you do, there is a huge amount of material which emerges from this very mammoth research and work on Mizoram, on the hill regions. And I think that's very important for us to understand and know. It's really a comment. I don't need
To very brief answer. My own expertise for a long time was largely on the lowlands, as I see it, on the valleys, because more familiar with wet rice cultivations, probably in transport infrastructures or institutions. But I think the highlands, it has a bigger role to play in shaping the destiny of these regions. In fact, my sense is, and what I have written in The Unquiet River, the history of Brahmaputra, the hills were the preferred choices for a long period of time because the lowlands were more prone to the flood. It was not easy to take control of the production of the paddy especially. So till the time when the mountains and the highlands, it afforded a good amount of crops and other edible items, people preferred that locations. It was easier for them to also to have remained safeguarded against many kind of non-humans, right? Slowly, the lowlands became more important in terms of political activity. But I think this region's history needs to be seen as a collective unit. It cannot be a history of only of Brahmaputra Valley or Barak Valley. It has to be a history of the hills and the lowlands, also the waters together. If we can bring the history of the eastern Himalaya and the Bay of Bengal and that regions together, including Patkai, then only I think our region's understanding would be much more clearer and better. Otherwise, it would be a regional political history.
We will be taking the last question for this session. Thank you.
Just one quick question. Today we see a lot of young historians writing history through the lens of a biography. Writing a lot of biographies about Indians who are not so well known, especially post 1947. How do you see that as a tool, especially in the context of Northeast India, where we don't have many biographies of some of the big leaders?
We don't have many things, including biographies, but I really enjoyed writing a short micro-history of the life of Sunaram Sangma. Sunaram Sangma, especially in the early 20th century, between 1904 to 1912, he really laid a major struggle against the imperial forestry program. And he succeeded. It was a fascinating work. And the kind of his challenge that he faced, it was really great. But what he did, he succeeded forcing the imperial government to stop further encroachment of the forest from that of the community. And that process had stopped. Sunaram Sangma and many others, they are extraordinary figures. And I think we need more works to understand the region's history of colonialism, history of pre-modern times, everything requires. Probably our institutions, our younger generations, they will learn the local languages in more sophisticated manner. My own training in the medieval Assamese is so poor. I'm trying to learn, but it requires my expertise in many languages. Without learning the highland languages, Himalayan languages, my present understanding of even the Assamese would remain a half-done project. I'm sure the biographies would be a major way out. In fact, I have named my history of Brahmaputra a biography. Because it gives you the control and command over your material, what you want to write. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Deka and Dr. Saikia, for this rather nuanced and insightful session. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present you with a few mementos. Let us please have a round of applause for our speakers. Their exploration of Assam's past, woven with threads of geopolitics, ecology, and culture, has provided us with a profound understanding of its present and future. Our speakers will now proceed to the book signing area. If anyone has any further questions that you'd like to ask our speakers, you may do so at the book signing area. We will proceed with our next session shortly. Thank you.
Hi everyone. We will be starting with our next session shortly. I kindly request our speaker to kindly proceed to the dais. Also, this is for your general information that the Shillong Literary Festival and the dialogues, the engaging dialogues here on the stage, are also being telecasted live on YouTube via the DD Meghalaya official channel, as well as through the state's official OTT platform, Hello Meghalaya. Thank you. For our next session on the crafting of visual narrative, a dialogue with the illustrator, we welcome Mr. Mario Pathau in conversation with Mr. Kenneth Hankyo. For this session, we will be discussing on the intersection of indigenous storytelling and modern visual design, with the illustrator's work spanning from graphic novels inspired by the Living Root Bridges to public murals across Shillong city that reflect the cultural identity of the region and most recently the state emblem of Meghalaya. For this session on the crafting of visual narrative, we will be in conversation with Mario Pathau, a PhD scholar at the Department of Design at IIT Guwahati, specializing in communication design, architecture, illustration, and comics, primarily focusing on indigenous art and design of the Khasi and Jaintia community, with his notable projects including the Meghalaya State Emblem, as mentioned, and initiatives for the Meghalaya Farmers Empowerment Commission. And in conversation and moderating this discussion, we are joined by an educator and an illustrator, best known for his work Bar Comics, whose passion for art and storytelling blends wit and cultural resonance in his caricatures. For this session, we are joined by Mr. Kenneth Hankyo. Sir, the floor is yours for the next half an hour.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So much of half of my work, I think, is done with the introduction. And yes, Mario Pathau, very good evening to you. And I'm really happy to be having this opportunity to finally have a talk with you. And frankly, we've been friends on social media for quite a while, and this is the first time that we've actually met in person and having a conversation with you. So, Mario, I just want to start off right away with if you can tell us a little bit more about yourself and this journey so far and how this all came about, your inspirations, right from when you were, when you first started off drawing on blank papers and textbooks.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm currently doing my PhD in the field of design, specifically in the communication design from IIT Guwahati. I completed my master's from IIT Bombay. And so starting about this venture for art and illustration, it has always been, ever since I was a little kid. So in terms of visual narratives, when I was, in school as a boy, all of my, when I study, I love to sketch whatever I study so that I will remember better. So especially with literature or science, it carried on to, to my college days also. So being, in the field of architecture also, we rely heavily on visuals to explain our concept, explain what we want to get our message across. So that's how it started. And also, since my parents also were staunch Catholics and so we didn't have much of these great galleries, art galleries in Shillong. The only outlet for me to experience the artworks were the cathedral. That most of the artworks in 1947, the stained glass were from France, and then the other art reliefs and the sequential arts were from Berlin. So all of these paved ways in some kind to my style today and how I fell in love with visual narratives.
So which means you have a very, photographic memory, I might say, when it comes to
for interesting things,
memorizing and, visualizing things. When it comes to concepts and all, what you have to. All right. So moving on. All right. I think I would dare say no work by, I think, from any artist from our state who has permeated into the nook and crannies of every Shillong household, I would dare say. When it comes to your artwork, which is very accessible and in the sense that, in the form of, your work with association with the government, with the calendars, the murals, and, your accessories and the prints that you have made out. I think a lot of people are familiar just by looking at your paintings, and I think they could easily tell that this is a Mario Pathao painting. So you have made it your signature look. But yes, looking at your paintings, I've seen that they're very, very close to the style of Nouveau art style. I think this is because of your architectural background. I think there's a lot of symmetry and a lot of the colors, the color combinations as well. So how did this come about with your, your association with Art Nouveau, and are you going to go ahead with your future, with your future paintings and artworks? Are you headed down this path, or are you going to evolve in some way or change a little bit?
So it started off, falling in love with architecture, the Renaissance. When I was in 6th grade, I was 12 years old, and we had this history book. And we were bombarded with all of these works by Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci. And I could see that just by using geometrical shapes, they could actually make sense of these compositions. And that's when I told my mom and dad first, I told them that I want to be a fine artist. Then my parents were like, find something else. So I found this perfect amalgamation of technology, engineering, and art was architecture. And later on, studying about art history, I came across Alphonse Mucha. And I think, personally for me, he was one of the pioneers for graphic design also, or commercial art, because he was the first one who did for Sarah Bernhardt the posters. Because prior to him were more of, works that you would see in an exhibition, but then his work carried on as posters. And then later on, as I go about and studying his work, I could see how he, with bold lines. And then there was some kind of parallels also with the ukiyo-e of Japan. Yeah, we could see in the works of, Hiroshige and, all of them who has contributed to that art era. And that has somehow made me, as much as I can, to amalgamate both styles into my art, because it resonates so much with the culture of art tribes here.
Right, that's very fascinating. And, with your, I think with your background as an architect and your, I think for your eye for detail, you could actually witness like the detail that you've added to these stories. And we'll come to the graphic novel that you have just, I think that was during the pandemic, if I'm not mistaken. So how much of research has that, have you done with that, or is it?
For that, actually, it stemmed out as a master's degree project at IDC School of Design in IIT Bombay. We worked together with Professor Prasad Bokal on, so many of my colleagues and my classmates were taking up visual narratives that speak about, the current situation that we have, be it the political aspects or be it, health, etc. But for some reason, whenever I pick a project for my, academic project, I always pick a project that resonates with my identity. So so I've been to this Living Root Bridge for a very long time, ever since I was a kid at the age of 7. That was the first time I saw it. And I was very mesmerized and saw how the people managed to sustain it. in such a way where they put all of these bamboo rafters and scaffoldings and guide the routes. But then most of the research, one thing about us researchers is that our works always end up in research papers in which the dissemination of knowledge is just between us, But when it comes to how, if I want to let this work of mine speak to the whole public, visuals is one of the ways. So it was a time when we were heavily inspired, with comics and manga and everything. So I was thinking to myself, maybe we can create a tale revolving around the practice of the living root bridge, sustaining the living root bridge, and add a little spice to that. We inculcated the concept of these nymphs, kapurible. We inculcated the concept of ukla. A lot of those things, like the bits and parcels of the pockets inside the tale, so that it'll make the viewers or the readers much, engaged in finding out the drama, just instead of just having an information brochure.
All right. So yes, I remember reading an article. I think it was based on your graphic novel Tandrai, and if I'm not mistaken, you had a very unique take on. If I'm not mistaken, this article that I read, I think it was from Riot webzine. So it's one of my favorite webzines that I used to read. But I've seen a very unique take of your, on the word modernism. And your idea about modernism is not about structural. I mean, it's a very, how I put it, contrasting for you coming from that architectural background. So,
the tale is a kind of a conversation between a grandfather and a granddaughter. So it starts off with a conversation where this grandfather is teaching the granddaughter how to preserve the living root bridge, and the granddaughter was like, "Why can't we just have steel bridges like we have in the cities?" So that's when I took this quote from Gandhi, and it's like, "Nature is for everyone's need, not every man's greed." So that's stemmed out, as the narrative that follows for the whole entire book.
There's a very refreshing take on, on modernism. Like for us, when we say, when we think about future cities, we think of flying cars and huge skyscrapers and whatnot. But it was really refreshing to read that. So, in your view, does the visual narrative deepen the experience of folk tales compared to reading or, hearing about these stories orally? What do you think?
I think as an illustrator, yes, we sort of are somehow a guiding beacon for the, for the viewers on how to, we're not actually trying to make the readers see a tale from our eyes, but in the sense where we sometimes when you read, the cognitive load is quite large, especially for people who do not have the habit of reading.
Yes.
But then when it comes to visuals, when you think about it, especially when I teach, I ask, how many of you have seen the movie Harry Potter? Many, raise their hands. And how many of you have read the book? They were like, quite, a handful of them. And that's when we see the power of image making.
Yeah.
And also, when we think about, for example, like Neil Gaiman, he gave a very good example, is that these tangible, the physical book, that holding a physical book itself also with visuals makes a lot of sense. So in my book also, when you read it also, for example, telling a secret, the very act of you turning the page to discover the secret also adds a little bit of an interactive mode for the readers. So those are the small things that we sometimes overlook in a book, and that's how I have inculcated as, as an illustrator.
All right. So, regarding your other books, besides the graphic novel, you have also worked with some writers from Shillong, I think, based on the the conservation of the Amur falcons, and
Yes,
then what was it about
Kongtong.
the Kongtong and yes. So how did that come about? Was it a project that you initiated, or or was it?
Okay, this project was headed by Saramandala Foundation, and the project is known as the Forgotten Folklore Project. And they approached me, just right after COVID, so it was Lanu who approached me, and she was working on this, the concept of Kongtong. And Oswin, who is the writer, many of us, we always see Kongtong as the whistling village, but according to him, since he's done extensive research on Kongtong, he says that it's actually the tunes of Kongtong, not the whistles of Kongtong, because those are tunes catching Roy Yao Bei. So in that aspect, when I worked with Oswin, so Lanu was asking me on how visually can you represent sound on paper. That's quite a challenging, if it's an animated film, it's quite easy, or if it's a movie, it's quite easy because there's the relationship between sound and image. But over here you have only text and image relationship. So over here what we've done is that we've borrowed this concept of how musicians use the notes, and using the same concept in illustration, we have made it the tunes to come out of the mouth with a little bit of musical notes to make sure that the readers understand that these are not just words, but these are actually tunes. So those are one of the challenges, but that's how we got the project going.
All right. So I've read some of them. I think it's very. I think it's actually focused towards young kids. I think,
yes,
pushing them to
level 2 and level 3.
Yeah. So, what about these books? Are they, will they be recommended to schools or just?
I think it's headed by Saramandala Foundation and the Forgotten Folklore. It's initially for the Aganwadis. And yes, so they've been going on, all of the rural areas, especially, for example, the ones that we've done Kongtong. They went to Kongtong and actually showed the kids over there about how we have represented them in the picture books, or the Amur Falcons in Ribhoi, where we have these heroes, these 3 boys who wants to conserve the Amur and protecting them from Sim, killing the birds with stones. So those are the things that we went to the village and they see themselves, they recognize themselves in the illustrations.
I think even Bor, the bully, would have. There would be some bully in that village.
Yes, Bor is the bully, actually.
I think he would. There would be someone who would identify with that character,
yes,
and then in turn, while learning about it, so that's at the same time, it's like you're doing not just spreading education, at the same time with awareness. So when it comes to balance, how do you balance staying true to these traditional elements of folktales, bringing your own creative interpretation of the visuals? So I think you must have tweaked a little bit when it comes to your paintings as well for Lee Dokha and different
Yes,
are you getting the question?
Yeah, I think in terms of folktales, especially with all the illustrations that we've done, I think one of my favorite subject was the story of Uklo Watkasni, which is the story of the peacock and the sun. And I've been sketching this ever since I was in 8th grade. So I've been having multiple variations as I age. I'm not that old, but as I age. But so every time I get an idea or, I read more about this tale and I inculcate more about, and in the initial stage, you could see the sun as the sun itself. But as we go, one of the early, the latest versions is that I have just made her, the sun into a woman. Because we personify the sun as, Kamesi, the mother sun. So, and as we go along, also, I tend to meet a lot of people who have worked on many tales. For example, I've met Francis Khongwar also, and he's worked on Kirwa, and it relates to Pas and Teo. And recently I found out that the flower that was used to lure her was Teo Pathao, actually. It was like the flower of the pumpkin. And it's quite interesting because then I go back to my drawing board and remake a lot of these things and with a different perspective, with a different view or a different take on it. Trying as much as I can to be, very authentic about, the information that I represent.
All right. So I always thought that the flower was Liu Jaling Klen.
Yes, some of them they do, and there's a lot of text actually about that. And so what is very surprising for me is that, it's Tiu Pathao, which is, we take for granted that it's not really beautiful and everything, but over here we can see that she was lured by Tiu Pathao.
So coming back to, crafting visual narratives with comics through the form of comic genre, I was wondering, like, your process in, when it comes to storyboarding, because as comic artists, we have to plan about, the camera angles. We are like the directors of photography. We are like from the styling to the, the color choice. So, how does that come about with you? Does it come naturally, or do you plan, because as artists, we have to think of the speech bubble as well.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. And where do you leave a space for, not to say anything? Like, the picture will just speak for itself.
So for me also, the story is very important. So we write it as, one, a report of the story, and then cherry pick a little bit of how we're going to simplify the text as much as possible. And we leave spaces so that the images will speak more than words. And there are so there's this idea of sequential art. So from one frame to another frame, there's, for example, there's one action here and the next action can happen in the next frame. Me getting up and drinking the water. But what happens between these two frames plays in the minds of the people who actually do. So the brain actually fills in all of these information. So we also think about all of these things. If the frame is if the timeline between one frame to another frame is too long, also it takes away the main story from the people, and we don't want the people to find your story to be very hard to read, or it can be an easy read. And when you think about, for me as well, also when I make all of these frames, I make sure that after 5 to 6 pages, also I'll just have one huge spread, because just like running, you're running and running, you just need a breather. So the same goes with the story, as a comic also. After 5 to 6 pages, we need one full illustration so that the mind or the brain also can just have a breather for a little while. So all of these things, for example, also when you have a scene that is a fight scene, a scene that makes, that an uneasiness in the readers. So we have multiple frames happening, all, in different angles, etc., creating this, in the mind that it's something, with all of the edges, that something dangerous is happening, or something that is uneasy. So, for example, like in The Hobbit also, what they've used is that when they narrated like how he has fallen, you could see that the frames also were, made in such a way that it's not balanced, so that the mind also can associate with the story itself. So all of these factors play when we, it goes hand in hand when you plan the story and you plan the visuals as well.
All right. So what about the, your medium that you've chosen for this, for the Tendrai, as well as these, the paintings that you've done? Is it all done virtually, like on a
Yeah. Digital platform.
Digital platform,
Yeah.
or?
So the one that we've done with Tendrai, initially, like any other enthusiastic artist, you get a lot of hope. You're like, I'm going to do this with graphite, and come 15 pages, you've been sketching with just graphite, and you just realize that you have another 20 more pages to go. And the thing about doing it manually, it leaves very little room for corrections, because once it's done, and it becomes a little bit much more laborious to actually go back and change. And one of the factors also we've observed in Dignitary also is that the consistency, of the first page and the last page should be, should relate, should have the same style, should have the same effort. So as I say, the same strokes. So these are the things that were mindful at the start, but as you go along, it became a little bit more laborious for me. But when we started with even like Dignitary, the way we started with the style also, it's much more a very detailed style, which it's very time consuming. But when we worked with Siramandala Foundation also, we knew that the books will resonate more with, level 2 and level 3. So the illustrations also are much more cartoonish, rather than Dignitary, which is for the young adults, where we have a little bit more of closer to the human anatomy. But over here we have an exaggerated, expressions, etc. So all of these factors, especially knowing who your audience or who the end users are, plays an important role on how I select my style.
Mm. You're talking about audience, and so how is it that what is your when you the feedbacks that you get from people, reacting to your comics? How is it like their understanding of when it comes to reading a comics and actually reading looking at the comics and reading it and compared to reading the stories, and seeing the reaction of a folk tale or a folklore being how do I put it, produced in a visual way. What was their reaction? So how did people react to your work?
So
initially?
Dignitary also came out. I think one thing that is good about the COVID pandemic is that I could sit at home and rework on it. So when so it started, like I said, as a master's degree program, a project. And during the Viva, and we got a lot of feedback from experts who are in the visual narrative field, Dr. Shillong and others who have given me a lot of pointers to change a lot of things, to be mindful of a lot of things. And so after that, I worked with TCS, but it was work from home. So after work, I could actually go back to the drawing board and revisit all of these comments or feedbacks that, I can change all these small things. And so after that, when we launched the book and released the book, and Sir Frederick is here, he was the one who released the book in 2022, Dignitary. And so after that, when the people got to know about it, because it was an age where many of the youngsters were into manga, so it was nice for them also to see something from our culture, to see in the manga style. Yeah. So it was a positive feedback, and
any particular choice, like you've chosen a manga?
I think, yeah. So because what happened was during my master's degree, most of my friends were from Japan. And we were heavily, in anime and everything. So we always meet up at a cafe and we start working on our novels and everything. And they showed me a lot of styles, a lot of, I learned a lot from them. They showed me a lot about their culture and a lot about how they represent their illustrations and everything. And one of my friends, Noel Jothis, she's an animator who's, she worships anime. So it really actually stemmed from, they were the ones who actually inspired me to take up this style as well.
Any anime in particular?
So I've always loved, Full Metal Alchemist also. So there's obviously Studio Ghibli, and one of the recent one that I'm watching is Spy Family. So,
okay. I was even for me, my favorite mangas was Kentaro Moira with Berserk and all. So let's go. Let's just deviate a little bit from the visual aspect. I'm talking about your views when it comes to. I was talking to you earlier about how people perceive your work, and when it's now that it's in the public, they all know you, you can identify your work based on, just by looking at your paintings, you can easily tell that it's your work. So we're talking about art sensibilities, and strictly regarding people here in Shillong, they've been really, they're really the way they've been able to buy artworks, like to consume, to buy. They're really interested now. So, what do you think has brought about this change, and what is your take on that?
So, one of my, I think when last time you said that it's in every household, right? Most of my, because, so my main idea is accessibility. So it's sometimes artwork is meant only for the people who could afford. Now, many cafes or people who want my artworks, they tend to, they all, they say it straight to my face that we can't afford it. But there's another way that we can actually make it affordable. We create art prints for them, and they're very close to an original artwork, and that's how how it propagated in every household and many guest houses and many of these restaurants, etc. And yes, and because of the choice of the theme, also the theme is a lot to do with our own folk tales and our own, society and Yodo, etc. And so the people, they tend to associate those things, and especially these illustrations are from the past, things that we don't use anymore. So yeah.
Surely you must have inspired a lot of upcoming young artists as well. So what is your final take, your message to them? So young aspiring kids who wants to take up, becoming a graphic artist, an illustrator, so on and so forth.
I think for me personally also, I'm still in this journey of exploration. But I think one of the things that helped me move on is that for me, I think I have this talent that I have, and therefore to waste it, it'll be so illogical for one to live without, without exploring all of these. So for me, it would be you have one of this, make the best use of your talents, and to go forth, go out there to find the opportunities, rather than waiting for the opportunities to come to you. So that's how I got to where I'm going, in this way, but that's how I've always been. So yeah, I think so, I would say that.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mario Patao, for that wonderful discussion, and hoping that, wishing you the best for the future and for your future projects as well.
Thank you so much.
So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to Mario and Kenneth. As we are running a little behind schedule, perhaps any questions from the audience can be directed at the book signing. Once again, a heartfelt thank you to the illustrators for gracing us with their art and engaging conversation. As a token of our appreciation, we present a small gift from the Shillong Literary Festival in recognition of their contributions. We once again especially thank Mario for his insights and sharing his journey drawn from the stained glass windows of the cathedral in Shillong, and especially how art serves as a means of accessibility, using visual storytelling to impart knowledge and connecting with others. Thank you so much once again. We will now be moving on to our next session for we will now be moving on to our next session. I kindly request Mr. Vikram Seth and Ms. Malvika Banerjee to please come forward to the dais for the session. Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Vikram Seth. This session is titled A Suitable Author, Reading and Reminiscences. For our session this evening, we revisit the monumental work of an author whose epic tale on the intersection of personal and societal narratives is one of the most celebrated in Indian literature, capturing the social and personal dynamics of post-independence India, spanning cities and generations, whose work, A Suitable Boy, remains one of the most evocative portrayals of love, identity, and post-independence societal change in Indian literature. For this session, I am honored to welcome Vikram Seth, a celebrated Indian writer and poet. As an award-winning author, Vikram Seth is known for his sprawling narrative on post-colonial India, delving into love, familial relationships, and societal changes. He has received numerous accolades for his contributions to literature, including the Padma Shri and the SARC Literary Award in 2011. Moderating this session, we are joined by Ms. Malvika Banerjee, who is a woman of many hats, a journalist, an entrepreneur, and the founder and director of the Kolkata Literary Meet, whose work celebrates dialogue and reflection of the multitude of politics, social issues, and cultural events. Her insightful analysis and compelling storytelling have made her a prominent voice in Indian media, particularly highlighting the nuances of life in Calcutta and the broader social cultural landscapes of India. Let us give a round of applause once again to Vikram Seth and Ms. Malvika Banerjee. The floor is yours.
So in the season of cherry blossoms, we are all gilding the lilies. So there is nothing much I can say about Vikram which hasn't been said before. We were 17 or 18 in the late 1980s when we read this book in verse, which is about a few lost souls in San Francisco and their love, their friendship, their disappointments and their triumphs became ours. So from that moment onwards, it's been a wonderful journey of 35 years with Vikram, first knowing him as an author and then knowing Vikram Seth in all his wonderful multitudinous avatars. So thank you, Vikram, and tell us how you came here in a Jimny.
I came here in a Jimny. First of all, thank you, all of you, for being here, and Malvika as well. I came here because of you, as you well know. I don't normally do... does it sound all right? Can you hear me? Okay. It sounds very sort of cavernous and resonant to me. But as long as it sounds okay to you, that's fine. So what happened was that Malvika heard that I was floating about the Northeast. So she... who had not succeeded in getting me to her own literary meet in Calcutta, because I really don't attend literary festivals. She said, well, why don't you come to this place? It's got lots of cherry blossoms. It's got a totally eccentric chief minister who sings.
I didn't say that.
Well, she implied it. And she said that if you survive the driving here, then they'll welcome you with open arms and broken legs. So that's how I came here. What happened was that last year, yes, I don't know where to begin this story. It goes back quite far. Last year, that's not for suspense, that's just because I needed to wet my whistle. Last year, I bought a Jimny. Now, a Jimny is not an old man's car, and I'm old. It's a young man's car. But when I went to the Polo showrooms, Volkswagen, I guess, to change my rickety car, which was now 12 or 13 years old, they had a number of nice cars, but none of them was in the kind of red color that I liked. They had a red. It was a sort of, I'm sorry to say, but it was what is known as a cherry red or cerise, which is not this lovely pink color, but a kind of dark maraschino cherry, sort of dark, slightly depressing color. I knew every time I stepped into the car, I'd get depressed. So I looked around for red cars, and a friend of mine said, look, I've ordered 2 Polos. I said, 2 Jimnys. I said, what's a Jimny? You mean a gypsy? He said, no, there's a new car, Jimny. why didn't you ride in one of them? And if you like it, fine. So I rode in it, and I liked it, and I liked the color. And then the car kidnapped me. What happened was that I wanted to go to the Valley of Flowers. An old teacher of mine had died, and he'd always told me to go to the Valley of Flowers, and I never had. And after his death at the age of 90-something, I said, for Gurudayal Singh, I am going to go. And I began the journey. The Alaknanda was flooded. There were problems in getting across. And little Jimny pointed towards Badrinath. And so my driver, who's kind of slightly dharmic, he said, why don't we go there, Sahab? So I said, all right. And then there were a number of landslides because the Valley of Flowers is really only in bloom in July and August, the sort of height of the monsoon. And a number of landslides later, I was forced to go to Kedarnath because I couldn't get back home, and then to Gangotri, and finally to Yamunotri. So, in the wrong order, of course, you're supposed to take the water of the Jamna and the Ganga, and then lay it at the feet of Kedar and Badri, Shivji and Vishnu. So that was the first kidnap. I got back home, I said, now I can relax. But before I knew it, the Jimny had taken me around the west, and then to the south, all the way to Rameshwaram and back again. And finally, I said, I've had enough. I've got a novel to write. I'm not going to put up with your wiles. And I phoned a friend. I said, I'll go to the east sometime next year. Can you give me a bit of advice? He said, what are you doing in the next 5 days? So I said, I'm writing my novel. And his reaction was, I am going to Arunachal Pradesh. I've been asked to do a number of photographs for a book for the governor. Why don't you come along? You'll see parts of the country that you've never seen before, that you won't get access to. So I spent 2 weeks in Arunachal Pradesh about 4 weeks ago. And then, where does the Jimny come in? I couldn't have 3 journeys with the Jimny and 1 without. So I summoned the Jimny with my driver from Delhi, and he met me in Dibrugarh, and then we went through Nagaland, through Arunachal, through Tripura and Agartala, through Mizoram, then to a state that I was sought to be dissuaded not to go from going to, Manipur. But we went to Churachandpur, or Lamka, as they call it there, to Kangpokpi and to Moreh, also of course to Imphal, and finally back through Dimapur to Shillong via Assam. So having been in a state of some alarm when I was in Manipur, but also great interest, and it's also a horribly moving experience seeing what people are suffering from there. I've come to a place where it's all cherry blossoms, and I suppose I could be dissolved by the rain at Sora or trampled by the rhinoceroses of Kaziranga, but those threats are comparatively minor. And the Jimny, or Jimny Mata, or Jimny Devi, as I reverentially call her, has taken me north, south, east, north, southwest, and now east. It's a long answer, not a very literary answer, but a factual one to that question.
So most literature happens, yes, exactly, we require that, yeah.
I consider that applause to be applause for my incredibly, and my wonderful car, of course, but my intrepid driver, Vinay Pratap Singh, who's probably not here, but you can have a round of applause for him as well.
Wonderful. So now we leave your Jimny parked wherever it is near your hotel.
It's parked in front of the hotel, resting, breathing, while I'm taken around by an Innova.
Yes. So now we shall travel back in time with no particular car or model or color and go to Golden Gate.
From my Vahan to something quite different.
To your Itihas. So, I was talking about the Golden Gate, and that was when you just sprung into public memory and the public imagination was caught by this story, which no one could imagine was written by an Indian. It could have been written by anyone who lived in San Francisco at that time. And I remember you saying this at your first appearance at the Kolkata Literary Meet, and only one of two, that you were happiest when somebody in San Francisco said, this is authentic to my life. And that to you is the greatest testament to an author's imagination when it resonates with the person or the people it speaks about. So the session is called Readings and Reminiscences. So do you need to really read it or do you know it offhand? The matrimonial ad for John Brown.
Oh, for John Brown, the matrimonial ad. This is before the internet. So you would advertise in the newspapers for a mate. And John's loyal ex-girlfriend, Janet, seeing that he's sort of not come down in life exactly, but he's depressed perpetually, she doesn't want to hitch up with him again, but she wants to find a mate for him. So, what does she? Yes. She meets John at a Chinese restaurant. And she says, it's sad to see you look so lonely. That's all, John. John does not confute Jan's passionate words. He thinks if only things were that simple. Moved and mute, he sits and stares as little bubbles fizz in his beer and his grand troubles just dissolve. Well, I'm a lucky man to have a true friend like you, Jan. You may be right, but if I do it, who knows what sort of person I'll wind up with. He attempts to smile, but fails. He sighs, I can't pursue it. I'm sorry that I'm such a pain. It simply goes against my grain. So Janet advertises on his behalf. But what does she, what is her ad? She's sitting with her two cats, Cuff and Link, sated with requisite nutrition. They eye her milk and Weetabix as she reads out her composition. Young, handsome, yappy, 26, straight, forward, sociable but lonely, cannot believe that he's the only well-rounded and well-meaning square lusting for love. If you out there are friendly, female, under 30, impulsive, fit and fun, let's meet. Be rash. Box blank. Cuff off that sheet. It's just been typed and now it's dirty. I guess your paw prints, the cat's purr, can serve in place of signature. But earlier she'd said to John, when he says, yes, he's complaining. He says, I'm young, employed, healthy, ambitious, sound, solvent, self-made, self-possessed, but all my symptoms are pernicious. The Dow Jones of my heart's depressed. The sunflower of my youth is wilting. The tower of my dreams is tilting. The zoom lens of my zest is blurred. The drama of my life's absurd. What is the root of my neurosis? I jog, eat brewer's yeast each day, and yet I feel life slip away. I wait your sapient diagnosis. I die, I faint, I fail, I sink. You need a lover, John, I think. That's what Jan says to him.
So you thought about a term that is now quite prevalent, the quarter life crisis.
I didn't realize there was such a thing. Of course, a quarter life crisis, since John is 26, is not a 10 quarter. It's like a 5 quarter. But they say that 100 is the new 20.
So has anyone told you that the Golden Gate in some ways, I mean, it's on the other coast, but Friends is also has the same. Has anyone said this to you?
Yes, they've said it's a kind of glorified literary soap about the Golden Gate. But they've said the same thing about A Suitable Boy. I don't take it as an insult at all. I like soaps.
No, well, I didn't quite mean it as an insult. What I meant it
of course you didn't.
What I meant is this whole thought of 5 young people trying to find love in a bustling metropolis. You thought of it before Chuck and whoever else.
Yes, and that girl, Janice with the nasal voice, and the one who was Smelly Cat or Scaredy Cat?
Phoebe, yes.
Phoebe, yes, Phoebe.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I quite enjoyed that. But, yes, but my coast is the West Coast when it comes to the United States. I spent 11 years there in the economics department not getting a PhD. So that's my coast for view.
But there's something about those who don't get their PhDs and their MBAs
Well, I've got
from
some
Harvard.
PhDs. I've got
and
dishonest PhDs. The ones that people throw at you. But no, I haven't got a PhD in economics.
Yes. He was at Stanford, if it counts for anything. So, going on from there to poetry, you went back into, and is it a collection of something you'd written earlier, or you wrote at the same time, All You Who Sleep Tonight?
Yes, I'd self-published a book of poems, mappings, because, I couldn't get any publishers, so I just thought, well, I'll publish it myself. And I published it in the States first, and then I got something which is quasi-self-publishing, the great Pilal, who has launched so many writers, but you have to pay to get published. Of course, you had to. That's the only way he could, make a going of it. The next book of lyric poems was The Humble Administrator's Garden. And I've written more books of poetry than I have of fiction or prose, really. And I do see myself at heart as a poet.
I was going to come to that later. So, why do you say that? Why? Because you've written these two much-loved novels, one in verse, admittedly, and then there is A Suitable Boy, and there is also an Equal Music, which is, according to many, the best novel you've written. Yes. So, why would you say that you see yourself primarily as a poet?
I find prose very hard work. I find fiction very hard work. And the creation of characters and stories and so on, it's not, I've always thought it's not exactly my métier, except that I find it is. With poetry, there's a great pleasure. When you've written a certain stanza or a verse form, there's a kind of a joy, a click, where the rhyme and the meter and everything fit in together. With prose, it's always unfinished. You could take out a few sentences and put a few in, and it would be fine. Whereas with poetry, if you just change the month from April to May, your rhyme will go wrong. There's a kind of rightness about it and a memorability to it. In prose, say for example, A Suitable Boy, all I can remember is the first sentence. You too will marry a boy I choose, said Mrs. Rupa Mehra firmly to her younger daughter. But ask me to quote a single other line in that fat book, I wouldn't be able to. With poetry, yeah, I could quote stuff.
Would you also say that you love words, that you love the play of words and the sense of what they can do with meter as well as what they can do with rhyme and a double meaning and, the whole architecture of a poem somehow draws you to it more deeply because of your love for words?
Yes.
Okay.
No, sorry. You want me to elaborate on that?
You've done acrostic poems.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's
a poem in A Suitable Boy where each verse has Lata, Lata, Lata.
Yeah, the two characters are Amit writes this to his inamorata Lata, L-A-T-A, and the first letters spell L-A-T-A. It's called an acrostic. Yeah, so I like that kind of stuff. But I mean, eventually, the feeling of a poem doesn't lie in its technique. It lies in its emotional content, or how it can move people. Because poetry really is there to amuse or console or evoke or to make one think. And the technique should be there, but well hidden, I think. Similarly with a novel, if you've done a lot of research into a particular subject or a particular period, in order to make it real, especially to the people who've experienced that. Malvika mentioned earlier that I thought that my book would be a failure, even if everyone praised it. But say a musician thought you were playing on the wrong string in an equal music, or a San Franciscan thought it didn't ring true, or a person who lived through the Nehruvian era in Indian life felt that somehow it didn't ring true. So again, you do a lot of research, you talk to a lot of people, but then you've got to remove the research from it. You've got to scrub that out of it. Otherwise, it's a dissertation, not a novel. And no one likes being preached to or taught within the four corners of a novel.
So do you think you can now read us one of, I've pulled out a couple of poems, anthologies, so whichever.
Well, All You Sleep Tonight. That is one poem I can remember by heart. Something else. Sure. Here you are. A Style of Loving. Okay. You know, how about one that's in words of one syllable? I've got All You Sleep Tonight here. This is a poem that I spent 2 years in China doing research in economics and demography. And one of the reasons I did that was because I wanted to go to China to where some of my favorite poets lived, Wang Wei, Du Fu, and Li Bai. And so I learned from the Chinese style of classical poetry to write poetry in words of one syllable. And here's a poem called Walk. That's interesting. You think that's a metaphor for my relationship to Shillong? Might be. An adhesive tendency. Walk. I walked last night with my old friend past the old house where we first met, past each known bush and each known bend. The moon shone and the path was wet. No one passed by us as we strolled at our sad ease, though hand in hand we did not speak. Our hands grew cold, yet we walked on as we had planned. We did not deal in words or tears. At the dead light we did not rage. What change had crept through our forked years we did not have the will to gauge. The lights went out. Who lived here now, paid rent and saw spring come and go, lived past the range of why and how for those who had no wish to know. There's another poem in the same book which I wrote called Soon, which deals with that period of AIDS. I don't know if I can find it. It is in this book, I know. Oh, here we are. I shall die soon, I know. Again, words of one syllable. I shall die soon, I know. This thing is in my blood. It will not let me go. It saps my cells for food. It soaks my nights in sweat and breaks my days in pain. No hand or drug can treat these limbs for love or gain. Love was the strange first cause that bred grief in its seed, and gain knew its own laws to fix its place and breed. He whom I love, thank God, won't speak of hope or cure. It would not do me good. He sees that I am sure. He knows what I have read and will not bring me lies. He sees that I am dead. I read it in his eyes. How am I to go on? How will I bear this taste? My throat cased in white spawn, these hands that shake and waste. Stay by my steel-ward bed and hold me where I lie. Love me when I am dead and do not let me die.
So after these intense poems and with the whole world talking about you for your wonderful ode to San Francisco and your amazing poetry. You come and write a 1,000+ novel about India in the 1950s, about punching politicians and slightly effete young handsome men, and a woman in the middle of it, a young woman in the middle of it all, trying to choose her life partner. So this mammoth leap you took from, Chinese poetry and a book on San Francisco to this. What made you take this leap? What was the story that was like a kida in your heart for so long?
Sort of beneficent kira, maybe a glowworm, or jugnu, or a firefly, perhaps. I was partly homesick, and partly I knew I didn't want to continue to be an economist. I just felt, after writing The Golden Gate, that I could possibly, make a sort of living out of writing. I knew it would have to be a novel, and I wanted to write about my family, basically. So I came back home. I was in my late 20s, no, in my early 30s, and I decided to sponge off my parents, which I would advise all of you to do if you need a patron or a matron or both. Home is the place where if you have to go, they have to let you in. That was by Robert Frost, I think. And so, my needs were humble. I'd have food and a whiskey with my father in the evening, and minimal clothes, and people would ask my parents, so he's sort of an economics graduate from Stanford. Now, surely, how much does he earn? And they'd say, minus 20,000 rupees a month. And so there I was, writing my book. And I thought it would take a couple of years, but that sentence that I recited, "You too will marry a boy I choose," meant that someone else was getting married. So the thing began at a wedding, lots of wedding guests. I got involved in all their stories, and finally I found that the goalposts kept receding. And together with the love story came the politician and the politics of the time, the land reforms, the Hindu-Muslim conflicts, the position of women in the society, how courtesans were slowly losing their patronage, and all that. So that's how it growed like Topsy. And it turned out to be 1,500 pages in its final version. That's after I had cut out 500 pages, which I thought was somewhat unnecessary.
So this book has now become a focus of a lot of speculation about what comes next. And you've learned to live with it over the last decade.
Yeah.
But do you sometimes feel that question is like an elephant in the room or on the stage, and everyone's asking you or want to ask you, when is the sequel coming?
Is that an indirect way of asking that question?
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, I was writing that book when Kunal said, "What are you doing in the next 5 days? Let's go to Arunachal Pradesh." So if I keep indulging in these what is known as displacement activities.
So should we ask all car manufacturers to stop making red cars and then steal your Jimny? Will this help?
Well, I would say it's too late, because I'm not going to allow Jimny to be stolen. She and I are kind of adhesively attached, so to speak. No, the first book, The Suitable Boy, took a long time. A Suitable Girl is taking a bit long. It's taking considerably longer, I'd say. But I'm well into it, and I'm not writing anything else. So, I've heard lots of deadlines from publishers have whooshed past, and each time I've had to return the money that I took from them, which is fair enough, because I haven't produced what they expected. But now I have no bonds, and as a result I'm writing better. I have no debt, no advance to a publisher. I sit in my room with a blue duvet, the same blue duvet on which I wrote A Suitable Boy, and I use it as a kind of desk, and that's how it goes. Write your books in bed. That's what I advise. But don't smoke.
So, in the middle of all this, out came this wonderful little translation of Hanuman Chalisa. So, is it part of the girl, or is it something that took place on its own?
This is strange. I guess everyone knows pretty much the Hanuman, or knows what the Hanuman Chalisa is. If not, let me just say it is one of the most iconic hymns or poems in the Hindi language, or the Awadhi language, you might say. It's called a Chalisa, or a 40 verser, because there are 40 couplets or chaupais in praise of Hanuman and all his various exploits. And there are 3 dohas as well, enclosing it in. Now, I translated it 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, for my own pleasure. Hanuman Chalisa is something that's always been around with us. In fact, it's probably better known than any other poem in the world other than Happy Birthday to You, or a particular Chinese poem on homesickness, about watching the moon. But I didn't show it to anyone, and once I read it at the Patna Literary Society, the Patna Literary Festival. Then my aunt, Usha Mami, who lives on the ground floor of my house, she's 91 years old, she said, "Darling, you've got to share it with people." I said, "Usha Mami, I haven't polished it. I haven't written an introduction to it. And at the moment, with all this sort of Hindu nationalism going on, the last thing I want is that it should be fuel for that kind of fire." She said, "Well, you know, even if it's..." And also I said, "It's nothing compared to the original." She said, "Even if it's a small window into it, why not? It's a great poem." So I said, "Okay." Then I was going to publish it this year. I'd written the introduction. I was going to publish it this year on Hanuman Jayanti, his supposed birthday. It's the full moon of Chet, month of Chet Purnima. Suddenly I looked and realized that would be just before the elections. So I said, absolutely no way. It'll be madness. It'll just get swallowed up and misused and so on. So I published it on my birthday in June, and I made sure that the introduction that I had written in last November would be published with it. And by your leave, I'll read that the end of that last of the introduction. I hope I have it.
I thought you had it.
Oh yeah, I do. So first I talk about the prosody and the rhyme structure and so on and so forth. But then at the end, I talk about one of my own characters in A Suitable Boy called Bhaskar, who was a very young kid who was a mathematician and loved both numbers, and he also enjoyed, like kids do, running about and taking part in plays. And one of his favorite roles was one of the Vanar Sena, the monkey army at the annual Ram Leela in the town of Brahmpur. So I wrote, I dedicate this translation to Bhaskar, who learned the poem before he was 5, but who spent his 50s fighting the chauvinism and intolerance to which this and many other well-beloved religious texts and rituals have been put. Nothing could be further from the humanity and inclusivity of the best of Hinduism than the self-aggrandizement and willful cruelty of those who use the religion in which, in the lottery of life, they happen to be born, in order to attack or demean others. May the Hanuman Chalisa continue to spread joy, expand imagination, and give strength and solace to its many past and future readers. But I had great fun translating it. For example, I wanted to keep the rhythm and the rhyme so that that incantatory effect of the Hanuman Chalisa would be maintained. So something like... it could be the first few lines, yeah? Okay.
That everyone knows.
Exactly. Like, Jai Hanuman Jnana Gunasagar, Jai Kapisa Tihu Loka Ujagar. So, that I translated as, Hail Hanuman, great wisdom's ocean, the 3 worlds glow with your light and devotion. And so on. It went like that all the way to the final doha. Pavanatanaya Sankatharan Mangalamurati Roop Ram Lakhan Sita Sahit Hriday Basahu Surbhoop. Son of the wind, crisis dispeller, blessed form I implore, with Ram, Lakshman and Sita, dwell thou in my heart's core. That's the style of the thing.
So was the challenge in keeping that amazing tempo of it?
Yes. English doesn't have a lot of, like, English is more like ta-tum, 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 and Hindi is more tumty, tumty. So it's a falling rhythm, and it's like to be or not to be is English. And Hindi is jai, and English is quite poor in these rhymes like ocean, devotion, feminine rhymes, so-called. So that was one of the challenges. By the way, in England, the house I bought there was the house of George Herbert, the great Anglican, I think to my mind, the greatest Anglican poet ever, greater than John Donne. And I don't know what business the church had to selling his house to pay off their financial debts. They made some bad investments in the 1990s. So that's what they did. I was, and other people were the beneficiaries. I bought it, and his little church just across the way, where he wrote some of the most. Anyway, he preached his sermons. He died very young at the age of 39, and I felt his presence there for a long time and wrote a number of poems in his stanza forms, in his style. I mean, India is very lucky. We have a tradition of Hinduism. We have the tradition of Islam. We have the tradition of Judeo-Christianity. We don't really have the Sino-Japanese tradition. But we have 3 of the 4 most populous traditions in the world. And what madness it is that we should be reducing our access to the wealth of the world by saying, oh, this is Indian and that is not Indian. Let us not be foolish.
I think on that note, we can take 2 questions.
I think we may have exceeded our time. Let's take 2 questions. Democratically, one from the left and one from the right. Yes, I can see one hand up. If you can't hear the question, I'll include it in my answer. Oh, there's a mic. Good.
We'll be taking 2 questions.
Just 2.
So, firstly, I'm a big fan of your poems. And, obviously, as a writer, you might experience things like writer's block, very famous, being thrown around these days. What moves you back to the writing desk when you're,
The question of writer's block and what moves me back to the writer's desk. As I said, I don't have a writer's desk. I have a writer's duvet. But let's take that as given. If I'm stuck, I can't speak for other writers. If I'm stuck and there's a kind of a wall, a plot wall I can't get through, or I can't visualize what will happen next in the novel, then I don't just give up. I try to batter the wall, knock it here, try to pole vault over it, or get around it, or dig under it. But if it doesn't succeed over a longish period of time, then I'll put it aside and try to do something else. Occasionally that works. It may not even be writing a poetry. It might be just listening to music or traveling to the northeast or something. But in fact, there are a number of my manuscripts which have not succeeded in being resuscitated or revived. In that case, my economic hat comes on and I say, sunk costs are sunk costs. Or consider the opportunity costs of wasting more time doing this when you could do something else. So that's how I deal with it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for that
Sure.
answer.
And the last question from this side, I think. I'll ask a question. I'll point to a random person and ask for a question from there. Yes, the gentleman or the lady in the white hat over there. Your turn to ask me a question. Yes. So, Oh, sorry, a gentleman. Yeah.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, if you like.
Let me start by saying it was a pleasure hearing you talk.
That's why I selected you.
Right. So I guess what I want to know was how at this age you're still traveling and you're still living life to the fullest, it seems. And are you still, is that what inspires you to write? Is that like writing, you said, you started with saying that writing was a passion for you.
Yes.
But at this age, like a lot of people stop writing at a certain point, you know, whether writer's block or whether they just want to retire, but it seems like you're still strong and you're still vibrant. So what's keeping you going on?
Oh, well, I mean, we have examples of Tagore in our tradition and others who've written till quite late. I mean, I tried to cultivate a long white beard. It didn't work. But luckily, although I do suffer from senility, I also suffer from dyslexia. So 72 can become 27 in my imagination.
So before we call it an evening with Vikram, and there are two amazing sessions ahead as well, could you just read two poems? One is All You Who Sleep Tonight, and then we'll end with Fire. So you have it with you there? Or you don't need to read?
All You Who Sleep Tonight is an 8-line poem. There was one line in it, know that you're not alone, which I struggled with, and finally changed it to know that you aren't alone. I wrote the poem in about 10 minutes, but that one line cost me about 8 months to get it right. It's all you who sleep tonight, far from the ones you love, no hand to left or right, and emptiness above. Know that you aren't alone. The whole world shares your tears, some for 2 nights or 1, and some for all their years.
And since we can't end on that note, there's a poem from the revered earth called Fire, which is also very short, which I have to leave the stage for him to totally own it and read it. Thank you, Vikram.
Thank you. Thank you for getting me here.
You can stand and read.
Ma'am, kindly stay on.
It requires a tiny introduction. This is part of a libretto which I wrote for a friend, a composer, because music to me is as important as speech. I'd written a poem which he liked the poem, but he said he liked it, but he couldn't set it to music. So I said, well, what's the matter with it? He said, well, nothing really. I mean everything. I said, so you don't like it? He said, no, I like it a lot. So I said, Alec, you're talking in riddles. He said, it's a bit literary and, indirect. The other poems I can work with. And this one, fine as a poem, useless as a text. After a while he added, couldn't you just go back and write something else? So I said, no, I couldn't. This was the fruit of my inspiration. I couldn't just go back to the muse and say, sorry, you've done your best, I've done my best, but my composer, who actually likes the poem, has nevertheless rejected our work. I was in fact quite annoyed. By now I had moved on and was working on other things. I couldn't revert to the elements just to appease a fussy composer. But upon looking at the poems, I began to think that Alec had a point. It was a bit literary and it was quite difficult to make sense of it. But what could I do? Time was short. I couldn't see how the same poet, within a couple of months, could write 2 completely different poems on the same subject, fire, and with the same title. Eventually, as the deadline approached, Alec told me that the paradox was easily soluble. He suggested I go home and get drunk. This irresponsible advice worked. The muse, or maybe a different muse, re-emerged, not unwillingly, from the fumes of the wine, and the second poem, also called Fire, was born. I still don't know what to think of this particular poem, which is different from anything I have ever written. And rather than read the first poem, time is short, I will just read the poem that I wrote on the subject of fire, the second one. Fire. Fire. Oh, fire, fire, fire. Desire. Hot, hot, hot. I'm burning a lot with desire. Oh, fire, fire, fire. Hot as a filament wire. Hot as prawn jambalaya. I'm burning so hot. I'm baking a pot. Oh, hot, hot, hot as desire. Fire, fire. All was born from me. All your eyes can see. Who gave life and birth to sun and star and earth? Who gave pulse and germ to man and beast and worm? Who is hot, hot, hot when black space is not? Who is bright, bright, bright in this endless night? Fire, fire, fire. Fire, oh, fire, 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 desire. Hot, 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 I'm burning a lot with desire. Oh, fire, fire, fire. Hot as a funeral pyre, leaping up higher and higher. I sizzle, I daze, I fizzle, I blaze, I scorch, I toast, I smolder, I roast, I flare, I excite, I flash, I ignite, I rage, I lust, I blaze, I combust, red, yellow, white, I light up the night, this endless night with desire. Oh, fire, fire, fire! After that, some water. I blame you for that.
As we draw to the end of this session, we extend our heartfelt thanks to the illustrious Vikram Seth and the remarkable Malvika Banerjee for sharing their wisdom and memories with us this evening. Before we bid adieu, I kindly call upon the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Bapol Lingdo, to kindly felicitate our guests for this evening. Sir?
Oh, very impressive. Good evening. Thank you so much.
Let's all have one round of applause, please.
That's fiery. Oh, well, that's very promising. Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. And so, with words still lingering in the air, we leave this session reminded that in the world of literature, every author is not just a storyteller, but a keeper of stories that bind us all together. A suitable end to a truly inspiring conversation. Thank you so much, sir. Additionally, if there are any other questions, I'm sure Vikram Seth would be more than happy to take them up and address them at the book signing. Thank you.
Shall I carry these books? Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated for we will be starting our next session shortly. literature has the power to reveal the depths of human emotion, and our next session explores a poignant narrative of self-discovery, identity, and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by Jerry Pinto, one of India's most celebrated authors. His works include the Sahitya Academy Award-winning M and the Big Home, the critically acclaimed Murder in Mahim, and the recently published The Education of Yuri, which is our book in focus. Pinto is also a celebrated editor and translator with accolades like the Wyndham Campbell Prize for his contributions to literature. In conversation with him is our very own Janice Paryat, an acclaimed writer and recipient of the Sahitya Academy's Young Writer Award and the Crossword Book Award for her debut book Boats on Land. Her novels, The Nine-Chambered Heart and Seahorse, have gathered widespread praise, with the former longlisted for the JCB Prize for Literature. Her latest work, Everything the Light Touches, is a masterful, multi-layered exploration of our relationship with nature. Renowned for her lyrical prose, Janice intricately blends the cultural essence of Northeast India with universal themes of love, identity, and nostalgia, creating stories that deeply resonates with readers. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have another round of applause for Jerry Pinto and Janice Paryat. The floor is now yours.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, that was very generous and very beautiful. Thank you. Good evening, Shillong. It is absolutely wonderful to see you all here. It's a little bit cold, so I hope you're keeping warm. Welcome to Shillong, Jerry. I know you've been here before, but I haven't welcomed you on stage, so all those other times don't count. Absolutely. No?
Absolutely not, especially because Janice and I are kind of joined at the hip in some ways. There's a JP connection. Both of us have names that start in JP. And there was this moment when you won it for Nine-Chambered Heart, right?
The Boats on Land, yes.
And I won the same crossword award, which was split in two, and we won our crossword awards together. Me for M and the Big Home, and we waltzed all over the stage and generally had a great time. Yeah.
Jerry did that. May I just?
Yeah, anyway. So it's lovely to be back and in conversation with you again.
Yes, it's always wonderful to be in conversation with you, Jerry. And we're here to talk about The Education of Yuri, which, as you know, is a book that I absolutely adore. For those of you who may not have picked it up yet, it's a book about growing up. It's a book about that very, very difficult in-between phase between childhood and adulthood, and perhaps it's a phase that one never quite really grows out of. So in some ways, the education of Yuri, as the education of us all, continues over a lifetime. But I would like to start with Yuri himself and expand the question to include characters. How do characters come to you, Jerry? Are they encounters that you've had? Are they people that you've met? Are they characters that you carry with you all your life? Where do they come from?
I think, one of the things that makes me very sad, and I'm talking here to the young people in the audience especially, when I see you with your ear pods in your ears, and you can't, you're not listening or talking to the people around you because you're so involved with your phone, with your cell phone, what you're doing is really cutting out humanity. And you're focusing on something that has been served up to you, right? Now, if you're going to be a writer at all, if you're going to be a human being at all, if you're going to enrich the experience of being a human being, it can only happen if you encounter other human beings in the flesh. You encounter them by listening to them. You encounter them by asking questions of them. You encounter them by witnessing their stories, by listening to their stories with complete attention, full on Pay attention with your eyes, with your noddies, with your smile. Encourage them to speak. And know this, for a writer in India, India is glorious because we don't give a toss about privacy. My first experience of, my first long distance journey was at the age of 35, I think, because my mother was ill, as I've written about in M in the Big Whom. So I never left Bombay till the age of 35. And I was going this time to Banaras, 36 hours on a journey. And I got into the train, and there was an old man sitting there next to me, and he had a bandage on his leg. So I said, "Uncle, what happened to your leg?" And he said, "What to tell you, son?" All this in Hindi, of course. And he said, "See, I had an operation." And he undid the bandage. And he showed me the scar of the operation. And then he said, "Give me your hand, give me your hand." And he said, "Press here." Okay. And press here, and something oozed out of that scar. And he said, "See, now I am going back to the Ganga. She will cure me. Those doctors could not cure me," etc. And then he said, "Paratha khaoge?" And I thought, yes, khaunga, but really after I've washed my hands. So, where do the characters come from? The characters have to be part of our openness to society, our openness to each other. When we the reason I think why we've become an intolerant society, why we've become a kind of othering society, is because we no longer look into each other's eyes and recognize each other's stories as being important. Because we're always looking at those phones. I tell my young students, I'm looking at you, miss, you have a more intense relationship with your phone than with your mum. You can do without your mum for 8 hours, but you can't do without that smartphone for 8 hours. Okay, so really the phone is more important. It is time now to recognize that technology is taking from us who we are. And if technology does that to us, then all the benefits of it are shams. Right? So, for me, I used to be able to jump onto the stage, right from there. Now I use the stairs. But for me, it is about being open and being willing to listen to everybody and to pay attention. I met that neurobiologist, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and we were talking about my neurobiologist whom I met.
Yes. And we know his entire life story now. But I think what you do so well is you bring that humanity to your characters. Yuri is this 15-year-old. He's young. He's vulnerable. He's a little bit underconfident. He's making his way out into the world as a young college student. And he wonders to himself not whether he will, make a mark in academia or be the top of his class. He's asking, will I find a friend? Right? And I thought that at the opening of the book is what allows us to enter Yuri's life and Yuri's story with such humanity and with such openness and with such heart. I'm also intrigued by the cartography that you're working with. So we're sitting here in Shillong, talking about a book that is... Ooh. That was in your honor, Jerry. We're sitting here in Shillong talking about a book that is very anchored in Bombay, right? And we're kind of diametrically opposite. I mean, we're literally at the other end of the country, geographically speaking, and in other ways as well. And I know Bombay a little bit, not well enough, but I've always wondered why does Yuri live in Mahim like you do? Why does his friend Muzammil live in Pedder Street? Why is it Elphinstone College in that particular part of Bombay? How do these places build into your story? Why this particular cartography?
Okay, I think it's, Mahim is simple. I'll try and sit, for this answer. But I can't promise. Because sometimes it's just that I feel there are lights and there's you and I actually want to talk to you. Yeah. I don't want lights in my face. So, one of the things about writing is that you have to be safe. In some ways you have to be safe because writing a novel is an unsafe thing to do. It is completely like imagining a universe and building a bridge maybe, and you're walking the bridge even as you build it. So you put your step forward, and underneath a brick must actually materialize. So you have to materialize the brick and step on it. Why? Because in reality, this is a lie. Fiction is a lie. But this lie has the ability to be much, much more real than the truth, whatever that truth is, right? Tell me something. Which non-fiction book from the 19th century are you still reading? Which non-fiction book from the 17th century still holds as much power over us as King Lear? Okay? It is the lies of fiction, the well-told lies of fiction that survive and become truths. Okay? So for me, the safety of Mahim, the safety of Bombay, the safety of knowing that if I'm sitting at home and I close my eyes and I let Yuri walk down a street in 1981, I can tell that on the left side, this was happening. I can tell that he will then confront that Gola Sharbat wala or that sugarcane juice wala who's been there for 40 years. I know this. And because I know this and I'm safe here, I'm safe in my concreteness, right? I can then invent anything I want. I can take him and I can throw him into the air, and you, because you read and you care, you'll catch him and you'll hold him. Okay? So it's really like that feeling, that cartography for me, Janice, is the cartography of pitching safety against terror. Okay, because this is what every fiction writer knows. Every fiction writer knows that if we all stopped writing, there are enough books for the rest of our lives. There are enough books for everyone to read. Yeah. Most of us haven't even started the Turgenevs and Dostoevskys and Lady Murasakis and Marcel Prousts that are waiting there for us. Why do we write these novels? We write these novels because we need them. Meaning, I need to write my novel. You need to write yours. Then we act in faith. And we send them out because we hope there's someone out there who needs that novel too. Just as we have needed novels that we have read and which have actually built us. Made us into writers, made us into people, made us into caring individuals because, we've read about other people's experiences and understood that the world is not just my viewing of it. It is 100 million different viewings. And in that 100 million different viewings, we can all at some point respect each other.
I love that thought. I love those many thoughts. I'm just going to ask you a question that I hadn't quite planned for, but it has arisen, and so I will ask it. Yeah? How did writing The Education of Yuri change you? Why is it a Bildungsroman? What was it about a Bildungsroman that drew you to writing it?
Gosh, Janice, you always manage one question per session that I have to actually start afresh. And I have to think what... Okay, when you're within yourself, right? And you're writing, the writing is actually a fairly, almost, for me, it's a mechanical act. It's, it's put the words down on the page. It's, I need to do these many words per day. I'm writing this novel, I'm committing to it, I'm working on it. It's actually what drives me and keeps me going is, if I finish 1,000 words today, I can chill and do Netflix. It's like my work, my job is done after that, right? So while you're actually doing this, nothing that you are doing is actually being recorded, and then you come out on the other side and you look back and you think, oh my gosh, what just went on there? Because Yuri started as a short story. Okay? Yuri started, at one point there was this, publishers, bless their sweet, benighted hearts. There was a moment when young adult fiction was very large. Everybody was reading young adult fiction. There was such a big readership. Everyone said, we want young adult fiction now. And of course, the answer was simple. young adult fiction was because of that, The Fault of Our Stars, where two young, beautiful people, are both terminally ill and make the beast with two backs. And kids all read it across the world, very rejoicing in this fact. So that passed. Young adult fiction went back to being a slim little genre. But someone rang me up and said, will you write a short story about, for young adults? And I thought, what can you write about for young adults? And I thought, okay, most people have had this experience of having a friend when they're very young. You went out and sort of talked to someone when you were 3 years old. Your building, your first school, that sort of stuff, it was easy. It wasn't easy for me. I was not a confident child. I was in fact fairly, I was bruised and battered fairly, not just by circumstance, not physically, but I felt the world was a hostile place, right? Now, you won't think it looking at me today, grandstanding like this and coming down off the stage and doing this big shtick type thing. But this is a long journey for me, right? The first time I went to school, I just looked at the number of people there were and I thought, I will never hack this. I will never be able to do this. I was incontinent till the second standard. Everyone knew that my mother was insane. It was just awful. And this was a very violent school on the top of it. And I was entered in school when I was 2.5 because, my family didn't know how to deal with my mother. And so, at least put them in school early. So all this was going on. And so when I finished school, I went to college. And I remember actually praying on the first day of college. I want a friend, just one. I'm not asking for more. I just want one friend. Okay? And within 6 days of this prayer, I was answered. I made a friend. It was the most exciting thing in my life because at some point some teacher said something and I started smiling and turned and saw that someone else was smiling. A shared sense of humor. The feeling that you can look around and look in someone's eyes and they immediately know what you're laughing at. It was such a wonderful moment. We became such good friends. And for about 3 years, I just lolled about being a friend to one person. And I think, I overweighted that friendship. I put everything I had into it. I just wanted everything back out of it. And that's not how friendships work. So one day, I went to the library where my friend and I would hang out all the time, and he wasn't there. So I thought he's ill. I actually thought he can't have come to college if he's not in the library waiting for me. And then when I was leaving college, I saw that he was sitting somewhere else with other people. And it is horrible to say this. I'm feeling a little naked right now, but my heart broke. I really felt really seriously? You were sitting somewhere else with someone else? But because I was brought up male, I couldn't say this to him. I couldn't just say, why did you do that? And we drifted apart because just the next day you couldn't say it again. And the third day, it was final. You're never going to be sitting together now. And it's all right. It's okay. It took 20 years. And his daughter to grow up and to say to me, Jerry, what happened between you and daddy? Okay? And I said, nothing much. And she said, no, tell me. And I started telling her, and I found that I was about to cry. And I thought, I've carried this story. I've carried this story somewhere inside my heart, neatly packaged and put away, safely. By then I'd become like a journalist, I was writer, everything. So there were other sources of selfhood. And yet this hurt you know what you said, Janice, about like that, we're growing up and that person never actually goes away somewhere.
Yeah.
That fellow was alive somewhere inside my heart. And I thought, then I should be writing this story. This is the story I have to write. About friendship and about betrayal and about it not really being betrayal, but it feeling so much like betrayal that it can only be betrayal, but it's not. And I started writing a short story. That anthology died a death quietly somewhere. And I found that I had written some 50,000 words. It was no longer a short story. Then I had written 100,000 words. And then I thought, okay, I'm actually writing a novel, it seems. Okay, and that's how it grew. So really, I think, one of the most we talk so much about love and about how important love is. And oh gosh, love is important. But we forget how many shades there are of love. It's not just about the love between a man and a woman. It's about the love of friends. I wanted to unpick that in a way to see what lies behind.
What lies behind that, and you get that in the book. There are these characters whose lives entangle because they're at university together, and what a time to be young, to be alive. And there are moments in the book where that sense of possibility emerges with such power that you are young and the world lies, before you. And yet all of these other things happen, right? The friendships suddenly end. The love doesn't quite work out. The family is sometimes not there. So all of that humanity, I can see that you've, poured all of that humanity into the book, which is what makes the book what it is. Just a quick question about process. You said that you started this as a short story. It became 50,000 words, so not quite a short story anymore. But is this how it tends to happen, that you write this first draft with some kind of frenzy and fervor, and then you look back? I'm asking as an interested co-writer as well.
Okay, I wish... it is sometimes such a joy to know that there is no rationing of words. Like no one has said that you have to do a 60,000 word book in 60,000 words. You can do it in 700,000 words if you want to, and that reassures me. So what I do is, okay, a little codicil here. Many of the stories that writers tell about themselves are written post facto. We tell the story about the story. And that's part of the job that we do. But here's the truth. I have written about one successful word, which by successful I mean printed, for every 10,000 that I have destroyed. I write much, much more than I will ever need. And I write because I have the reassurance that in the edit, I can kill that word. It can be erased forever. But at that point, okay, I'm very sentimental somewhere. Inside my heart, I'm a very sentimental person. So I cry when I'm reading books. I cry when I'm watching films. Sometimes I can see a puppy in the street and it can start me off. I'm a soft touch like that, okay? And likewise, I can laugh at anything. I'm easy to set off in a way. Now, I know that when I'm writing, if I clog you with sentiment, then you can't respond to me. So I need to then, when I'm looking at my stuff, tear out all the sentimental chunks and make sure that there is space for the reader to come in and feel with me. Okay? So this means, this is what I define as killing your darlings. The things that you have loved, the things that you have cherished when you're writing, sometimes may not be the things that you need to say in order to get the response that you want. So my friend Melly Gobhai, the painter, used to quote his teacher Knox Martin, who always said, the bartender is never drunk. The bartender's job is to make you drunk. And therefore, the writer has to produce the situation in which you will feel the emotion. That's the job.
Yeah. And just to bring up sentimentality and, this soft sense of fuzzy nostalgia, because it's so easy to fall into that mode of writing and of conjuring that atmosphere, especially in a book that is set in the past. Yeah, and by the past, I mean the early 1980s, which honestly feels like so long ago now, but it really isn't. It's not ancient history at all. It's not that long ago, but it is also a very different time, as we know, right? And here we have Yuri and his friends at college, blissfully unaware of things to come, right? They don't know about the rampant liberalization of the 1990s. They don't know about the rise of the right, about the rise of Hindutva. They don't know about, the chipping away of, socialist secular India. At some point that is to come. But we do. You do. We do. So we're reading the book, working with two very different timelines. And I was wondering, how is it that you write from a moment of here and now about the past?
One of the things is always the temptation to give your character second sight, or the ability to see into the future and know that this is the danger point. This is where the tipping point will happen. This is what is going to overturn the apple cart, such as there is an apple cart. But in that time which now we look back in as that palmy, beautiful past, it was a time of deep distress too. No young person today can understand what tension young people of the middle class and lower middle class went through just thinking about getting a job. Because every week, some magazine or the other talked about overpopulation, another magazine talked about brain drain, and the third magazine was talking about unemployment. And these three were linked. There were too many people, therefore there were no jobs, therefore there was a brain drain, people going abroad and taking education away. It was just a complete circle, and it seemed like there was no way that we were going to be able to break that circle. And everything seemed like a charmed circle, like a closed door. If you wanted to be a writer, you had no idea how to be a writer. If you wanted to be a poet, who could you tell that you wanted to be a poet? If you wanted many people just wanted a job. It was amorphous. A salary at the end of the month was as much as they could hope for. It's so different, and I'm so glad that now young people dream improbably wonderful, multicolored, I'm going abroad and doing my MFA, and then, I don't care if I have to be a waiter in New York, but I'll be a writer too, and it's great. I love it. I love that confidence. I love that feeling that, the world is my oyster, and I'm going to study filmmaking in Prague. Really? Wow, okay, very good, enjoy yourself. That wasn't our time. Our time was the employment exchange. Our time was the scrabble for seats in college. Our time was the BA was what girls and duffers did. It was just an incredibly different other world. And when I stepped back into it, and the good thing about being a compulsive writer is that I've kept a diary since the age of 7. So I started reading my diaries for college, and I realized that I was in a lot of pain. A lot of one was the great betrayal, one was the heartbreak, the other was the sense of, were you male enough? The other was, can you ever become an economic actor? The third was, what is your political stance in the world? How do you take a position? How can you be sympathetic to rural poverty and not take action against it, direct action against it? All these were things that we were wrestling with on a daily basis. So at any time, life is difficult. And nostalgia is the pretense that life was easy. It was better in that time. Not so. Never so. Never.
And what helps Yuri? Because Yuri, and this is a very particular kind of Bildungsroman, because it's the growing up of a writer, right? He's not just looking for a job. He's also figuring out am I a writer? Will I find the space to be a writer in this very confounding world? But what he does find is some kind of mentorship. So the Bombay poet Nizam Ezekiel makes more than a cameo appearance in the novel. And he holds what we might call nowadays a poetry workshop. There is this kind of camaraderie that I've heard about and that I've read about with the Bombay poets, right? That there was support rather than hostility. And I wanted to know if that was true and if you were beneficiary of that, if you were a recipient of that mentorship.
I think it has something to do with it being Maharashtra, actually. Because of all the states that I know, Maharashtra is, the Marathi person is resolutely democratic. Okay, resolutely unimpressed by people's achievements. They look you straight in the eye. Whether it's the taxi driver or the person who's washing your floors, they treat you as another human being and you have your problems too. Simple. So, Adil Jassawala was available to us. Nissim Ezekiel was available to us. Arun Kolatkar, available. Eunice D'Souza, available. Arjun Shad, if you were writing in Sindhi, available. Popati Hiranandani,
That's
available.
amazing.
Vasant Abaji Dahake, available. Where was this myth? Where was this myth that Mumbai was a city that was hostile to the arts and only paid attention to money? Kafi Azmi came there. The Urdu poets came there and found a living in Mumbai. They would have starved if they lived in Lucknow with all the glorious tehzeeb in the world. They would still have starved. But they came to Mumbai and wrote one Hindi film song and they were, they could pay for a month's food. Okay? So, I remember this moment so clearly. I'm walking down the street and Giv Patel, another great poet, is walking up to me with a man whom I don't know. And he says, "Hi, Jerry." And I say, "Hi, Giv, how are you doing?" And he says, "This is A.K. Ramanujan. And we are going to see Nissim." And I say hi to A.K. Ramanujan. I'm a great admirer of your poetry. I've got some work, I'm going. And I leave. And I hit myself on the head thinking, why didn't you give up whatever two-penny work you were doing and go and sit where three of the greatest poets of India, Ramanujan, Patel, Ezekiel, were going to be sitting and chatting. Whether they talked about where to have tea, didn't matter. You should just have been there. And instead I went off to do whatever idiot work I was doing. It's like, so how blessed we were that these men and women made themselves available to us. How blessed we were in the poetry circle. I make ruthless fun of the poetry circle in the poetry corner. Yeah, because we also had some really wonderful moments where very special eccentrics would turn up at the circle. But there was Ranjit Hoskote, Arundhati Subramaniam, the living Chola bronze. There was me, there was Nissim also, Adil coming often to them, Arvind Krishna Mehrotra coming down and doing workshops with us, for the price of a train ticket. He said, second AC ticket to Bombay, I'll stay with my brother-in-law and I'll come and do a workshop with you guys. A.K. Ramanujan did it, Shanta Gokhale, everybody came and just shared wisdom. Just shared wisdom. They didn't ask for money. My deep sorrow is that there is no forum now in Bombay for us who are now heading towards our 60s to be able to do this for young people. The poetry circle was special, was so special. The Theosophy Center where Nissim sat, with his legs up on this thing, his socks torn. You walked in and he said, hello, 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 hello. And you said, Nissim, I've written a poem, I'd like you to hear it. And he said, yes. And he would listen to your poem. And then he would say, you have a comma at the end of line 1, but you don't have a comma at the end of line 3. Why? And you want to say, Nissim, I want you to tell me I'm a genius. I don't want you to tell me about commas. But what he was doing was directing your attention towards your craft. He was saying, after you have written the poem, have you done your best work with it? Have you paid attention to the smallest detail, to the commas and the full stops and the whatever punctuation you want or you don't want? Have you made it the best possible poem before you dared to show it to me? But he did it gently by just pointing out commas. He was a fine mentor to all of us. And when I put him in, I was so glad for his presence. Because he was, I remember telling Adil once, and this shows how unbalanced I am. I remember saying to Adil, I'm so glad I met Nissim first and not you or Dom, because y'all were drunkards. And I would have thought it was necessary to drink to become a poet. And then I thought, what are you saying? And Adil being Adil just laughed and said, oh, anyway. And we're still friends. So that shows you the kind of people they are.
Well, Ezekiel is a wonderful presence in your novel. I would obviously wish to continue, because I have many more questions, but I will be generous and open this out to the audience, because I'm sure there are questions. Jerry is just the most wonderful.
Anyone wants a mic?
Approachable. Yes.
Yeah, and it's an AMA. You can ask me anything, including how much were you paid for your last book. Okay? All questions are open and available. But Sharminda na kijiye, don't make me tell you about small quantities of cash. Not especially when Shobha De is sitting in the front seat. The last time I met Shobha De, she stepped out of a beautiful, out of an SUV, looking completely elegant, and I said to her, she said, I've just come after 9 hours of traveling. I said, so what were you doing? She said, oh, there was a bidding contest for my next book. And I thought, gosh, there will one day be a bidding test for my books. There is no bidding contest. It's good that it's a friend who's having a bidding contest. I remember thinking, bidding contest kabhi hoga.
One day, Jerry, one day.
No, actually it's because I just Ravi Singh. So I finished the book and handed it over to him. Poor Kanishka, who's supposed to be in the audience because he's my agent.
He's there.
He's there. There he is. Okay, poor Kanishka. He doesn't get to do any of this stuff because I just hand it over to Ravi. Any questions? No questions? There, over there. Yeah, young person in nice cap.
Do you need a mic?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Yeah. So I have 2 questions for you, if you don't mind. One question is, we read your book. So we have a Tura book club where we read your book.
You read my book?
Yes.
Come and get a hug. In your book club.
There's a Tura book club. I'm just loving this.
Yeah. Okay. I think we killed the mics.
Hello. Yeah, so this was regarding M and the Bookkum. I wanted to know, is it a semi-biography?
Okay, it is 95% autobiographical. 95% of what is in the book actually happened, and 95% of it is fiction. Now you will think, see how clever he is and whatnot. But, okay, where does anyone draw anything from? You draw it from your life, right? All the stories, all the things that you do are from your life. But when you present them in a novel, you can't write your life. If you put a real life person in a novel, it'll kill the novel. You have to trim them and cut them and shape them and fix them into the novel. If you're doing an autobiography, it's different. It's fine. So when you're trimming and cutting and shaving and shaping the person, you are already doing savagery to the life. You're reducing that person to fit them into a novel. I apologized to my mother when it was done. In my head, she was dead by then. I said, I'm really sorry, but I'm going to do my best. By the way this was, to show it as the way it was, I have to shrink you and shrink wrap you and fit you into the novel, because the novel has certain demands. So therefore fiction and therefore non-fiction at the same time. Can't live with it, so sorry. But are you a policeman? Are you a librarian? Are you a journalist? These are the only three people who have to separate fact from fiction. The rest of us can just read books and enjoy them.
Right.
Yeah.
We love that, but
Thank you.
coming to my second question, you talked about how there was no poetry circle in today's Mumbai.
Yeah, there was, like one young woman came up to me and said, hey, I want to make a poetry circle. And I said, go, do it, enjoy yourself. And if you have a poetry circle, call me, I'll come and read as well. Okay, because I really missed reading out poems to other people and having people listen. But I met her 6 months later and said, did you have the circle? And she said, yeah, we had one meeting and it failed miserably. So I said, what happened? She said, everybody read and left. They were not listening to anyone else's poems. So finally it was me and one person. And that person said, why am I reading to you then? And he also left. And I was sitting there feeling sad. So I think, a little bit of what has happened with social media is we have all become like, broadcasters. We are not listeners. So please, if you have a reading club and you're going to have a poetry circle, it's such a simple thing to do. A few poets in a room with copies of the poems in front of them, all reading the poem carefully, paying attention to it and making suggestions. No suggestion has to be carried out because it's that guy's poem. He or she will decide whether the poem will change or not. But you can make the suggestion and then step back. And in listening to each other, you sharpen yourself and you sharpen your sense of the poetry. Go try it now and then tell me what happens, Brian.
All right,
Yeah?
thank you.
Thank you. Clap properly. Hate VD clapping.
Hello.
Okay, we got another question anywhere?
Yes, small one.
That's not Brian again, no?
No, it's different. I'm Jyotirma, I actually teach English literature at Nehu Shillong. And yes, I did my master's from Pune, so I also have some interest. And that's also true. In Pune University, these people like Adil Jusawala, Nissim Ezekiel, even Giv Patel, they used to come. And they used to tell us that, call me by my first name. Like they would say, call me Adil. It was so different. For us, it's culturally, we used to say Sar and all that.
Yeah.
So they had that kind of approach towards the young people at that point in time, which we said that is quite true. They were quite inspiring. My question to you would be for another book of yours, which I was just reading when I heard they were coming to Shillong, then I thought of reading some of your books. I hit upon your Helen.
Hey!
Okay.
Hey! I'm so glad you read Helen.
Yes, and that is because Helen is, of course, we also grew up with Helen and we imagined Helen.
Didn't we all, man? Didn't we all just enjoy her welcoming, celebratory attitude to the body? When you see an item girl now, they all kind of like, as if teri haath na aayegi ye ladki, that, you won't be able to get me. Helen was like, come, dance, sing, let us rejoice together. And that was such a wonderful thing. That's why I loved her. Tell.
And while reading the first one, even one good thing was I came to know that she also has some kind of Northeast connection coming to Assam and all that.
Absolutely.
That was something quite
You
unique.
guys saved so many Indians coming out of Burma, in Nagaland, in Assam. They took the trains here. My grandfather, I have a Northeast connection. My grandfather walked from Burma in 1944-45. Came up to Assam, then took the train to Calcutta, where he was reunited by his family, and then they came to Bombay. So thank you so much, the Northeast, from all of us who did that great walk. Clap for yourselves. Yeah.
My question is, you wrote that you never met Helen.
I did, but I'll tell you the story later.
Okay.
You and I will tell. Because with Bollywood, and Shobha, they will tell you a lot about Bollywood. I mean, I feel like so stupid saying anything about Bollywood with the grand Dame Shobha De of Bollywood, because it is a dark place. It's also a dark, very brightly lit spaces where there are lots of very large lights are very frightened of their own darkness. Okay? And film studios tend to be like that. But I'll tell you about the Helen story later.
No, yeah. The only thing is
If you
that
buy the book.
how do you imagine a character like Helen and bring it to the audience? And how normally we think that we have to have too much of research and meeting and interviewing and writing.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Frankly speaking, I'm not really interested in how people, when you talk to Hindi film stars in general, they give you a manicured view of the past. They will never tell you the truth. Okay? Because the truth is just too savage. They can't tell you the truth. So they will tell you a version of it. You know, Rakhi ji used to make her fish curry on the sets, and it was all a picnic where we all sat together. Rakhi ji did not make her fish curry, she directed the fish curry. Can you imagine Rakhi actually cleaning fish? That's nonsense. Anyway, they tell you that story and everybody believes it, right? Helen hints at those darknesses in some of her interviews. She says, I was 13 when a big basket of fruit was sent by a producer. The next day, a big car came and took me away to the studios. 13. Producer, fruit, studios. You read between the lines and you see what a darkness there is there. Okay? And still out of that darkness has been produced one of those entertainment industries that has brought joy to thousands, millions of people over decades. Okay? This is what I was looking at. This is what I wanted to talk about or to look at. I don't want to talk about like who slept with whom, because I don't think it's important. I think what's important is how is this magic of this story. You know, when people say the oral tradition is dead, I say it's not dead, it's alive in Bollywood. There they don't read scripts. You have to go and act the script to the actor, and then they will agree to do your film or not. The oral tradition is, so it's a very interesting place, but people are only interested in the sexual politics of everybody, and I'm not interested in that. So I watched 350 Ellen films to be able to see what she meant to us as viewers. That's what I'm interested in. Yeah? Anyone else? Thank you. And hey, here's the thing about Helen that you should all remember. In Hindi films, an actress gets like 2 or 3 years and then she becomes a mummy or a dadi ma. Okay? Helen vamped 3 generations of Kapoors. Raj Kapoor in Annadi, where she dances 1956. And he says, Hui ma, when she comes next door. Raj Kapoor understood and could tell you how frightened men were of women. Okay? Then she vamps Rishi Kapoor. Okay? And she vamps Prithvi Raj Kapoor in Harish Chandra Taramati. 3 generations she's there. 30 years she's dancing. She's 45 when she does Mehbooba and does a back bend, man. A full back bend. That's achievement. Yeah.
Hello, sir. I had a question.
Yeah.
Here to your right side.
Hey.
Very good evening, respected sir. So I had a question.
Hey, try Jerry, na. Say, hey, Jerry. Come on.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, well done, young person. One step forward for democracy. I'm bringing Marathi Pana here. Chal.
Sir, I had a question.
Jerry,
I had a question regarding, you shared about your life stories, about how you suffered and struggled. And basically, do you think if you didn't struggle, would you have been a competent writer? Because we have this perceived notion.
Oh gosh, I always think when I'm saying it, I'm doing this trauma dump on you. Okay, and it was fairly awful certain moments, but I also had a great time, okay? I read lots of books, I ate lots of tamarind. Our school had a graveyard in the middle. There was datura growing in the graveyard. You could take flowers home and say to yourself, I'm going to poison the whole family. All kinds of shit you could do. It was wonderful. My growing up was a mixture of wonder and terror. And so I did that one number when I'm standing and walking around and saying, oh, my mommy did this and they were very violent to me. But it isn't the whole truth. Okay, so I think life throws you a lot of jalebis and then follows it up with a lot of tatti. Okay? So your job is to jump for the jalebis and duck the tatti, okay? And some of the tatti will hit you, but you have to wash it off and wait for the next jalebi, okay? Because the jalebis are coming, but the tatti is also coming, okay? So duck the tatti, grab the jalebi. Duck the tatti, grab the jalebi. इसी को कहते हैं जिंदगी.
Thank you, sir.
On which happy note. Thank you. Thank you all very much. My books are available there because itna sara hum nahi karte taki aapko enjoyment ho. We are happy that you enjoy it, but we want you to buy books also. So please go and buy books. Thank you. Thank you, Janice, for tolerating this. And I'm going to stay here only, and Shobha Dey is going to come up on stage. And Janice, we are so sorry to lose you, but a big round of applause for Janice. Thank you.
Janice Mariad, I request you to kindly stay on stage. What an absolutely fun and engaging rendezvous that was with the remarkable JPs. Absolutely. We thoroughly enjoyed every bit of your conversation. As a token of appreciation, I would now like to call upon Mr. F.R. Kharkangor, Principal Secretary, Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, to present the mementos to our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for them. Their words have painted a vivid picture of the complexity of self, reminding us of the transformative power of storytelling.
Gold coins.
If anyone has any further questions for our speakers, they may ask them at the book signing area.
Shobha.
Well, thank you so much, Jerry Pinto, for that magnificent session. And ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the close of day one, we have a session that is sure to inspire, entertain, and leave you with plenty to think about. Daylight is a conversation between two extraordinary storytellers who have each in their own way changed the way we look at the world through books. First, we have the trailblazing author, Shobha Dey. Shobha Dey, voted by Reader's Digest as one of India's most trusted people and one of the 50 most popular women in India by Daily News and Analysis, is one of India's highest selling authors and a popular social commentator. Her works, comprising both fiction and non-fiction, have been featured in comparative literature courses at universities abroad and in India. Her writing has been translated into many languages including French, German, Hungarian, Italian, Korean, Portuguese, Russian, Spanish, and Turkish. She lives in Mumbai with a husband and 6 children. And joining her, yes, is the ever-brilliant Jerry Pinto, who needs no further introduction, but who I believe has charmed everyone with his wit, warmth, and sheer storytelling genius in the last session. I was completely captivated by every motivating words he shared, and I know that when these two authors come together, you can expect a dynamic conversation that's as insightful as it is entertaining and interesting. So without further ado, let's give a warm, heartfelt welcome to Shobha Dey and Jerry Pinto.
Shobha, it's us again. But Dilip is here, yeah. Why did you bring him?
What nonsense. Jerry, just behave yourself. You've had your moment. Now just calm down.
Okay.
I can say it. I'm much older. And we've known each other forever.
We've known each other
I just
forever.
want to say that you actually should be in the movies yourself. That was a performance. I mean, Amitabh Bachchan, Jitendra, Govinda, Vicky Kaushal, you name it. It was a combination of all of that. And, you know, it was just magnificent watching you on stage. I mean that with complete... And that too, you were unscripted. It was your own script. You weren't even reading someone else's lines. I think that's fantastic. Really, truly fantastic.
Thank you so much, Shobha. That's really important. You know, and it's also important coming from one of the most acerbic viewers of society and of cinema as well. But right from the beginning, there was something of the model breaker of stepping out of what was perceived as kosher. Let's just start with the reinventing of English, which is really one of the things that we all owe to Shobha, is the confidence to remake the language of the colonizer according to the sound that is playing inside our heads. So let's talk a little about that, Shobha.
Yeah, thank you for that question, because quite often I'm asked it, but not quite as eloquently as you just did, and giving the right context to it. It's important to say how that happened, to share that rather with everyone here. Since they call me the mother of English, now it should ideally be the grandmother, the nani or the dadi of English, because it's our way of expressing ourselves. And it happened when I was editing. I was the founder editor of Stardust, and and Stardust is 52 years old now. So that gives a context to those who may or may not be aware of the power that Stardust exerted at one point, not just because of how it was irreverent, how it in many ways humanized the movie stars, made them really real people, not just godlike creatures, distant fantasy figures, but the way we used language. Now, I was very, very fortunate that I had a publisher, Narihira, and God bless his soul, we lost him a few months ago, who at no point tried to inhibit me or curb me from how to write that magazine. How to write it was the breakthrough. Now, had he turned around and said, this does not sound like the Queen's English, and why don't we just stick to the way we've been taught English? And that was the whole point of breaking through for me, because that wasn't the English I was hearing. That wasn't the English we were speaking. And I was far more interested in street speak and Bombaya Hindi. And Bombay is truly a melting pot of just about language and culture and foods and fashion and all else. So on the streets of Bombay, which was Bombay then, you would hear a fantastic masala mix of Gujarati, Marathi, Tamil, you name it, a bit of Portuguese, the Goan, the Konkani. There were words that were musical and far, far more expressive than anything that Jane Austen could possibly have written. So I started to use street speak, street lingo, in rewriting rather, a very racy column which was written by our reporters. But the style and the approach to that column, Neeta's Natter, was set by me. It sounds immodest, but I used to have fun rewriting stuff and making it just more accessible. When I started to do that, there were, of course, contemporaries. Contemporaries are always your strongest, harshest, and critics who keep telling you you're doing everything wrong. And that's the time to keep doing it because you know you're doing it right. And that's exactly what happened. They would say, oh, probably she didn't go to the best school. And it was, in fact, a Scottish missionary school with a Scottish missionary a principal who detested me, thank God. Because if she had approved of me, I wouldn't be me. So in that sense, we have actually so many similarities I discovered as you were talking this evening. First of all, Mumbai has shaped both of us. Mumbai, we owe Mumbai a big one. I don't think Mumbai would have, any other city in India would have tolerated me. And I just would have been a very different person. So we both owe Mumbai, big time. So that's how the language happened. It was colloquial. It was how we actually spoke to one another. and then it became mainstream. After all the criticism, the headlines of Times of India started to sound like stardust. And I said, goodness, after all that one faced, all the flack, every newspaper, every news magazines had adopted the stardust lingo. And then that's how then English became what it is today. And it's just a much richer way of expressing ourselves. It's our own version of English, and we have every right to that version rather than what we had to borrow or was thrust on us. And in any case, Jerry, as a teacher, professor, or yourself, language is fluid. It's not written in stone. And with each generation contributes to language with its own vocabulary. And it's
like lol.
Yeah, lol is today, yeah, and all the acronyms that we've gotten used to. And every culture, it's like a river that's flowing, and from the shores you pick up so much as language keeps moving forward. That's exactly what happened with English, and to answer that question of yours.
You know, if I were to take you through Shobha De's trajectory and her life in the culture and times of Bombay, we would probably get to Insatiable tomorrow morning. You know, like, I mean, by then we'd have been talking about everything, including billboards and what she knows about Bollywood but will never tell, and all the other things that people have wanted to ask her. So I'm
Just
going to
ask,
I'm
just ask.
just going to cut to the thing.
Yeah.
Tell me about that first book, when you sat down to write the first book, because up to then we all knew you as, you know, like
a columnist,
but a fabulous columnist. I've always said to my students, the two columnists that I think you should read for the lightness of touch but the accuracy of commentary are Shobha De and Anil Dharkar, you know, God rest his soul. Because there were many, I mean, Dom Moraes for how to write stodge, really, like big chunks of pudding, you know, which you can, which often rested on seeing Stephen Spender in 1984 or something. But anyway, let's just get to that moment when you're starting to write a novel for the first time. Now you're on your own. You don't have a subject. You don't have a topic. You don't have a deadline. You just know it's a novel. It's you. And here, get this. I think most of the first novels were written on paper by hand and then typed out. But good handwriting, I've seen it.
Well, at the time when I wrote the first book, it was a commissioned book. So unlike a lot of writers, I don't really have a hard luck story to put out there to say, oh, there I was, gnashing my teeth, pulling my hair, wondering, I've written these 100,000 words, it's a fantastic story, is someone ever going to publish it? Is someone... Because at the end of it all, no matter what people say, a writer writes for readers. You write because you want it. You want to share it. It's got to be in the public domain. Or else you'll be writing a diary and reading it to yourself. Well, like you, I've been journaling since I was 14. But I never reread any of it because God knows what I might discover that I don't wish to. But that first book was, I was already an established columnist. I was writing for the Times of India.
You were famous.
I hate that word because
you were famous. Now, whether you hate the word or not,
I hate it. I hate it. It comes with baggage. It's a loaded term, and I don't like it.
She was infamous.
Oh no, infamous I prefer to famous. But at any rate, I was a known is a better word. Oh, better word. Thank you. I was writing for several newspapers, and I'd love to share this in a slightly boastful way, if I may. I've been writing in the public domain for 53 years, and I've never, ever, ever missed a deadline. Whoa. Deadlines are sacred. They are non-negotiable. You commit to a column, there are no excuses. So I love the discipline that all writers bring to their work, because without that, there's really no way people think, oh, it's such a wonderful, glamorous life. You're just sitting there. The words are coming from somewhere, and you're just sitting there. Now a laptop, but back then, handwritten, 100,000 words handwritten, big fat manuscripts going to the publisher who could then decipher them. But that first book was, like I think most first books for any writer, they are in a way self-revelatory. You tend to cannibalize the lives of the people around you. You cannibalize a lot of lives of friends around you, people you've known. And mainly you eat into your own life and your own experiences because you know that best. So, but the challenge and the trigger for me when David Devidar came to meet me at home, I didn't know why he was coming to meet me. I only knew there was a very strange voice over the phone with a strange accent that I couldn't quite place. I didn't know whether this was an Englishman, an American, a Desi. But all he said was that Penguin India is Penguin Books is coming to India. And we are looking for 5 writers to commission books. Pupul Jaikar was one of them. So they were very clear about what and who they wanted. When he came to meet me, he said, I want you to do a book. And as those of you who may know David, he can be very imperious. It's just more like a command. I said, but why would I want to do this book? So he said, well, it may interest you to know that there is no market for women's voices, women's books. No one wants to know, or no one cares to know what they think, what they feel, what their views are. We are unable to sell books written by women, even less poetry written by women. Always a challenge. So we were hoping that we could get you to come on board and do a book, non-fiction, he said, on Bombay, because we believe that you would be able to chronicle the city, its energy, its the pulse of the city, which you have been doing through your columns anyway. As it does happen with certain gentlemen who are quite lofty in their worldview and are doing their job, but not connecting, not seeing, not hearing. But I'm the publisher editor and I'm here to commission a book, so bow down, lady, or something like that. Perhaps he didn't notice.
Got himself the wrong gal.
Wrong gal, absolutely. What he didn't notice was it was an advanced stage of pregnancy. He hadn't noticed, of course. So I said, Mr. Davidar, I am in no position to do a non-fiction book on Mumbai. I don't see myself pounding the streets and pavements of Mumbai in the state I'm in. He still doesn't get it. So he said, I'll come back in a month. And by then, I'm sure you'll have an outline ready for me. And off he went, leaving me to say, what kind of a man is this? Of course, we are great friends, and, that was religious. But I said to myself, if he thinks there's no scope or there's no room for a woman's voice, it's time to show him that there is. So I thought about that. It was a trigger for me, but I forgot all about it because I was busy having the baby. He calls back, the baby is born, and he says, I'm coming across maybe in a couple of hours to read the outline. I said, outline of what, in my head? So I said, oh, the outline, of course. Yeah, sure. And I wrote the outline of that book, the first novel, with an eyebrow pencil on the back of a laundry bag. I can't tell you how it came to me, because it's very difficult for a writer to say, what was that point? That's why I couldn't quite answer you. I don't know. Maybe it was panic. Maybe it was defiance. Maybe it was what the dickens, the worst that can happen. He'll look at it and say, is this woman mad? Is this how you do an outline for a book? Look at the way she's presenting it. Does she not know who I am? I'm the great David Devidar from Penguin Books, and look, it's so shabby, I don't even want to talk to her. But he did turn up. I did present the laundry bag. And he said, I think it's a great story and you should write it. Then I was stuck. Because I was hoping he'd just reject it and let me go on with my life and my babies.
And he wasn't offering much money either.
Well,
Oh.
let's say it wasn't too bad. It was enough for me to think it's worth the effort. And that's how it's remained.
No, I'm perfectly...
I mean, we must write for money. I mean, there is really no other reason other than our, of course, the passion for writing and so on. But at the end of the day, it's a vocation. There's a lot of slog, a lot of hard work that goes into it. And unless we as writers have enough confidence in ourselves to demand what we think we should be paid and negotiate hard, that's where Kanishka comes in, also my agent. So Kanishka took that dirty business of negotiations from me and the publisher out of the equation. I didn't enjoy doing it, and thank God I haven't had to do much of it. It's been reasonably good, no complaints.
Just to drift to Delhi and do a couple of bidding wars.
Bidding wars. It sounds so fancy and great, but Jerry, you and I know no matter how high the bids go, we are never going to crack Harry Potter, right? So it's never going to make us billionaires and millionaires. It's just going to be icing on a pretty small cake. But at least that icing should make it worth our while, because at least a year and a half goes into the writing of a book. And I've written 26, and that's 26 multiply. I'm very bad at math. So that's at least 45 years or something of writing every single day of my life. So if the compensation is pathetic, it just takes away the fun of writing. It should at least pay for, taking my husband to a lovely bar and him ordering a martini and me ordering 3 Negronis or something like that. I mean, if even that is not there, what's the point? What's the point?
So, let's just cut again across 25 books to Insatiable, which is a book about food, and as the subtitle says, I think, My Hunger for Life, right? Yeah. Okay, so, I was thinking about it as I read it a second time, and food is deployed in a number of ways in your book, in a number of metaphors that I thought we could explore. One of them is food as a language of love.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So would you like to talk about that?
In fact, when I started to write Insatiable, I can give you a quick backgrounder to those of you who may not have heard of it, not read it. I have written books that have marked the milestones in my life in different ways. When I turned 50, then when I turned 60, when I turned 70, all these were written with a way of chronicling not just my life, but also the life of India, because I am the exact same age as the country. So I often say that the changes in India are the changes that I have lived. So those books have always been parallel stories of India and me, and all that I have learned or not learned or experienced. So when I was about to turn 75, a year before I turned 75, I hadn't even thought of a book or chronicling it. And after 70 actually, after 60 actually, as people say, I was just shocked by the question someone asked Vikram Seth, the gentleman in the white cap, who asked him, "You're so old, how can you still be writing? Oh my God." And I said, "What will this man say to me?" That why aren't you sort of rolling him out in your... That was an indelicate question, if I may say so.
Can we find this man in the white cap and throw him into the
and he's asked 3 questions this evening. I've been noting. I think the white cap attracts all the writers. At any rate, he's forgiven, he's young. For him, really, anyone older than 40 is already a fossil. So, I sympathize. I'm sure I thought the same way when I was 40. But to mark my 75th, I said, let me do something. It just came to me like that. Because food is something that is very important to all of us, I'm sure, in a very basic way. But I thought of, it's not a book about food really, it's food as a metaphor for love and for much more and much else. And the word insatiable, which my publishers had a lot of trouble with, that people won't know how to pronounce it, they won't know what it means. And the design team had even more of a job because they thought it's a recipe book. So the first few designs that were submitted all had cakes and fruits and chicken legs. And I said, listen, have you read the book? So they said, no, ma'am. So I said, well, why don't you read a bit of the book so you'll understand? It's a book about life. It's about my hunger for life. I mean, yes, I enjoy food, but this hunger is a very primal kind of hunger. It's what we all feel, a child is born hungry and crying. It's a kind of, the word bhook in Hindi is a much better, much more emotional word, I think. Bhook says it all. Hunger, which is so deep, so profound. It can be for knowledge, it can be for fame, it can be for more money, it can be for love. Most of the time it is that, love. There are hungers and there are hungers. And I wanted to encapsulate some of those hungers. And the best way I thought of doing it is to chronicle 1 year of my life from 74 to 75, month-wise, what happens in each month leading up to my 75th birthday. So it is divided into, starting from January, it ends in January. And for me, it was also hard to explain to very young designers that for me, the best way of celebrating my 75th birthday with people I love and adore, a few friends, would be with, hosting an Elvis Presley party. Because Elvis Presley has been the most profound and deep love of my life. From the time I was a little girl, it was always Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley as much more than a singer, much more. It was his innocence, it was his vulnerability, it's what he went through. So I've seen, of course, Baz Luhrmann doing the Elvis Presley movie, and there's a new documentary out. There was nothing I don't know about Elvis Presley. It's that deep, my feelings for him. So when my family asked me, what do you want as a gift? My friends actually asked me, one particular friend. And I said, I would be overjoyed if we could get an impersonator to come and sing for us that evening. And we did. We got a wonderful guy called Mahmood Karmali. And he is Elvis Presley. He's Elvis Presley like reborn, like a lot of the impersonators are. But that night, after he finished his performance, and it was fantastic, the way he did it with such complete involvement. It was a very immersive moment, emotional. And I said to him, and I was crying, I said, you know what? I won't even call you Mahmood because to me, Elvis is present tonight. And it's the best gift I could have ever received. And the mood of the book is that. It's food, it's love, it's family, it's friendships. And those are the things, not just for me, but I'm sure for everyone. What else do we need? What else do we need in life? We need just that connection and just that warmth that you get from people who understand you. Yeah.
I think actually we are so lucky to live in India in some ways not. But in some ways because, there's this wonderful variety of food, And so you come from a family of Maharashtrians, and I've always felt that Marathi cuisine deals in a minimalism. There's this kind of like...
What you're not saying is, it's really not cuisine at all, according to my husband. It's so minimalistic, it's tasteless.
No, absolutely not.
It's pretty bad.
Dilip, carry on.
He thinks so too. He doesn't think Maharashtra.
No,
He says it's nice as snacks from time to time. He doesn't consider it a meal. So I should actually read out the portion about Bengali food and what Bengalis feel, because for them food is a religious experience. And every meal is a religious experience. From the time they wake up, they're thinking about what they're going to have for breakfast. Then while they're eating their breakfast, they're imagining and designing what they'll have for lunch, dinner, and next week, and maybe for the next 50 meals. They're working overtime on that. The only trouble about readings at LitFest is it's very uncomfortable to turn pages and hold a book and try and read, but I'll try and do the best I can. No, it's okay. I'll manage. Food connects people in the most unexpected places and in the most delightful ways. Now that Abhijit had extended a warm invitation to visit him in Boston, where he would cook for us, I'm feeling accepted. Abhijit, of course, is our Nobel Prize winning and a fantastic food writer. He's as brilliant when he's writing about money as he is when he's writing about food. He just writes exquisitely well. So that's the person I'm referring to, and I'm not dropping names. We had hosted a dinner at our home, and he had made that kind offer. In return, Mr. Day promises to cook doi march for Abhijit when he's in Mumbai. Mr. Day has cooked doi march for 125 guests, and I can confidently declare him a doi march world champion. Fair exchange. I say I'll be happy to eat whatever the two men produce in the kitchen. We talk more food. Major bongness is happening. There goes our flight, I think. Note to self, don't start even a casual conversation involving khabar or khana with hungry bongs around. Forget skipping sex. They'll happily skip their son's graduation as they salivate over Pishima's Topshe March or Mashima's Chorchori. We part company reluctantly after exchanging contact details and lingering looks. On the flight, I think about how our time with the genius was way too short. Mr. Day tells me he noticed Abhijit's strong wrists and muscular arms on an otherwise lean and mean frame. We conclude he must play tennis. Must remember to ask while enjoying our bong repast. Mercifully, I think, nobody brought up the K word, or all of us would have in earnest missed our flights. So
lovely, thank you. Okay, no VD clapping is allowed. Clap properly.
No. Don't force them. After your performance and Vikram set, why should they clap for them?
The Vikram Seth, and if you meet Vikram Seth, you must ask him for his David Devidas story also. Okay.
We all have our David stories. David, I must call him after our meeting today. I hope someone has recorded this, just to send it to him to remind him how mean and insensitive he was to this woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you just rewind to Superstar India? And I think it's the latest book that has resurfaced in a way
Yes.
with a new introduction. So would you like to tell us a little about that?
I'll tell you a little about this book because it was very important at the time when I wrote it. It says, from incredible to unstoppable. It was written in 2008. I'm bad with dates. 2008, when the world fell apart and the financial crisis hit. And in many ways, it could be about today. Because what happened after 2008 was so radical, so dramatic, so unexpected. I mean, the whole world was in a tizzy. When they decided to reissue it this year, they asked whether I would do a kind of a 5,000-word essay to bridge the two Indias, the 2008 Wala and the 2024. And I really enjoyed writing that introduction, but it's not the introduction that I want to share. It's a very small paragraph from the book written way back then. Christmas, Agra, cold and foggy. My husband and I had driven to the city that exists for one reason alone, the Taj Mahal. Like Cairo and the pyramids, Agra and the Taj, they go hand in hand. Just like the freshly scrubbed, neatly dressed school children we saw, making their way to school, skipping along happily on an unpaved, dusty road right outside the city limits of this historic town. Our guide, Mr. Dubey, started on his spiel as my eyes followed the kids. They'd gotten off the road now and were running across a mustard field. It was a scene straight out of a Yash Chopra film. Every imaginable prop was in place. A village woman in a gungat was drawing water from a well. A shepherd was tending to his flock of well-fed sheep, using a neem twig to get the strays back in line. Sand merchants were unloading sacks at the local mandi. As mica flakes caught the light and twinkled happily, donkey carts laden with food grain took the same narrow road as hired vehicles of tourists doing Agra in a day. Tourists like ourselves. Yes, us. Tourists in our own country, the other India, the one we know so little about. And like any outsiders, my husband and I commented on the backwardness of the countryside and wondered what sort of an India those school kids would experience. Would they be excluded from the euphoria? Would they even get to finish their schooling and dream a bigger dream than their parents dared to? Worse, were they already reconciled to their current reality? Did they know that while empowered urban India was rejoicing wildly and talking recklessly about being a superpower, here in the only city of the world boasting not one but 3 significant heritage sites, the magnificent Agra Fort, the even more magnificent Fatehpur Sikri, and that other wonder of wonders, the luminous mausoleum known simply as the Taj, was pretty dismal. Shabby jhukis and jhopris line the unimpressive route to the most recognized monument to love. I thought of all the VVIPs who'd taken the same uneven highway over the years, from the Kennedys and Bill and Chelsea Clinton to Princess Diana and the Musharrafs. They'd seen our squalor too. Suddenly I felt defensive and proprietorial. So what if we didn't have superhighways and fast tracks? So what if the only impressive milestones along that road to Fatehpur Sikri were built by Emperor Akbar in the 16th century? Those school kids looked so happy, running through the field of yellow. One of them had a colorful kite in his hand, and the others were trying to grab. Maybe he'd fly it later. Maybe the kite would soar. Maybe the fog would clear. Maybe we would stop obsessing over India's destiny, trying foolishly to control it the only way we know, through great big technological leaps and cosmetic changes that conform to an accepted model of progress and prosperity as defined by the G8 countries. Great roads, great infrastructure, great communication systems, all of India neatly wired, all set to roll, glittering malls, delirious shoppers, packaged foods aplenty, a dizzying choice of cars, clothes, bathroom tiles, the wow factor. I was beginning to get slightly breathless with excitement. Everything and anything seemed possible, achievable.
I'd like to also just point out, in case you're thinking about Shobha Dey as this, the person who writes all these novels and books, there was that there is another one that took on the role of speaking truth to power in the columns that came after 2014. We're all stepping very carefully here, but what I'm saying is there is a certain risk that you took in that.
There is a risk each time I put pen to paper and a column appears, but I think that's my job. If I were to do anything else, I'd think less of myself, and I would think really poorly of our citizens if the citizens were to judge me. If the powers that be decide to treat me the way they do, I take it as a supreme compliment, and I believe in that case I'm doing my job the way it should be done.
On which happy note, I would like to open this to the audience. The man in the white cap, you have a chance to rescue yourself. And there are other men in white caps who are thinking, why did I wear a white cap today? Anyway, anyone with a question for Ms. Day? It's not an opportunity you're going to get very often. Yeah, over there, there's a lady in the back. Oh, there's a guy with a mic in his hand. Go for it, sir.
Yeah, madam, this is my first literary festival. I happen to be a doctor, and I've written only one book, and that is not on medicine. I come from the city of Kolkata, and I'm quite interested in the way you spoke this evening. I see it as a sort of a guidance for aspiring writers. My question to you is that those who are engaged in other professions and aspire to write something outside their profession, what is your advice, if I would like to put it that way?
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you on having stepped outside of your profession and having done it, because whoever publishes anything, a book which is out there to be shared with the rest of the world, is already showing a great amount of courage, because most writers are so sensitive about being judged, about being criticized, but you've done what you wanted to do. You followed a dream, which was to write a book, which I'm assuming is not about medicine.
It is not. It is not.
Yes.
Nothing to do with medicine.
Yes, so that in itself shows that there is this other side to you, which is perhaps longing for, craving, self-expression of a very different sort. What you're doing is already in a very noble profession. Maybe this is cathartic for you. Maybe you're sharing something about your life that you were longing to share, and you have the inspiration to actually go ahead and write about it and have a book published. So that's fantastic. You should just do a writer's job. What is a writer's job? I really believe the writer's job, any writer's job, yours, mine, whoever who chooses that path, is to tell your truth. That truth may be not very palatable to someone else, but at the end of the day, it's your truth, and you have the right to your own truths. There are many truths, and your own truths can also change. Sometimes what you believed in at 20, you may look back and say, oh my God, I was quite wrong. And you have time later to reflect, and if you want to put the perspective right, you can. If you don't, that truth was valid at 20. You're not saying it's valid for the rest of your life. You evolve, you change, your interests change, what you want to share with the world changes, and I think every person, actually every single human being, has a story to tell. There's no such person as a boring person. I've never ever met a boring person, because every person's life is extremely specific and fascinating, because human beings are fascinating. There are no two human beings who are alike. So if you choose to tell your story, good luck to you and God bless, because it's fantastic, takes discipline and it takes courage. So I would really encourage people in the audience, not necessarily writers, but we all have a book in us, and we should all at least give it a shot. Let that book live. Try it. I mean, what's the worst? Nothing. You've at least got something out there.
Thank you so much.
The lady with the mic.
Good evening. My question is slightly more specific, and it takes back. It's about the time that you were a film journalist. I want to know what your take is on the kind of movies that are being made today, and how film journalism has changed in these decades, because it's changed a lot.
Okay, I'll answer both briefly, because I think it's been a very long evening. But what Jerry mentioned earlier, and he is so right and so accurate, he used the word savage. It is a very savage place. The underbelly of show business is more terrible than anything you and I can imagine. When Helen put it so delicately and you connected the dots, 13, fruits, car, studio. That is the path taken by almost every young actress, even till today. No one is spared, no matter what they may claim. How has journalism changed? Well, today it's no longer possible as it was in earlier times. Mainly the change is the corporatization of Bollywood. When big money has come into it, big corporates, it's the suits who run the show. It's no longer people who create dreams. The dreams are tailored. They are told what sort of a dream they should dream before they put the money to back that dream. So it's changed completely. A lot of the romance has gone out of movies. It's a bit formulaic. Some movies tank, some don't. But the passion of, say, a Raj Kapoor, since you mentioned him, was a different kind of passion. He made the films he believed in. He put his own money to back those dreams. He lost a lot of money in some of the films, made a lot of money, but the commitment was to his dream. That's not the case anymore. And then there are layers and layers of people, the suits you have to go through. You cannot access a star. Neither will the star give an unfiltered interview to any journalist. Every time you hear a star on a podcast or in a TV interview, print interviews, it's all been vetted and it's all decided and probably written by a PR team. You never hear the star's own voice or their own thoughts. If they're caught sometimes off guard, then it takes a lot of damage control, and then they have to retract all that they've said and say, oh no, it isn't the way we were represented. It's now a business. It's no longer what the movie business was. What do I think of the movies right now? What I think is happening on OTT is fantastic. The energy on OTT, the kind of chances they're giving young actors who would never hope to be in a Bollywood film if they didn't have a patron, if they didn't have what they call hearth to give them that break, if they were not Nepo kids. A lot of young actors and actresses today are given the opportunity on OTT, and a lot of seniors are coming right back and doing a fantastic, fantastic job. People who we thought, where have they gone? Because someone like a Sharmila Tagore, a great, competent, fabulous actress, is back in the game. So to see people in their 70s and 80s now being watched by a much younger generation and admired for the work that they're doing is fantastic. And so are the young, and so are some of the young filmmakers, including in Bollywood, who are making breakthrough cinema. I mean, I thought Lost Ladies, as they're calling it, Lapata Ladies, was a very worthwhile film. And I don't know what happens at the Oscars, but we really shouldn't be wasting all of us who are in the creative field for a pat on the back from the West, whether it's a Booker or an Oscar. Come on, have the confidence to be proud of your work and get applause and encouragement from your own people first. Win over your own people. Why do we need to be a patronizing back or an award from the West, and then we are validated, and then we think, oh my God, we've really made it because the West has seen our talent? No. Our people have seen our talent. Be proud that they have seen your talent, and they are your audience, they are your readers. And if the West also sees it, well, that's a bonus. And that's the way the perspective should be.
On which happy note is there someone who wants to give Ms. Day a baggie and...
Yes, it was a sheer delight. I won't just say delight, but daylight to actually listen to this conversation with Jerry Pinto. And as a gesture of our deep appreciation for our author for being here and sharing such insightful words with us, we would like to present her with a memento which will be presented by the Director of Tourism, Shri Cyril V.D. Dengdor, IAS. So, So definitely, yes, it was a lovely conversation, And we did hear her journey, especially her adapting to the changing dynamics of language, which was also very insightful. What her story taught us is being true to oneself. Her story is even more powerful as it's one of a woman breaking barriers in a world often dominated by men. And her sheer determination have paved the way for other aspiring authors. So thank you so much once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will see the two authors go to the signature lounge. And yes, that will be an opportunity for everybody to get the book signed and meet her face to face. Well, it's just not going to be just Madam Shobha De, but you'll also get the opportunity to get your book signed by Jerry Pinto as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being a part of our day one, which I hope was interesting and engaging. But that's not all. We'll also have music that will continue for the rest of the evening. The music will be brought to you by the artists of the Meghalaya Grassroots Music Project. And this is an initiative by the Department of Tourism for Aspiring Artists. Once again, thank you so much and have a lovely evening ahead.
We're here to perform for you all. It's a half an hour gig. So I hope you like it. And if you know the song, you can sing along with us. देखो देखो कैसी बातें यहाँ की है साथ पर है साथ ना भी क्या इतनी आसान है देखो देखो जैसे मेरे इरादे वैसे कहाँ तेरे यहाँ थी हाँ कितनी नादान मैं मेरे हुस्न के अलावा कभी दिल भी मांग लूं ना कई पल में मैं पिघल जाऊं अब ऐसा ना करो कि दिल जुड़ ना पाए वापस तेरी बातों से बिखर जाऊं माना ज़माना है दीवाना इसीलिए तूने न जाना तेरे लिए मैं काफी हूँ देखो देखो ये ज़माने से थक कर आती हो क्यों मासूम बनकर तेरे लिए मैं क्या ही हूँ तेरे आते क्यों यहाँ करने आँखों में हो बारिश अब आए तो ठहर जाऊँ और पूछो ना जरा मेरे दिल के बारे में भी बस इतने मैं संभल जाऊँ हाय के दिन जब भी कोई जब भी पढ़े कहानी तेरी लगता मुझे मेरे नाम का जिक्र कहीं भी होगा नहीं मेरे ये आँखों में तो देखो देखो ये दिल का हाल क्या वो तुझसे होता ना बया मेरे ये आँखों में तो देखो कैसा नसीब है मेरा लगे भी ना मुझे मिला मेरे ये आँखों में तो देखो तेरी अधूरी सी वफा मांगो में मांगो और मेरे ये आँखों में तो देखो देखो कैसे खींचे लकीरें चाहे भी दिल तुम्हें न जीते मैं इस दौर में नहीं देखो देखो कैसे बातें यहाँ की बातें यही देखो जहाँ भी मैं इस दौर से नहीं Thank you.